Chapter 3372. Chapter 446. Difference between energy systems. Chapter 3372. Chapter 446. Difference between energy systems. Chapter 446. Difference between energy systems following the system notification. 2 layers of purple-gold brilliance emerged from Shifeng's body. At the same time, Shifeng's level rose from 137 to 139. However, Shifeng did not pay any attention to the increase in his level. Instead, his focus was on the magic scroll in his hands. It was as if the Grandmaster Magic Barrier Scroll in his hand wasn't just a Grandmaster Magic Barrier Scroll, but a peerless treasure instead. Success! An indescribable sense of excitement filled Shifeng as he looked at the magic array drawn on the scroll. How unexpected! I didn't think such frightening results would be possible just by finding the right volume of mana to manipulate the 7 magic elements. At this point, Shifeng had already restored the holy power negation barrier from his memories. So long as he activated the magic scroll in his hands, he could create a barrier that would expel all holy power. Meanwhile, this barrier would have an effective radius of 1,000 yards and a duration of 1 hour. However, these weren't the important points. What truly excited Shifeng was the amount of mana he had used to create the holy power negation barrier. After optimizing his mana usage, he managed to reduce the mana he used by roughly 40%. A 40% reduction in mana expenditure would be of significant help to players. In God's domain, players could only store a limited amount of mana in their bodies. When Tier 4 players and above battled, they would typically attach mana to their attacks, whether the attack was a normal attack, a combat technique, a mana technique, a skill, or a spell. Although the mana mentioned here wasn't limited to just the mana in players' bodies and also included the ambient mana manipulated by players. That was beside the point. Meanwhile, the purpose of this mana was to manipulate the various magic elements to produce various phenomena. This also meant that the more excess mana players had, the more magic elements they could control and the stronger the phenomenon they could create. Similar to how players could exhibit greater strength with their combat techniques after eliminating their excess movements, players could also achieve a similar result by eliminating excess mana usage. If players could use 40% less mana to achieve the same results, the results they could achieve by optimally using 100% of their mana would reach a whole new level. When Shifeng saw the results he had achieved, realization suddenly dawned on him. It was no wonder the human players in his previous life couldn't compete against holy race players. The disparity between the 2 races was so great that there was a massive difference in strength, even between the Tier 6 players of the 2 races. In the end, human players could only fight against holy race players if they had an advantage in weapons and equipment. Originally, Shifeng had found it very strange that God's domain would give preferential treatment to one particular race of players. However, it turned out that wasn't the case at all. The disparity between human players and holy race players wasn't a result of the game giving preferential treatment to holy race players. Instead, it resulted from human players failing to truly grasp how to use mana. Or more specifically, human players were not on the same level as holy race players when it came to the standard of utilizing their respective races' energy systems. If human players could optimize the way they use mana, assuming that all other factors were equal, it should be possible for human players to achieve the same combat power as holy race players. System. Please name the magic array you have developed. If you fail to do so in 3 minutes, the system will automatically generate a name for it. Shifeng quickly returned from his thoughts when he heard the system notification. Then he said, "Name it as the Holy Power Negation Barrier." System. New Grandmaster Magic Array successfully named. From now on, other players will be unable to construct the Holy Power Negation Barrier without learning its design beforehand. Shifeng sighed in relief when he saw the latest notification. Now that he had become the Holy Power Negation Barrier's developer, he had finally grasped his first money printing machine. If other magicians wished to construct the holy power negation barrier in the future, they could only do so after learning the magic array design he produced. Otherwise, they would never be able to construct the barrier. After this, all he needed to do was wait until the great war between human and holy race players began. Once the war between the two races began, the holy power negation barrier would become a necessity for the various human powers to go against the holy race. At that time, he'd have a constant stream of money flowing into his pockets. 21 hours have already gone by in the blink of an eye. I should hurry to the Corrosion mountain range. After looking at the time, Shifeng quickly put away the holy power negation barrier scroll and left the Kullet Hotel. The Corrosion mountain range was 5 large maps away from Pharos Town. Since the Eternal Realms environment prevented Tier 4 and Tier 5 players from flying, even Tier 5 players would need a significant amount of time to cross such a great distance. As for Tier 4 players, they'd have to run for at least 15 hours straight to cross this distance. While walking Pharos Town's main street, Shifeng could hear many people shouting to purchase earth and magic flowers at a high price of 1 eternal copper per 12 flowers. Yet, even at this price, nobody was willing to part with their earth and magic flowers. They even looked at the shouting players as if they were looking at a bunch of fools. Shifeng was quite astonished to see this. He didn't expect the news of the earth and magic flowers to spread so quickly. After leaving Pharos Town, Shifeng went to a deserted location and summoned the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon. Ordinary mounts couldn't survive in the Eternal Realm due to the environment here. As for flying mounts, although they could be summoned, they could only roam the Eternal Realm for a short time. Even as a legendary flying mount, the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon could only be summoned for 8 hours a day. As for extraordinary flying mounts, they could only stay summoned for 4 hours a day. Moreover, they'd have to reach Tier 4 first to even be summoned. As a Tier 3, extraordinary flying mount could not resist the corrosion of holy power. Although there were many experts in the Eternal Realm, the players who owned a Tier 4 extraordinary flying mount were probably few and far between. If a legendary flying mount were to suddenly appear in the Eternal Realm skies, it would definitely become a target for the various powers. At that time, even as someone who had defeated the Luminous Glory list's 42nd ranked expert, Shifeng would have difficulty surviving in the Eternal Realm. After all, the help a legendary flying mount could provide to players during the Eternal Realm's exploration stage was probably no less than that of a divine artifact. So, before Shifeng reached Tier 5 and caught up to the various powers experts in tiers, it'd be best to keep the mutated Frost Flame Phantom Dragon's existence a secret as long as possible. Immediately, Shifeng hopped onto the Phantom Dragon and activated a Tier 3 isolation scroll to enter stealth. Then he had the Phantom Dragon soar into the sky and beyond the clouds. At this altitude, even Tier 6 players would have difficulty noticing him. And even if some players did spot the Phantom Dragon's silhouette, they would only assume it to be a flying monster rather than a flying mount. After flying for over 3 hours, Shifeng arrived at the edge of the Corrosion mountain range. Thank goodness I made it in time. Shifeng sighed in relief when he saw the mountain range ahead of him. The Eternal Realm's ambient holy power had a much greater impact on the Phantom Dragon than he expected. The journey that should have normally taken only an hour ended up taking over 3 hours instead. Anyway, since the Corrosion mountain range was already within sight, Shifeng decided to recall the Phantom Dragon and trek the rest of the way. The Corrosion mountain range had a level range of level 145 to level 160. So, as soon as Shifeng entered the map, he had to deal with large groups of level 145 plus High Lords. Under normal circumstances, only Tier 5 teams could grind in this map. If a Tier 4 team tried to do so, their chances of annihilation were practically 100%. However, Shifeng's goal wasn't to grind here. His basic attributes had also reached the Tier 5 standard already. So, he had no trouble maneuvering through the Corrosion mountain range. In less than an hour, Shifeng quietly arrived at the meeting point inside the Corrosion mountain range. The meeting point was set in a small basin in the gigantic mountain range. Although trees densely covered the entire basin, Shifeng could vaguely spot a large number of human and holy race players gathered in the basin. At a glance, the number of players in the basin exceeded 10,000, and over 1,000 of these players were at Tier 5. Meanwhile, human players made up nearly 70% of these numbers. At this time, the players from the two races were gathered around a huge gate of light that protruded from the ground. Each race stood on one side of the gate. Seeing how the players from the two races were deadlocked, it was obvious that both sides were wary of the other's strength and did not dare to try to monopolize the courtyard of space. "You are finally here, Mr. Blackflame." Unrestrained Lionheart stood among the crowd in his light blue robe. When he saw Shifeng appearing at the basin's edge, he took the initiative to approach Shifeng. "The commander has already started to grow anxious from waiting, so let's hurry over there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3373. Chapter 447 Marriage. Chapter 3373. Chapter 447. Marriage. Chapter 447. Marriage. Corrosion mountain range. In front of the courtyard of space's teleportation gate. Following unrestrained Lionheart, Shifeng quickly passed through the security network formed by over 100 level 140+ Tier 5 experts. These Tier 5 experts came from the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates, and they worked together to prevent independent teams and expert teams of other powers from approaching the teleportation gate. After passing the security network, Shifeng saw over 10 teams gathered before the teleportation gate. Among these teams, 2 stood out the most. Each of these 2 teams had over 70 Tier 5 experts, and they were positioned the closest to the teleportation gate. In addition, Shifeng could feel his sixth sense warning him of certain individuals among these 2 teams. Subsequently, unrestrained Lionheart led Shifeng to one of these 2 teams. Then he respectfully greeted a beautiful woman wearing a silver-gray robe and wielding a wooden staff. "Fry." Shifeng was taken aback for a moment when he saw the beautiful woman. Fry, the Galaxy Conglomerate's 4th princess. She was also the peerless genius whom Shifeng had met once in the miniature ancient world. However, unlike in the miniature ancient world, Fry was currently at level 141, Tier 5 already. The aura she exuded was vastly stronger than before. When Fry saw Shifeng looking at her, she smiled and teasingly said, "We meet again, Guild Leader Blackflame." Unrestrained Lionheart was surprised when he heard Frey's words. Unable to help his curiosity, he looked at Shifeng and asked, "Are you acquainted with the commander, Mr. Blackflame?" "MHM. I had the fortune of being on the same team as Miss Fry in the past," Shifeng said somewhat awkwardly. Previously in the miniature ancient world, Shifeng had exploited Frey's situation to make a fortune because he thought he would never meet the woman again after the Nether King raid. After all, Fry was one of the Galaxy Conglomerate's 4 princesses. The Starlight Realm was also such a huge place, so the possibility of them meeting again should be incredibly small. However, Shifeng never thought he would meet Fry in the Eternal Realm. Even more astonishing was that someone of unstrained Lionheart stature would behave so respectfully in front of Fry. This situation was both astonishing and confusing. While Fry might be the Galaxy Conglomerate's 4th princess, unrestrained Lionheart was the vice commander of the Red Dragon Nation's main force. In front of the Red Dragon Nation, the Galaxy Conglomerate was nothing. Any one of Red Dragon Nation's 2nd-level affiliated powers could easily match the Galaxy Conglomerate, let alone the Red Dragon Nation's stronger 1st-level affiliated powers. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon Nation had dozens of 2nd-level affiliated powers and over a dozen 1st-level affiliated powers. I see. When unrestrained Lionheart heard Shifeng's answer, Realization dawned upon him as he said, "No wonder Vice Guild leader Fry agreed to your conditions without hesitation." Vice Guild leader? You're saying Miss Fry is a Vice Guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation? Sher Fong asked, finding unrestrained Lionheart's words a little hard to believe. After all, according to his memories, the Red Dragon Nation didn't have a Vice Guild leader named Fry, much less a Vice Guild leader who was so young. It should be known that only the strong were respected in a pseudo-apex power. However, even peerless paragons would have difficulty becoming a Vice Guild leader in a pseudo-apex power before the age of 40. After all, anyone capable of becoming a Vice Guild leader in a pseudo-apex power would be a peerless paragon at the very minimum, so competition for these limited positions was intense. Meanwhile, Fry probably wasn't even 25 years old this year. So, how could she possibly become a Vice Guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation? That's correct. Unrestrained Lionheart nodded. Then, in a tone of admiration, he said, Vice Guild leader Fry has recently been promoted into the Red Dragon Nation's 9th Vice Guild leader, excluding the Red Dragon Nation's founding elders. She is the first person in the guild to have met the requirements to become a Vice Guild leader at such a young age. Death Omen and Thousand Scars, who are also on the team, similarly looked at Fry in admiration. The fact that Nameless Blade could become the Paimon conglomerate's third paragon at such a young age was already an incredible feat. He was even only half a step away from reaching the 5th floor standard. However, compared to Fry, Nameless Blade's achievements were nothing. Fry stood on a completely different level from Nameless Blade. Honestly, the only reason Death Omen and Thousand Scars could be a part of the Red Dragon Nation's team was that they had provided the Red Dragon Nation with some information relating to the ruin this time, and because they had an incomplete map for half of the ruin. If not for these reasons, they would never have qualified to join Frey's team. While Sher Fong was talking with unrestrained Lionheart, a man looking like he was in his 50s approached Fry. The man was one of the Tier 5 players on Frey's team, and he exuded a terrifying aura. After walking up to Fry, the man quietly reminded, "The ruin will soon activate, Vice Guild leader Fry." "I know, Elder Parker." Fry nodded. Then she looked at Sher Fong and earnestly stated, "Guild leader Black Flame, as per our agreement, you'll have full command over the team. However, if the team's casualty rate exceeds 20%, I will be taking back the team's command and your item selection right. I hope you don't forget." After saying so, Fry made Sher Fong the team's leader, her actions shocking the experts on the team. Only Death Omen, Thousand Scars, and unrestrained Lionheart remained unfazed. "Please rest assured, Vice Guild leader Fry, so long as the team's casualty rate exceeds 20%, I will immediately surrender the team's command. I won't even ask for any payment for my services this time," Sher Fong said confidently. As soon as Sher Fong finished speaking, a low laugh suddenly came from a distance. "It's been a while since I last saw you, Fry, but it seems your judgment is getting worse with time." The person who spoke was a handsome and muscular man who had already reached level 142, Tier 5. While walking up to Fry, the man smiled and said, "You might as well marry me now. Once you do, both you and your family will have better futures ahead of you." "You think too highly of yourself, Morrow." Fry did not get angry at the approaching man's words. Instead, she calmly said, "I am now the 9th Vice Guild leader, while you are still the 7th Vice Guild leader, with the opportunities in the Eternal Realm. Do you think I will need long to surpass you?" The man named Morrow suddenly laughed. "If you can secure this ruin's first clear, you might indeed have a chance to surpass me," Morrow said as he looked at Fry with an admiring gaze. Then he slowly continued, "It's a pity you won't get such a chance." As soon as Morrow finished speaking, Elder Parker, who originally stood behind Fry, suddenly walked over to Morrow and stood behind him. At the same time, over a dozen other Tier 5 experts on Frey's side joined Elder Parker on Morrow's side. Moreover, 6 of these Tier 5 experts were 5th floor experts. All of a sudden, silence fell over the area. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Parker?" Fry asked as she looked at Elder Parker, her calm expression wavering for the first time. "The Galaxy Conglomerate has treated you well all these years, hasn't it?" Parker was an elder of the Galaxy Conglomerate, and he had risen to this position by climbing up from the conglomerate's bottom ranks. Because of his history and strength, the status he enjoyed in the Galaxy Conglomerate was second to only the conglomerate's successors. "You are right. Galaxy has indeed treated me well," Parker said, nodding. "However, I have also fought for over a century for Galaxy and allowed the conglomerate to secure a foothold in the Holy World, so I have long paid back my debt. Now that Lord Morrow is willing to recommend me for an elder position in the Red Dragon Nation, I simply cannot bring myself to turn down such an offer." Just when Fry was about to say something, Morrow interjected and said, "Which is why I say your judgment has grown worse, Fry. Anyway, once you've made up your mind, you can come and marry me any time. But if you stay obstinate, you might not get to keep your place as the 9th Vice Guild leader for long." "You are right. Galaxy has indeed treated me well," Parker said, nodding. "However, I have also fought for over a century for Galaxy and allowed the conglomerate to secure a foothold in the Holy World, so I have long paid back my debt. Now that Lord Morrow is willing to recommend me for an elder position in the Red Dragon Nation, I simply cannot bring myself to turn down such an offer." Just when Fry was about to say something, Morrow interjected and said, "Which is why I say your judgment has grown worse, Fry. Anyway, once you've made up your mind, you can come and marry me any time. But if you stay obstinate, you might not get to keep your place as the 9th Vice Guild leader for long. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3374, Chapter 448, World Mode. Chapter 3374, Chapter 448, World Mode. Chapter 448, World Mode in front of Courtyard of Space's teleportation gate. When Morrow left with Parker and over a dozen Tier 5 experts from Frey's team, the other teams present couldn't help but gasp. What's going on? Have those two teams decided to join forces? When the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers teams saw over a dozen Tier 5 experts joining Morrow's teams, they immediately felt great pressure. Morrow's team originally had over 70 Tier 5 experts already. Among them, 25 were 5th floor experts, and one was even a Saint, Desert Web, the Wind World Saint from the Sacred Quake Realm. Out of all the human teams present, Frey's team was the only one that could match Morrow's team. Now, though Morrow's team had suddenly gained an extra 15 Tier 5 experts. Moreover, 6 of these Tier 5 experts were 5th floor experts, and one of them was Parker, the Rockspear Saint, who was formerly the manager of a Saint camp in the Holy World. With the addition of these experts, Morrow's team now had over 90 Tier 5 experts, of which 2 were Saints and 31 were 5th floor experts. Just the sight of such a lineup was enough to instill fear into the various teams present, let alone the thought of competing with such a team for the ruins, first clear. That Parker is a bastard. How dare he do such a thing? Thousand Scars cursed. When she saw the Rockspear Saint defecting to Morrow's team, anger and despair filled her eyes. Fry had gone to great lengths to gather over 70 Tier 5 experts to secure the ruins first clear. She had paid a particularly heavy price to recruit the 22 5th floor experts among these Tier 5 experts. Originally, Frey's team should have gained an advantage over Morrow's team after the addition of Black Flame, who was rumored to have reached the realm of saints. However, with the loss of the Rockspear Saint and 6 5th floor experts, even with Black Flame's addition, there was no way for Fry to compete with Morrow for the ruins first clear. "The old fellow's betrayal is unsurprising," Death Omen said, shaking her head. "If he stays with the Galaxy Conglomerate, he will forever remain an elder of the conglomerate. At most, he will be revered in the Starlight Realm. However, it's a different story if he becomes an elder of the Red Dragon Nation. At that time, even the Galaxy Conglomerate's helmsmen will have to treat him with respect. For experts who had already reached the realm of saints, money could no longer move them. Only status and authority could. Meanwhile, Morrow's offer could tempt even young and budding saints, let alone an old saint with hardly any growth potential left like Parker. As expected of someone who has sat in the Vice Guild leader seat for 2 decades, after letting the situation sink into her mind, Fry did not react in anger. Instead, she merely looked at Morrow's departing figure with narrowed eyes. There were limited elder positions in the Red Dragon Nation, so competition over these positions was extremely intense. Even the top 3 ranking Vice Guild leaders would have difficulty getting their hands on a slot, so it was incredible that Morrow managed to secure a slot. Meanwhile, when unrestrained Lionheart saw what Morrow had just done, he only felt contempt for the other party. In unrestrained Lionheart's opinion, the struggle for the position of guild leader should be a fair and honest competition. However, Morrow's use of underhanded tactics was despicable and lacked charisma. Even if Morrow managed to become the Red Dragon Nation's guild leader in the future, he would have difficulty convincing the Red Dragon Nation's members to obey him wholeheartedly. God's domain had always been a place where the strong were respected. Powerful experts would not submit themselves to a weak guild leader. This, in turn, made it impossible for a weak guild leader to lead a guild to greatness. The reason unrestrained Lionheart admired Fry was that the latter had relied on her individual achievements to become the Red Dragon Nation's 9th Vice Guild leader. We have less than 10 minutes before the ruin activates. Vice Guild leader. I'm afraid we can only recruit experts from the other powers present to make up for our missing numbers, unrestrained Lionheart said after looking at the time. Morrow had deliberately chosen to reveal Parker's betrayal at the last moment. With 10 minutes left until the ruin's activation, there was no way they would have enough time to find and gather powerful experts from other places. Their only option would be to recruit from the experts present. However, recruiting experts belonging to other powers evidently wasn't a wise decision. After all, nobody could guarantee whether these experts were qualified or whether they would sabotage the raid. And even if these experts were qualified and didn't sabotage the raid, they would most likely ask ridiculous amounts of compensation for their aid. After pondering for a moment, Fry said, "Let's just recruit some people for now." As the first clear of this ruin concerned the Red Dragon Nation's future development in the Eternal Realm, the Guild's executives placed great importance on it. Fry had even used a lot of the Guild's resources to recruit experts to fight for her. If she failed to secure the ruin's first clear, she would risk losing her position as the 9th Vice Guild leader. However, just as unrestrained Lionheart was about to recruit experts from the other teams, Sherfong suddenly stopped him. "Wait," Sherfong said as he extended a hand to stop unrestrained Lionheart. Then he turned to Fry and continued, "Miss Fry, since you think we are short of manpower, I can recommend some trustworthy combatants to you if you are interested. Can you find enough experts to make up for our missing numbers, Mr. Blackflame?" Unrestrained Lionheart eagerly asked. If given a choice, he'd rather recruit a group of trustworthy experts than the experts of other powers. "What are your conditions?" Fry rolled her eyes at Sherfong when she heard his offer. She was very familiar with this situation. Honestly, if her Vice Guild leader status wasn't in danger, she would have definitely turned around and left as soon as Sherfong finished speaking. When Sherfong saw the contemptuous look Fry was giving him, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Now that the team's circumstances have changed, it'd be a huge loss for me to follow the original condition of maintaining the team's casualty rate below 20%. Moreover, since my side will be contributing more manpower, it is only reasonable for me to ask for more compensation." "What you say makes sense." Fry nodded in agreement with Sherfang's words. "I can loosen the casualty condition and increase the maximum to 40%. I can also give you priority in choosing 2 items from the ruin. Are these conditions acceptable? Very much so. Sher Feng agreed to the new conditions without hesitation. Immediately afterward, he contacted Desolate Fury and asked, "Brother Fury, are you 3 interested in making a fortune?" Subsequently, time passed by quickly. Roughly 10 minutes after Sher Feng contacted Desolate Fury's group of 3, the seal on the Courtyard of Space's teleportation gate suddenly lifted, and a pillar of light rose from the gate and several thousand meters into the sky. "Move out. The first clear belongs to the Holy Race." As soon as the seal was lifted, the teams on both the human side and the Holy Race side charged at the expanding teleportation gate. However, even though many teams had already made their way into the Courtyard of Space, Morrow did not have his team follow suit. Instead, he quietly observed Fry from a distance. "You've already given Fry a chance, Vice Guild Leader Morrow. It's her fault for blindly trusting Black Flame and not cherishing your offer. So you cannot be blamed for this," Parker said when he saw that Frey's team seemed to be waiting for someone. "Many teams have already entered the ruin, so we don't have much time left to waste." "All right, let's head inside as well then," Morrow said, giving out the command to enter the Courtyard of Space. Sometime after Morrow's team entered the Courtyard of Space, unrestrained Lionheart could no longer maintain his composure as he anxiously looked at Sher Feng and asked, "Brother Black Flame, when will your friends be arriving?" Nearly an hour had already passed since the ruin's activation. After such a long time, even the other teams had probably explored a significant portion of the ruin already, not to mention Morrow's team. As soon as unrestrained Lionheart finished speaking, though, 3 figures swiftly appeared in front of the team. "Sorry for the long wait, Brother Black Flame," Desolate Fury said, hurriedly apologizing when he saw the anxious faces of the experts standing around Sher Feng. "Don't worry about it. You guys have arrived very quickly already," Sher Feng said, waving his hand. The Great Beast Forest might be located next to the Corrosion Mountain Range, but it still wasn't an easy task for a Tier 5 player to travel from the Great Beast Forest to this place. "Since everyone's here, let's begin the raid." "Everyone's here." When unrestrained Lionheart heard Sher Feng's words, he couldn't help but recount Desolate Fury's group. However, no matter how many times he looked at the group, he only counted 3 players. That was only 1/5 of the players they were missing. "Big Sis Omen, do you think Black Flame is messing with Vice Guild Leader Fry?" Thousand Scars couldn't help but ask when she saw Sher Feng making his way to the teleportation gate. Death Omen was similarly puzzled by Sher Feng's actions, and she felt that Sher Feng was going too far with his joke. While everyone was feeling perplexed over Sher Feng's actions, Sher Feng suddenly drew a Master Mana gathering array in front of the teleportation gate. Immediately afterward, the golden light pillar that enveloped the teleportation gate turned pitch black. At the same time, everyone outside the teleportation gate received a series of system notifications. System: the difficulty for the Courtyard of Space has been adjusted from God mode to World mode. System warning: World mode team dungeon discovered. Please think carefully before choosing to enter the team dungeon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3375. Chapter 449 New Upper Limit? Chapter 3375. Chapter 449 New Upper Limit? Chapter 449 New Upper Limit? The teleportation gate that was originally enveloped by golden light was now enveloped in pitch black light, the sight making everyone think as if night had descended. World mode? Thousand Scars and Death Omen fell into a daze when they heard the system notification, shock and confusion appearing in their eyes. What did he do? Unrestrained Lionheart turned to look at Sher Feng, an additional layer of mystery shrouding the individual who was already mysterious to begin with. It was universally accepted in the greater God's domain that God mode was the highest difficulty that Team Dungeons could have. Never had a greater difficulty been discovered. Yet now, Shifeng had revealed a difficulty setting above God mode, simply by drawing a magic array. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, even Fry looked at Shifeng in surprise. After witnessing him successfully leading a Tier 3 team to take down a Tier 5 Nether King, Fry had long known that Shifeng was an extraordinary individual. She could have never completed her legendary quest if it wasn't for Shifeng. It was for this reason she had agreed to let Shifeng take command of her team this time a second time. However, Fry and her team members weren't the only ones informed about the change in the Courtyard of Space's difficulty. The many other human and holy race players present in the basin had received a similar notification from the system. What? World mode? Is this for real? Shouldn't the highest difficulty for Team Dungeons be God mode? Quick! Notify the commander that a change has occurred to the ruin. Everyone's initial reaction to the Courtyard of Space's change was to be confused. Then they quickly snapped out of their dazes and contacted their respective teams and superiors. After all, the increased upper limit of the Courtyard of Space's difficulty was absolutely an earth-shattering piece of news. Every God mode team dungeon was a massive treasure trove in the greater God's domain. However, team dungeons with a God mode difficulty setting was unlike other dungeons. Not only did they appear randomly and infrequently, but they would also disappear forever so long as someone secured its first clear. Meanwhile, the Courtyard of Space was a ruin left behind by the Goddess of Space. So, it went without saying it would house astonishing loot. This was also why the various powers were desperate to secure the first clear for the Courtyard of Space's God mode. Now that the Courtyard of Space had gained an even higher difficulty setting, the loot available in this higher difficulty setting might be elevated to a whole new standard. After all, this was the first time a world mode difficulty setting had appeared in the greater God's domain. "Let's head inside," Shifeng said through the team chat after seeing that he had successfully activated the Courtyard of Space's world mode. It was common knowledge that God mode team dungeons would disappear once someone had secured their first clear. However, the Courtyard of Space's entrance did not disappear. Instead, the teleportation gate simply entered a sealed state and forbade players from entering the dungeon. It wasn't until a month later, when the various powers had stopped paying attention to the dungeon, that a change occurred. More specifically, the team that had secured the Courtyard of Space's first clear had returned and drawn a master mana gathering array on the sealed teleportation gate. Then, what happened next shocked the entire greater God's domain. God mode, the difficulty setting publicly acknowledged as the upper limit for team dungeons, stopped being the upper limit. After Shifeng finished speaking, he stepped into the teleportation gate and vanished before everyone's eyes. "Should we go in, Vice Guild Leader?" Unrestrained Lionheart asked as he looked toward Fry, hesitation in his eyes. Before today, the Greater God's Domain's team dungeons had 5 difficulty settings: Normal, Hard, Hell, Azura, and God. The first 3 difficulty settings could be found in most of the randomly occurring team dungeons in the Greater God's Domain. The last 2 difficulty settings could only be found in a very small number of one-off dungeons, and they offered players the opportunity to obtain extraordinary loot. However, in return, Azura and God mode team dungeons had a ridiculously high raid difficulty. In the case of God mode team dungeons, their difficulty was so great that even a team fully composed of titled experts would have trouble securing the first clear in a short time. So, a team that wasn't at full occupancy would have even greater trouble. Currently, while it was true that the Courtyard of Space's world mode would offer greater rewards than its God mode, its raid difficulty would also be much greater. With their team of fewer than 90 players, just how were they supposed to raid it successfully? "We don't have a choice," Fry said as she looked at the teleportation gate enveloped in dark light. "If we don't enter now, We shouldn't even consider entering later. As soon as Fry finished speaking, Unrestrained Lionheart and everyone else on Frey's team felt frightening killing intent directed toward them. The owners of this killing intent had no intentions of hiding their thoughts. So Unrestrained Lionheart and the others could tell that it came from all the players around them. Moreover, it wasn't limited to just human players, but also the distant, Holy Race players. Kill them. Do not let any of them inside. The world mode courtyard of space is ours. Almost simultaneously, the human and Holy Race players in the basin maniacally charged at Frey's team. "Let's head inside as well," Fry said, giving the oncoming human and Holy Race players a glance before stepping into the teleportation gate after Sherfong. Unrestrained Lionheart wryly smiled when he saw this situation. Then he hurriedly had everyone on the team enter the teleportation gate, not daring to stay in this place even a moment longer. There was no doubt that the world mode courtyard of space was a treasure trove beyond anyone's imagination. The various powers naturally wouldn't let this opportunity get away. Even if the Red Dragon Nation was a pseudo-apex power, the various powers were unlikely to show them any courtesy. Upon seeing Unrestrained Lionheart and the others disappearing into the teleportation gate, the human and Holy Race players quickly switched their target to each other and began a slaughter outside the courtyard of space. Everyone was desperately trying to monopolize and enter the courtyard of space. At the same time, the various teams inside the God Mode courtyard of space also received news about the dungeon's change. "What did you say?" Morrow was stunned by his subordinate's report. The courtyard of space now has a world mode option. He had never heard of team dungeons having a world mode difficulty setting before. "What should we do now, Lord Morrow?" Desert Web, the Windworld Saint, asked anxiously. "The higher-ups have told us to secure the world mode courtyard of spaces, first clear at all costs. But we've already entered the God mode courtyard of space, so we cannot change difficulty settings for an entire week." Meanwhile, Vice Guild leader Frey's team is already inside. As soon as Desert Web finished speaking, Parker, the Rock Spear Saint resting at the side, revealed an ashen complexion. What was going on here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3376. Chapter 450. World Mode Courtyard of Space. Chapter 3376. Chapter 450. World Mode Courtyard of Space. Chapter 450. World Mode Courtyard of Space. Elder Parker. What is the meaning of this world mode? Morrow questioned as he coldly looked at Parker. Why have I never heard you mentioning it before? The Red Dragon Nation was a pseudo-apex power and a titanic existence in the greater God's domain. It was vastly more powerful than the likes of the Galaxy conglomerate. Because of this, every elder position in the guild was highly sought after by the Red Dragon Nation's many executives. Parker might be one of the rare individuals who had reached the realm of saints, but the Red Dragon Nation had quite a few of such existences under its command. So, even as a saint, Parker wouldn't be guaranteed an elder position if he joined the guild. Meanwhile, for the sake of ruining Frey's plans, Morrow and the conglomerate behind him had paid a heavy price to secure Parker an elder position in the Red Dragon Nation. Yet now, I have never heard Fry talk about this before when I was by her side, Lord Morrow, Parker hurriedly explained when he saw Morrow's cold expression. The two women who provided the Courtyard of Space's information never mentioned this, either. Honestly, Parker was even more astonished than Morrow to learn that Fry had activated the Courtyard of Space's world mode. Enough. I do not want to hear your excuses, Morrow said. Everyone present shuddered when they heard Morrow's cold tone. Even saints like Parker and Desert Web shuddered a little. As someone who had served as one of the Red Dragon Nation's vice guild leaders for over 2 decades, Morrow possessed not only astonishing individual strength, but also an extraordinarily powerful background. So, it wasn't difficult for him to deal with a saint or two. What should we do now, Lord Morrow? Desert Web asked. Even if we try to form a new team now, I do not think we can gather strong enough players to raid the world mode courtyard of space. We continue with our raid. After taking a deep breath, Morrow took a deep breath and smiled. I have underestimated Fry before. I hate to admit it, but it would seem that she didn't get into the position through luck. It is too late for us to contest world mode now. But Fry probably didn't expect Parker's group to defect, so she shouldn't think of securing the first clear either. That is true. Desert Web nodded. Her team can't even clear God mode without Parker's group, let alone world mode. Meanwhile, if we can obtain the God mode courtyard of space's loot, it should make things a lot easier for us to raid world mode. Indeed, Fry might think she has secured an advantage, but if she can't even clear God mode, what can she do in world mode? This is the first time the Greater Gods domain has ever seen a world mode team dungeon, so its raid difficulty should be beyond imagination. It might look like we have taken a longer way, but who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. Morrow nodded. Immediately he stood up and said, "We've rested enough. Continue advancing." Parker vehemently nodded in agreement with Morrow and Desert Web. He also couldn't help but sigh in relief. Apart from Morrow's team, the other teams stuck in the God mode courtyard of space also had the same idea and started to accelerate their raid progress. They were all aiming to pave a path for themselves toward the world mode courtyard of space. Meanwhile, inside the world mode courtyard of space, the courtyard of space's interior was as vast as a city. Countless divine patterns covered the sky, the glow they radiated illuminating the entire courtyard. Meanwhile, along with the descent of numerous streaks of light in the courtyard's front garden, the garden quickly became lively. This is the world mode courtyard of space. Death Omen and Thousand Scars immediately gasped when they arrived in the front garden's plaza. Although there were no monsters in the plaza, they could see spatial blades flying all over the courtyard. These spatial blades came in various lengths, with the smaller ones measuring several centimeters, while the larger ones measuring several dozen meters. The smaller spatial blades were incredibly hard to follow with the naked eye, while the larger spatial blades looked like they could easily cleave a skyscraper in half. Not only did these spatial blades cover almost every open space in the courtyard, but they also moved in irregular patterns. Moreover, every spatial blade carried enough destructive power to give Tier 6 experts a lot of trouble. Tier 5 players simply had no chance at blocking these spatial blades and living to tell the tale. Even Tier 5 MTs were not an exception. When Fry, Unrestrained Lionheart, and the other fifth-floor experts of the team saw the spatial blades flying around them, they couldn't help but feel cornered. As if these spatial blades weren't hard enough to deal with, on top of having great numbers, speed, and irregular movement patterns, these spatial blades would also bounce off any object which innately belonged to the courtyard, altering their course and speed in the process. It was also challenging to predict whether a spatial blade would accelerate or decelerate after bouncing off an object. If they had to fight against monsters in such an environment, even fifth-floor experts going all out would have difficulty performing effectively, let alone fourth-floor experts. So this is the rumored blade field. Sher Fong was similarly astonished by the sight before him. To make matters worse, because the blade field covered one of the aspects that made the world mode courtyard of space challenging, was the blade field. Every spatial blade in the blade field had power at the Tier 6 standard and speed rivaling the arrows fired by Tier 5 rangers. Because of the blade field's presence, even traversing the courtyard became a challenge, let alone fighting against the courtyard's monsters. Moreover, as the blade field covered the entire courtyard, players had to be in constant motion and couldn't stop to rest for even a moment. Yet, as luck would have it, raiding the world mode courtyard of space required a significant amount of time. Simply put, the challenges players faced in the world mode courtyard of space were on an entirely different level than what players needed to face in the God mode courtyard of space. While everyone was feeling shocked by the scene before them, bursts of roars suddenly came from outside the garden plaza. The roars echoed throughout the entire plaza, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Before anyone could react, several 30-meter-tall scaled behemoths appeared in their view. Tier 5 Earth Dragons. Heavens! Tier 5 Earth Dragons. Madness! This is madness. These are the highest-ranked Dragonkins we're talking about, yet there are 3 of them here. This is totally different from the information we received. When everyone saw the 3 scaled behemoths wandering the garden before them, their faces paled as if they had just seen a ghost. Even unrestrained Lionheart started to sweat out of anxiety. Devouring Earth Dragon, Dragonkin Legendary, level 147, HP 500 billion. Earth Dragons were at the top of the Dragonkin hierarchy, and they possess life ratings nearing actual dragons. Normally, any Tier 5 Legendary Earth Dragon could be regarded as a world boss. After factoring in the effects of Holy Power Protection, even a 100-man Tier 5 team would have great difficulty raiding one. Yet now, 3 Tier 5 Earth Dragons had appeared before their teams. Moreover, these Earth Dragons were merely the fodder of the courtyard of space. Most importantly, their team had to fight against these Earth Dragons in an environment covered with spatial blades. Guild Leader Blackflame, are you certain we can raid this place? When Fry saw the 3 devouring Earth Dragons roaming the garden before her, she couldn't help but turn to Sherfong. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3377. Chapter 451. Explosive Damage. Chapter 3377. Chapter 451. Explosive Damage. Chapter 451. Explosive Damage, don't worry. Seeing Frey's confusion, Sherfong calmly smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected occurs, raiding the world mode courtyard of space should be easy." Easy? Unrestrained Lionheart was left speechless. The devouring Earth Dragons had 500 billion HP each. After factoring in their innately extraordinary defense and the Holy Power Protection effect, the average Tier 5 expert team would probably need half a day just to kill one. Yet, now their team had to go up against 3 devouring Earth Dragons simultaneously. They even had to do so in the courtyard of space's deadly environment. If nothing unexpected occurred, they'd be long dead before they could see any of the devouring Earth Dragons' HP fall to a critical level. Not to mention, their team currently only had 88 members. They were missing 12 players worth of DPS. 12 players might not seem like much to a 100-man team, but under normal circumstances, after deducting the team's 10 tanks and 20 healers, a 100-man team would only have 70 players doing damage. So, a reduction of 12 players was equivalent to a reduction of 1/6 of the team's damage output. This was by no means a negligible difference. Thousand Scars also felt that Sherfong was spouting nonsense, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The Tier 5 devouring Earth Dragons could regenerate 100 million HP every 5 seconds. That was already close to the full HP of a mythic monster of the same level. Meanwhile, Tier 5 players could only average around 10 million DPS when fighting against Tier 5 legendary monsters in the Eternal Realm. Even if 100 Tier 5 players attacked together, they could only do around 5 billion damage every 5 seconds. Moreover, this was only the case for the average legendary monster. Against the likes of a devouring Earth Dragon, the damage Tier 5 players could do would be much lower. Simply put, even the damage output of a 100-man team of Tier 5 players wouldn't be enough to overcome the battle recovery of the courtyard of space's devouring Earth Dragons. While everyone was expressing their confusion, Sherfong took out a bunch of compounding potions from his bag and distributed them among the team. Drink this potion before we start fighting. Afterward, Desolate Fury will distract an Earth Dragon, while the other tanks lure the remaining 2 to the side. As for everyone else, focus your attacks on Desolate Fury's Earth Dragon. Sherfong instructed through the team chat. Is this potion all we need? When Fry looked at the compounding potion in her hand, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. The compounding potion's effect was simple. Upon consumption, the potion would enhance the user with mana and holy power for 12 hours. No matter how Fry looked at it, she found it hard to believe that such an effect would be enough to help them deal with the 3 devouring Earth Dragons. Honestly, even with a fragmented divine weapon in hand, Fry doubted the damage she could do could be much greater than experts wielding fragmented legendary weapons. So, how much improvement could a potion possibly provide? However, since Sherfong was now in charge of the team, Fry and the others quickly consumed the compounding potion and moved accordingly. Desolate Fury was the first to step out of the safety of the plaza. Wielding his ancient and heavy shield, he swiftly evaded the spatial blades flying about and quickly attracted the attention of the 3 devouring Earth Dragons. Meanwhile, following behind Desolate Fury were the other tanks of the team, and they patiently waited for the right time to lure 2 of the Earth Dragons away. Unlike the average monster found out in the fields, the legendary ranked devouring Earth Dragons were highly intelligent. After letting loose an angry roar, they moved as one and charged at Desolate Fury from 3 different directions. Their actions were swift and precise. Even with a shield, there was no way Desolate Fury could defend himself against all 3 attacks simultaneously. Come! When Desolate Fury saw the claws of the 3 Earth Dragons coming at him, he began to rotate his bulky shield, his heart pounding with excitement. Previously, when Desolate first received Sherfeng's invitation, he hadn't thought much of it. However, he was given a huge fright after seeing the individuals on the team. Unrestrained Lionheart, one of the vice commanders of the Red Dragon Nation's main force. Fry, a vice guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation and one of the Galaxy Conglomerate's 4 princesses. In front of these individuals, even Chung Exan, the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's little princess, was nothing, let alone a measly titled expert like Desolate Fury. For him to be on the same team as these individuals felt no different than a dream. Hence, he naturally had to perform his best to not shame Sherfong. Subsequently, 3 loud metallic clangs echoed across the garden, the resulting shockwave so powerful that everyone present could feel it with their bodies. Meanwhile, to everyone's surprise, even after blocking the attacks of the 3 devouring Earth Dragons, Desolate Fury still had over 90% of his HP remaining. Not only did he possess basic attributes close to matching the 3 Earth Dragons, but his reaction speed was also extraordinary. What a quick reaction speed! When unrestrained Lionheart saw Desolate Fury successfully blocking the 3 Earth Dragons' claw attacks, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. The 3 devouring Earth Dragons had perfectly timed their attacks to land at the same time. In such a situation, even a Tier 5 expert at the 5th floor standard could, at best, block 2 out of the 3 attacks. In the greater God's domain, legendary monsters possessed incredible reaction speeds, and even 5th floor experts would barely have an advantage over legendary monsters in this regard. This was because reaction speed had little to do with an individual's basic attributes and combat standards. Instead, it was affected more by an individual's physique and innate talent. For Desolate Fury to block all 3 attacks, he'd need to have reaction speed superior to most of the team's 5th floor experts. Previously, unrestrained Lionheart was still confused as to why Sherfong would have a titled expert serve as the main tank while keeping the team's 2 5th floor tanks on support. After all, they were all Tier 5 tanks. However, after seeing Desolate Fury's performance, unrestrained Lionheart quickly understood that Sherfong had chosen the right person to be the main tank. Tanks were responsible for aggroing monsters, If a tank did nothing but evade a monster's attacks, they'd have difficulty building aggro. If a tank wanted to build aggro, it would be best to block attacks with their shield. Under God's domain's aggro system, blocking attacks with a shield generated much more aggro than dealing damage. As a result, tanks that could perfectly block attacks were much more popular than tanks that could perfectly dodge attacks. Meanwhile, unlike unrestrained Lionheart, Shifeng wasn't surprised by Desolate Fury's performance at all. In Shifeng's previous life, Desolate Fury was known as the Divine Shield Bearer. Apart from having a divine shield, another major factor contributing to Desolate Fury receiving such a title was his extraordinary reaction speed. Thanks to his reaction speed, even fifth-floor experts could never land any direct hits on Desolate Fury, who was nothing more than a titled expert at the time. They could only rely on brute force to overwhelm him. All other tanks move forward. Shifeng commanded when he saw that the 3 devouring earth dragons were getting ready to launch a breath attack. Immediately, the 2 tank parties, led by the 2 fifth-floor tanks, charged forward. Then the 2 fifth-floor tanks preemptively attacked 2 of the 3 earth dragons. The one-handed axe and one-handed saber they wielded, giving off a resplendent glow as they struck the occupied earth dragon's eyes. -86, 316, 544, -91,647,481. 2 damage values nearing 100 million appeared above the 2 devouring earth dragons' heads. The sight of these values instantly silencing the battlefield as everyone widened their eyes in shock. This situation dumbfounded even the 2 fifth-floor tanks responsible for causing these damages. What was going on? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3378. Chapter 452. Combat Ranked Secret Treasure. Chapter 3378. Chapter 452. Combat Ranked Secret Treasure. Chapter 452. Combat Ranked Secret Treasure. Since when did Gravel and Executioner get so powerful? Unrestrained Lionheart was greatly shocked and confused when he saw the 2 tanks causing nearly 100 million damage each to the 2 devouring earth dragons. Despite being defense-focused classes, the 2 Tier 5 tanks named Gravel and Executioner had caused close to 100 million damage to the devouring earth dragons. This situation made Unrestrained Lionheart, a Tier 5 Grand Wizard, start to question life. After all, the legendary-ranked devouring earth dragons were probably close to rivaling Tier 5 dragons in defense. Based on his experience fighting the Eternal Realms monsters, Unrestrained Lionheart doubted he could cause over 30 million damage to the earth dragons, even if he blasted them with a 2-fold Tier 5 spell. Yet, the 2 Tier 5 tanks managed to triple that amount. How did those 2 do it? White Owl, who was observing the situation from nearby, also found this development mind-blowing. She had fought against Tier 5 legendary monsters in the Eternal Realm before. However, even as a Tier 5 Divine Rune Warrior, her attacks could only cause a little over 20 million damage. Moreover, this was only because she was fully equipped with a fragmented legendary set and wielded the legendary-ranked Starlight Greatsword. If she didn't have these 2 things, she'd be fortunate if she could even cause 10 million damage to a legendary monster. While everyone on the team was feeling confused and excited, the other tanks also started to land their respective attacks on the devouring earth dragons. -61,465,411. -64,641,542. A series of damage values exceeding 60 million appeared above the 2 devouring earth dragons' heads. Although the other tanks' attacks were not as powerful as the 2 fifth-floor experts, the damage they caused was still enough to make it look as if the 2 devouring earth dragons were fake. For a moment, everyone on the team couldn't help but be frightened by this situation. Could this be the effect of that compounding potion? When Fry saw the damage caused by the Tier 5 tank's attacks, she quickly recalled the confidence Feng previously showed. Before, what worried her the most was the team's lack of damage. Even if they could withstand the Earth Dragon's attacks, they would ultimately die from exhaustion if they couldn't kill the Earth Dragons fast enough. Yet, Feng reacted calmly to this concern. It meant that he was never concerned that the team might not have enough damage. Yes, this is the compounding potion's effect, Feng said, nodding and smiling. With this, you can rest assured now, right? The reason Feng wasn't worried whether they could successfully raid the world mode courtyard of space was mainly the compounding potion. Under the potion's effects, players could ignore a portion of their opponent's holy power protection and strengthen their mana. These effects allowed players to cause as much damage as they normally would against monsters outside the Eternal Realm. Tanking the monsters in the dungeon also shouldn't be a problem. After all, the team was composed of experts at the titled standard and above. And with his knowledge of the dungeon, completing the dungeon shouldn't be a huge challenge. Do you have more of this potion? When Fry heard Feng's words, she couldn't help but look at him with glowing eyes. I want to buy them in bulk. No, I'll take everything you have. The most troublesome aspect of fighting the Eternal Realms monsters was the holy power protection. This buff prevented players from doing damage normally. However, the compounding potion perfectly negated this buff. If players had the compounding potion's assistance, it would be of significant help to them in grinding, exploring, and raiding. When Feng saw Frey's expectant gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, Miss Fry, these compounding potions aren't cabbages. Not only are they expensive, but they are also limited in quantity. I don't have many left after deducting the ones I distributed to the team. The compounding potion was a precious treasure during the Eternal Realms exploration stage. This was because the various towns' adventurers' associations only sold 300 bottles a day. If he wanted to have an easier time exploring the Eternal Realms' various maps in the future, it was a must for him to stockpile compounding potions while he still could. Otherwise, once other players in the Eternal Realm took notice of the potion, it would become incredibly difficult to get his hands on it. When Fry saw that Feng was reluctant to sell her the compounding potion, she smiled and said, I'll buy 100 bottles at 1 eternal silver per bottle. 1 eternal silver per bottle? Feng couldn't help but be astonished by Frey's generosity. Even 1 eternal silver was a fortune to most experts in the current Eternal Realm. As far as he could remember, even though the compounding potion had a high resale value due to its high demand, the highest the potion had ever gone for was 50 eternal copper. Beyond that price, most players would rather buy Holy Power Bottle instead. The Holy Power Bottle might not be as effective as the compounding potion, but it could still let players ignore a significant portion of the Holy Power Protection's effects. It was also much cheaper and available in unlimited supply. This is already a very generous offer. I doubt you will find anyone offering you a better price in the 2 nearby towns, Fry said, growing a little anxious when she saw Feng's expression remaining indifferent. Other powers might be able to offer a higher price per bottle, but they don't have the capital to buy 100 bottles. Okay, we'll make the trade once we are out of the dungeon, Feng said after pretending to think over the offer for a moment. Although he wanted to stock up on compounding potions, opportunities to earn 9 eternal gold were few and far between during the Eternal Realm's early exploration stages. If he could get his hands on such significant capital, he'd be able to accomplish many more things. By the time Feng and Fry reached an agreement, Gravel and Executioner had also successfully lured the 2 devouring earth dragons far away from the rest of the team. Following this, the team began bombarding the earth dragon, tanked by Desolate Fury. Subsequently, the devouring earth dragon began losing HP in the dozens of millions. Occasionally, it would even take a hit that plundered over 100 million of its HP. All of a sudden, the earth dragon that everyone previously thought was undefeatable no longer looked as invincible as before. In less than 10 minutes, the first devouring earth dragon fell. Then, in less than half an hour, all 3 devouring earth dragons were handily defeated, their deaths contributing a huge amount of EXP to Shifeng and the others. Although Shi Feng's experience bar didn't even budge due to the God of Time's curse, many people on the team saw their levels increase from 140 to 141. Meanwhile, along with the 3rd devouring earth dragon's fall, everyone in the team couldn't help but fall into a momentary daze. Are these really legendary ranked earth dragons? Why does it feel like I just killed some small fries? This compounding potion is just too good. Using it makes me feel like I'm cheating. It'd be great if I could also use this potion for grinding. Dream on. A potion with such a powerful effect must be very valuable. Who would let you use it to grind? I wonder how Vice Guild Leader Mora will react if he learns about the compounding potion. Do you guys think he'll get a stroke? Apart from feeling delighted, everyone felt a strong desire for the compounding potion after defeating 3 legendary ranked devouring earth dragons so easily. However, after everyone was done marveling at the compounding potion's effects, a strong sense of disappointment filled them when they saw the devouring earth dragon's loot. For the first 2 devouring earth dragons they killed, the monsters only dropped 2 silver chests filled with coins and nothing else. The stinginess of the earth dragons was unprecedented in the greater god's domain. Fortunately, the 3rd devouring earth dragon had dropped a bronze sphere in addition to a silver coin chest. A combat-ranked secret treasure? A flash of surprise appeared in Shi Feng's eyes when he saw the bronze marble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3379. Chapter 453. Power to Change the World. Chapter 3379. Chapter 453. Power to Change the World. Chapter 453. Power to Change the World. Do you recognize this item? Guild Leader Black Flame? When Fry saw the look of surprise on Shi Feng, curiosity filled her as she picked up the bronze marble. The bronze marble, dropped by the 3rd devouring earth dragon, looked and felt inconspicuous. It didn't give off any mana fluctuations and couldn't be identified. If it wasn't an item dropped by a legendary ranked earth dragon, she would have probably ignored it, thinking it was an ordinary marble someone dropped. I do recognize it. Shi Feng nodded. This is something good that's hard to come by. Secret treasures were items unique to world mode dungeons, and they carried the power to change the world. Meanwhile, secret treasures could be categorized into several ranks, namely common, combat, extraordinary, and fantasy. Meanwhile, even common rank secret treasures were comparable to fragmented legendary equipment in value, while combat-ranked secret treasures were more valuable than even fragmented legendary weapons. Is it really something good? Fry asked as she fiddled with the bronze marble. Even when she used a master identification skill, she failed to appraise it. This thing cannot be appraised, Shi Feng said when he saw magic arrays appearing in Frey's eyes. Faintly smiling, he continued, You need to use a sufficient amount of 7 luminaries crystals to activate it. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but look at the bronze marble with great curiosity. This thing needs 7 luminaries crystals to activate. Fry was surprised. The preciousness of 7 luminaries crystals need not be said. The rich mana within the crystals gave them incredible value, and many player powers often use these crystals as the main form of currency in auctions. The crystals were also essential for players to get promoted to Tier 6. However, 7 luminaries crystals were scarcely available in the greater god's domain. They were so rare that a large part of why there were so few Tier 6 players in the greater god's domain was that of the 7 luminaries crystals' limited supply. In reality, many experts were more than capable of creating a divine body, but couldn't because they didn't have access to enough 7 luminaries crystals. So, Fry found it hard to imagine that an ordinary-looking marble would actually require precious 7 luminaries crystals to activate. But when Fry changed her perspective, she quickly felt it was only right for the marble to have such a setting. The entire world mode courtyard of space was shrouded in mystery. The dungeon was so strange that its legendary rank devouring earth dragons would only drop coin chests. When it came to stinginess, the world mode courtyard of space's devouring earth dragons definitely ranked number 1 out of all legendary monsters in the greater gods domain. Outside the Eternal Realm, Tier 5 legendary monsters would drop a minimum of 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items, several epic items, and a bunch of precious raw materials when killed. Even inside the Eternal Realm, Tier 4 mythic monsters wouldn't drop only coin chests when killed, let alone Tier 5 legendary monsters. Logically, as the difficulty setting above Heaven Mode, World Mode should offer better loot. It was very strange for World Mode to have such pitiful loot. So, it could be considered normal for one of the items dropped in the dungeon to require 7 luminaries crystal to activate. Thinking up to this point, Fry took out a bunch of 7 luminaries crystals and began feeding them to the bronze marble. The bronze marble felt like it was gaining more and more life with every 7 luminaries crystal it merged with. The marble started with no mana fluctuations, but after only a moment, it started giving off powerful mana fluctuations, rivaling that of fragmented legendary items. What a hungry beast this thing is. It still isn't satisfied even after eating 500 units? Unrestrained Lionheart exclaimed. The average hegemonic power would only have a daily income of several thousand units. So, 500 units of 7 luminaries crystal was by no means a small amount. After Fry fed the bronze marble a few more 7 luminaries crystals, glowing divine runes appeared on the marble's surface. 600 units. Let's hope it was worth the price, Fry muttered as she tapped a finger on the glowing marble. Orichalcum's secret treasure. Tier 1 secret treasure combat attaches to gauntlets. Once attached, it can increase the wearer's mana protection by 15% and the attached equipment's basic attributes by 10%. Incredible. Frey's eyes widened, pleasantly surprised by the information displayed before her. What kind of item is it, Vice Guild Leader? Unrestrained Lionheart asked, his curiosity growing even greater when he saw Frey's excited reaction. Is it some kind of legacy? Take a look at it for yourself, Fry said as she shared the Orichalcum secret treasure stats in the team chat, not bothering to hide the information. Meanwhile, as soon as the information appeared in the team chat, everyone but Sherphone gasped. This thing increases the wearer's mana protection? Is this for real? Wasn't mana protection supposed to be fixed? It is for the most part. Thus far, it is publicly acknowledged that every player's mana protection is set at a fixed value, and it will only change with the player's tier. If news of this item gets out, it'll probably shake up the entire Greater Gods domain. Unrestrained Lionheart and the others were greatly shocked by the Orichalcum secret treasure's attributes. In the Greater Gods domain, all attacks made by players and monsters would carry some mana, and this attached mana would greatly increase the destructiveness of one's attacks. However, every player also possessed mana protection that served to weaken the effects of mana. Meanwhile, the stronger a player's mana protection, the better they could defend against mana attacks. However, thus far, the only known way players could raise their mana protection was by raising their life rating. In other words, as players' tiers increased, so would their mana protection. This was one of the main reasons lower-tiered players couldn't deal a lot of damage to higher-tiered players. Now, though, the Orichalcum secret treasure revealed a new method for players to raise their mana protection. Moreover, going by the first part of the Orichalcum secret treasure's introduction, it was evident that players weren't limited to equipping just one secret treasure. Instead, players could attach a secret treasure to every piece of equipment they wore, and the result of doing so would probably be extraordinary. At that time, players could easily transcend tiers, even without any legendary weapons or equipment. Once the information on secret treasures got out, it could alter Greater God's domain's existing power structure. So this is the world mode difficulty. Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but shudder in excitement. Previously, he had assumed that the world mode difficulty was merely a greater difficulty, setting than God mode and nothing more. However, by the look of things, world mode didn't just represent the difficulty of a dungeon. At the same time, it represented a power that could change the Greater God's domain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3380, Chapter 454, Courtyard of Spaces Benefit. Chapter 3380, Chapter 454, Courtyard of Spaces Benefit. Chapter 454. Courtyard of Spaces Benefit. The Orichalcum secret treasure stirred the desires of many on the team. Everyone present was an expert, so everyone knew the importance of mana protection. It was especially important for high-tiered players like them. The fact that the Orichalcum secret treasure, the wearer's mana protection, by 15% meant that equipping it would allow the wearer to ignore 15% of the damage they receive from most, if not all, attacks launched by players and monsters. And while 15% might not seem like a lot, it was enough to propel a player's defensive capabilities to a whole new level. If a player could originally only withstand a pummeling from 6 monsters of the same level and tier, upon equipping the Orichalcum secret treasure, they could increase that number to 7. In the Eternal Realm, where monsters were present in large numbers and possessed great strength, the Orichalcum secret treasure could be of great help to players in their exploration of the realm. Guild Leader Blackflame, as per our agreement, if you do not want this Orichalcum secret treasure, holding the Orichalcum secret treasure, Fry looked toward Sherfoam and smiled, saying, "It'll belong to me." Fry looked calm and composed when she spoke to Sherfoam, behaving as if she didn't care whether Sherfoam used his privilege of selecting 2 items from the Courtyard of Space on the Orichalcum secret treasure. Unfortunately, try as she might, the hint of worry in her voice still betrayed her true thoughts. In reality, Fry was incredibly worried Sherfoam might choose the Orichalcum secret treasure as one of the 2 items he would be taking. Although their team had already obtained a secret treasure after killing the first 3 monsters they encountered in the Courtyard of Space, she'd be a fool to assume that secret treasures had a high drop rate in this dungeon. As items capable of rewriting the Greater God's domain's existing power structure, there was no way secret treasures would have a high drop rate. The more likely explanation for the Orichalcum secret treasure dropping so early into the raid was that their team had lucked out and obtained an ultra-rare drop that would normally take many raids to acquire. For all she knew, the Orichalcum secret treasure's value might even surpass the combined value of the dungeon boss's loot. When Sherfoam saw the worry in Frey's eyes, he shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, Miss Fry. I am not interested in the Orichalcum secret treasure." Secret treasures were indeed a rare drop in world mode dungeons. This was also why he was surprised to see 1 drop so soon. Normally, even if players killed all of a world mode dungeon's monsters, they'd be lucky if they could get 3 or 4 secret treasures. If unlucky, they might end up with only 1 secret treasure to show for their efforts. Moreover, the majority of the secret treasures dropped would only be common-ranked secret treasures that could only provide a small boost to mana protection. They wouldn't even increase the basic attributes of the attached piece of equipment. However, while secret treasures might be rare, they were nothing compared to the divine Spatial Potion and 7 Luminaries Ring. "Thank you, Guild Leader Blackflame." Fry sighed in relief when she heard Sherfeng's answer. If she could give the Orichalcum secret treasure to one of her team's tanks, it would increase the team's survivability significantly. This, in turn, would greatly help the team in exploring the Eternal Realm and raiding team dungeons in the future. The secret treasure's value easily surpassed that of most fragmented legendary items. With the Orichalcum secret treasure, She would also have a greater chance of coming out on top in her struggle with Moro. After saying so, Fry handed the Orichalcum's secret treasure to a Tier 5 demi-dragon shield warrior. When the tall and large shield warrior received the secret treasure, he excitedly attached it to his fragmented legendary gauntlets without hesitation. As soon as the demi-dragon shield warrior equipped the Orichalcum's secret treasure, his mana underwent a significant transformation. Anyone sensitive to mana would be able to tell that the mana surrounding the shield warrior had become much more condensed. It truly is incredible. It's a pity we'll only get to look at it, White Owl said as she enviously looked at the demi-dragon shield warrior. There were many powerful experts in the current Eternal Realm, and those who could match her existed in significant numbers. Competition out in the fields was originally very intense already, and it was made worse with the addition of the Holy Race players. If she could have a secret treasure in this situation, it would increase her survivability by a lot. Standing next to White Owl, Death Omen and Thousand Scars nodded in agreement, and they couldn't help but look at Shurfeng in confusion. Their agreement with Fry was different from Shurfeng's agreement with her. According to their agreement, they would provide information on the Courtyard of Space's monsters on the condition that Fry let them join her raid team. However, there was an added condition stating that they would have nothing to do with the Dujin's loot, and all they could get from the raid were the reputation points awarded by the dungeon's first clear reward. Shurfeng, on the other hand, could choose any 2 items obtained from the dungeon. Yet he had chosen not to take the Orichalcum's secret treasure. Are you certain you don't want the Orichalcum's secret treasure, Brother Black Flame? Desolate Fury asked as he looked at Shurfeng strangely. If you have this item, it'll greatly help you compete for an entry token in the Blood Hell Mountain range once the map opens in 5 days. Every realm in the Greater God's domain was massive. Although nobody knew how large the Eternal Realm was currently, players in the current Eternal Realm could only operate in the vicinity of the various towns. The Eternal Realm's various towns were situated in maps below level 150. If players wished to level up quickly after reaching level 145, it was a must for them to enter level 150 plus maps. Meanwhile, the Blood Hell Mountain range was the closest thing to a level 150 plus map in this region. However, because of the Holy Race players' appearance, once players entered the Blood Hell Mountain range, a slaughter fest was bound to occur between human and Holy Race players once the map activated in 5 days. At that time, if players entered the map without sufficient survival capabilities, it was unlikely they would survive for long. Moreover, the Blood Hell Mountain range held the only NPC city discovered thus far. Meanwhile, if players wished to enter the city, they would need to obtain an entry token by killing the monsters inside the Blood Hell Mountain range. Without the entry token, players would be unable to enter the city and obtain more information on the Eternal Realm. It might be of some help, but obtaining an entry token in the Blood Hell Mountain range isn't a difficult matter to begin with, Shurfeng said with a faint smile. It was true that there would be an intense struggle in the Blood Hell Mountain range once the new map was activated, and having the Orichalcum's secret treasure would greatly increase his survivability during the struggle. However, so long as he could get his hands on the divine spatial potion and 7 luminaries ring, securing an entry token for the city in the Blood Hell Mountain range would be a piece of cake. It's not a difficult matter. When Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja heard Shurfeng's words, they couldn't help but wryly smile. Unlike Shurfeng, the 3 of them were not at all confident in obtaining an entry token in the Blood Hell Mountain range. They'd be glad if they could even grind for levels in there. After all, even if they ignored the many human experts in the Eternal Realm, they were nowhere near strong enough to win against the Holy Race players in a fight. When Shurfeng saw the wry smiles on the trio's faces, he chuckled and said, "It's not a tough thing for you 3 to accomplish either." "You think too highly of us, Guild Leader Black Flame," LaRoja said, shaking her head. "We might not have any problems dealing with the Holy Race's Tier 4 players, but we stand no chance against their Tier 5 players. And by the time the map opens in 5 days, many of the Holy Races players would have most likely reached Tier 5 already. At that time, we will have no advantages going into the Blood Hell mountain range. If we are talking about your current selves, it will indeed be impossible for you to obtain an entry token, Sherfong said, nodding in agreement. Then he continued in a whisper, "But haven't you noticed something peculiar with the spatial blades flying around the dungeon after fighting in here for so long?" "Something peculiar?" Hearing Sherfang's words, the trio promptly began observing the spatial blades flying about the garden. However, even after observing the spatial blades for over 10 minutes, they failed to find anything special about them. Eventually, Sherfong decided to give the trio another hint, whispering, "Observe the spatial blades through mental perception and mana fluctuations. Doesn't it look like these spatial blades' attack patterns are forcing you to move in a way resembling a body technique?" Realization immediately dawned on the trio, and they hurriedly began mentally simulating themselves, dodging the spatial blades. "It's true," LaRoja quietly exclaimed. "Not just that, but this body technique resembles a gold body technique I've seen before." Desolate Fury and Cross were greatly shocked when they heard LaRoja's words. "A gold body technique? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3381. Chapter 455. Goddess's Legacy. Chapter 3381. Chapter 455. Goddess's Legacy. Chapter 455. Goddess's Legacy. "Are you certain, LaRoja?" Cross asked as he looked at LaRoja with fervent eyes. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but feel a little skeptical of LaRoja's evaluation. LaRoja might hold a significant position in Heavenly Boa, a pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic power, but to say that she had access to information pertaining to gold combat techniques was still hard to believe. Even if one considered the entire Greater Gods domain, there were only a very limited number of gold combat techniques in existence. Meanwhile, every gold combat technique's legacy was more than enough to cause upper-ranking hegemonic powers to lose their minds and tempt even apex powers into action. Gold combat techniques simply weren't things that ordinary hegemonic powers could think of having access to. Usually, the best combat techniques ordinary hegemonic powers had access to were the 99 absolute techniques, advanced silver combat techniques that were close to rivaling gold combat techniques. Even then, few players among ordinary hegemonic powers would have the opportunity to learn the 99 absolute techniques. Typically, players belonging to ordinary hegemonic powers would need to be extremely lucky to receive an opportunity to learn an absolute technique. Either that, or they needed to be valuable enough for their respective powers to pay an exorbitant price for them to learn an absolute technique from an upper-ranking hegemonic power. So, Cross found it hard to believe that the Courtyard of Space's hostile environment was actually the legacy for a gold body technique. Moreover, this legacy was even of the simulation training type. There were 3 different types of combat technique legacies, or, more specifically, there were 3 different levels. Level 1 combat technique legacies conveyed information to players via a demonstration. Level 2 combat technique legacies conveyed information via simulation training, where players would be put in a special space to comprehend the combat technique. Level 3 combat technique legacies conveyed information via experience, where players would get to experience executing the complete combat technique once. From level 1 to level 3, each subsequent level made it easier for players to learn a combat technique. Meanwhile, it was simply unthinkable that the Courtyard of Space would offer players the opportunity to learn a gold combat technique via a level 2 combat technique legacy. Of course, LaRoja said definitely. Hearing LaRoja's words, even Sherfong couldn't help but look at her in surprise. He didn't think she would be so knowledgeable. The Courtyard of Space's blade field was indeed a legacy for a gold combat technique. Moreover, it wasn't just any ordinary gold combat technique. Flowing space. It was a top-tier gold body technique created by the goddess of space. The technique was split into 4 levels: stepping space, phantom body, flowing light, and instant space. Flowing space as a whole was vastly superior to the average gold combat technique. Even the technique's first level, stepping space, was already close to matching the potency of basic gold body techniques, while the second level, phantom body, could rank number 1 out of all basic gold body techniques. If players could master flowing space to the 4th level, instant space, they'd have themselves one of the top 3 gold body techniques in existence. Meanwhile, gold combat techniques were rarer than even legendary weapons. Even Fry, who is now a vice guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation, probably hadn't seen more than a handful of gold combat techniques. She might never have even seen a gold body technique before, considering that body techniques were much rarer than offensive and defensive combat techniques. The reason Sherfong knew the Courtyard of Space's Blade Field was a legacy for flowing space was that the team that secured the Courtyard of Space's first clear in Sherfeng's previous life had been fortunate enough to obtain Flowing Space's legacy tablet, which allowed them to watch the complete demonstration of flowing space. It was also after obtaining the legacy tablet for flowing space did the team realize that the Courtyard of Space's hostile environment was actually a simulation training left behind by the goddess of space. Unfortunately, as the team had already conquered the Courtyard of Space at the time, they couldn't return to make use of the simulation training even if they wanted to. They had no choice but to learn the gold body technique via the legacy tablet, which significantly increased the learning difficulty. If that's the case, doesn't this mean we've struck gold? Desolate Fury said, excitement coloring his face as he turned to look at the countless spatial blades flying around the garden. It might be challenging to learn a gold combat technique, but if we have a simulation training legacy, even we can have a chance at learning it. Sherfong nodded. Gold combat techniques, even basic ones, were incredibly hard to learn. It was especially so if players were learning a gold combat technique via watching demonstrations. Even for geniuses like Desolate Fury, LaRoja, and Cross, their chances of successfully learning a gold combat technique through this method were less than 5%. Even a peerless paragon like Fry wouldn't have more than a 20% chance of successfully learning a basic gold combat technique. Meanwhile, the complexity of gold combat techniques was also why any player who had successfully mastered one could stand at the greater god's domain's apex. However, if the learning process was done via simulation training, Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja's chances of success would reach 20%. Although it was still a very low success rate, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, flowing space was a special gold combat technique in that its 4 segments were completely independent of each other. It was different from other gold combat techniques that required players to fully master them to properly use. And, as luck would have it, stepping space, the first level of flowing space, was much easier to learn than basic gold combat techniques. So, the chances of the trio successfully learning it were very high. Once the trio learned stepping space, their combat power would skyrocket. At that time, they might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with pseudo-fifth floor experts. Meanwhile, if they had the strength to rival pseudo-fifth floor experts, they should have no trouble holding their ground against the Holy Race's Tier 5 players and securing an entry token in the Blood Hell mountain range. Seeing the excited looks on the trio, Sherfong chuckled and quietly said to them, "We can train using the spatial blades when we are fighting monsters later, but be sure not to make it too obvious to the others." "Rest assured, Brother Black Flame, we won't let the others discover what we are doing," Desolate Fury said, nodding. Cross and LaRoja also nodded their heads. They were very grateful to Sherfong for sharing the Courtyard of Space's hidden benefit with them. After all, if he didn't do so, they would probably never notice it. So, now that Sherfong was asking them not to spread this information, they naturally wouldn't act recklessly and arouse suspicion from the others. After everyone rested in the starting plaza for half an hour, the team resumed its advance and exploration of the courtyard of space. The entire courtyard of space was split into 3 areas: the outer garden, inner courtyard, and core castle. The garden area was occupied by numerous devouring earth dragons, while combat puppets with incredibly high combat standards occupied the courtyard area. Every combat puppet was at the Tier 5 legendary rank and possessed combat standards rivaling third-floor experts. In addition, these combat puppets usually appeared in groups of 30 or more. As for the castle area, it was occupied by Great Wind Spirits, level 147 higher legendary monsters that were known for being incredibly swift. Even with the compounding potions effects and Shurfeng's leadership, the team could only progress at a snail's pace due to the presence of these powerful monsters and the constant harassment of countless spatial blades. However, while everyone else was having a headache dealing with the courtyard of space's monsters and environment, Shurfeng, Desolate Fury, Cross, and Laroja enjoyed the entire process as they used the monsters to experiment with and learn the flowing space technique. Initially, the 4 focused 99% of their attention on dodging spatial blades because they tried to learn the evasive body technique imparted by the spatial blades. As a result, they did hardly any damage to the monsters they faced. After the team defeated a couple of dozen devouring earth dragons, another secret treasure dropped. This time, it was a common-ranked secret treasure meant for cloth armor headgear. While Fry and the others were feeling overjoyed by this harvest, Shurfeng's group of 4 had secretly memorized the movements for all 4 of Flowing Space's levels and officially began trying to use the gold body technique. Meanwhile, the courtyard area's combat puppets seemed specifically designed to help players learn how to use flowing space. The combat puppets were 8-arm machines that were capable of launching rapid attacks. This made it difficult for players to get close to them, even for 4th-floor experts. Among those in the team, only Tier 5 MTs and 5th-floor experts capable of predicting danger could hold their ground against these combat puppets in a one-on-one situation. When Desolate Fury, Cross, and Laroja fought against the combat puppets using flowing space, they still needed to defend themselves using their weapons from time to time. As for Shurfeng, because he was already at the extrasensory realm, he was able to properly use flowing space in his battle. Although his execution was a little stiff, he achieved astonishing results with the technique. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if Shurfeng was dancing amidst a storm of fists. He would even soar into the air from time to time, his evasive capabilities vastly superior to players stuck fighting on the ground. This scene greatly shocked Fry and the others. He can fly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3382. Chapter 456. First Step, Stepping Space. Chapter 3382. Chapter 456. First Step, Stepping Space. Chapter 456. First step, stepping space. Aren't we in the eternal realm? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but rub his eyes when he saw Shurfeng dancing and evading a combat puppet's attacks in midair. In the eternal realm, even Tier 5 experts were incapable of flight. Yet Shurfeng, a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, had accomplished this feat at this time. Unrestrained Lionheart wasn't the only one finding this situation unbelievable. Death Omen, Thousand Scars, and White Owl, who were more familiar with Shurfeng, couldn't help but be astonished by what they were seeing. How is he doing it? Death Omen was greatly confused as she watched Shurfeng rapidly move across the air. As a former Tier 6 assassin, Death Omen was more knowledgeable regarding speed and body techniques than anyone present. The reason Tier 4 players could fly was mainly due to the transformation of their mana. Because of their stronger mana, Tier 4 players could manipulate a much larger amount of ambient mana in their surrounding environment, which, in turn, allowed them to create an invisible pair of mana wings to achieve flight. However, the Eternal Realms environment contained not just mana, but also holy power. Meanwhile, The influence holy power had over mana made it incredibly difficult for players to manipulate the ambient mana around them reliably. Hence, even Tier 5 players were incapable of flight in the Eternal Realm. If players wished to fly in the Eternal Realm, they would have to create a divine body and reach Tier 6. At that time, they would have a frightening amount of mana in their bodies, and they could create a pair of mana wings for themselves, even without manipulating ambient mana. However, no matter how much Death Omen focused her senses, she couldn't sense any fluctuations coming from Shurfong or the ambient mana around him. Yet, Shurfong had clearly changed directions 3 times in midair, his feet never touching the ground throughout the process. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat so quickly that he was already close to catching up to the Tier 4 players outside the Eternal Realm. Did he learn how to use it already? Unlike everyone else, Desolate, Fury, Cross, and LaRoja had an idea of how Shurfong was flying, and they couldn't help but gape at this realization. A monster. They couldn't think of a more fitting description to describe Shurfong. The man's learning capabilities were simply monstrous. The 3 of them had already memorized the movements involved in the Goddess of Space's gold body technique. Hence, they knew how challenging it was to execute the technique. Even though the 3 of them were only half a step away from reaching the Beyond Domain Realm, it was still incredibly challenging for them to execute the technique at a crude level, let alone execute it smoothly. The series of movements involved in flowing space made use of every aspect available in space. In a certain sense, the combat technique was a way of utilizing the domain realm's principles to the extremes. Upon reaching the domain realm, players could perceive everything around them up to a certain range. Meanwhile, every improvement they achieved in the domain realm would raise the clarity of their perception. When players reached the domain realm's 3rd step, their perception was already clear enough for them to stand in the middle of a rain and count the raindrops present within their vicinity. They could even pinpoint the location of specific raindrops if they wanted. Meanwhile, flowing space made full use of this extraordinary perception to determine the flow of wind and the various particles present in the user's vicinity. Then, through subtle movements across the entire body, the user of flowing space would move through the path of least resistance, while simultaneously compressing small patches of air around them to create spatial tension, which, in turn, allowed the user to achieve flight. Of course, flowing space didn't just allow users to add an extra dimension to their combat. The technique's explosive movements also allowed users to double their speed or more. Incredible. Truly incredible. No wonder flowing space can rank among the top 3 of all gold body techniques. Shurfong was in awe as he evaded the combat puppet's attacks. Even though my movements are still clumsy, I can still move in midair, and the speed I can achieve is already on par with advanced silver body techniques. Meanwhile, with each subsequent use of flowing space, Shurfong became increasingly familiar with the technique, and the amount of time he could stay in the air also became increasingly longer. Currently, the team was fighting against a group of more than 30 combat puppets, and every one of these combat puppets was a legendary monster with 150 billion HP. In addition to the team's tanks, every other melee player of the team was also assigned to tank a combat puppet. Even 5th floor magical class experts like Unrestrained Lionheart and Fry had to take on one by themselves. This was so that the team's ranged damage dealers could focus on killing the combat puppets one at a time. That should be enough practice against one combat puppet. When Shurfong stopped feeling pressure from facing just one combat puppet, he swiftly aggroed the combat puppets that Unrestrained Lionheart and Fry were facing. He intended to test his limits with 3 combat puppets. Is he crazy? Fry was rendered speechless when he saw Shurfong trying to take on 3 combat puppets by himself. The combat puppets in the courtyard of space were legendary monsters with extraordinary combat capabilities. Even as a Tier 5 player, Fry could, at most, take on 2 by herself. Shurfong was currently only a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. He might have Tier 5 basic attributes, but tanking one combat puppet should already be his limit. In fact, it was already amazing he could keep up with the combat puppet's attacks. After all, it took White Owl, a Tier 5 Divine Rune Warrior, her all just to defend against the attacks of one combat puppet. She couldn't even launch any attacks of her own against the combat puppet. Meanwhile, things played out exactly as Fry anticipated. As soon as Sherfong had to go up against 3 combat puppets simultaneously, he immediately fell into a passive state, unable to find any opportunities to attack. He even had to resort to blocking attacks using both his swords, something he had never done previously. After all, blocking any attack from the combat puppet would result in him getting sent flying over a dozen yards and losing over 1/5 of his HP. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. After butting heads with the combat puppets and getting sent flying numerous times, Sherfong gradually reduced the frequency in which he got sent flying. Initially, he would be forced to block an attack every 2 or 3 seconds. However, as his execution of flowing space smoothened, he was able to gradually increase the interval to 20 seconds and more. When the battle crossed the 1-hour mark, the team had already slain over 20 combat puppets. However, just as everyone thought the battle would soon end, another group of 32 combat puppets suddenly emerged from the distance and charged at the team. Not good. All tanks activate your life-saving skills and intercept those monsters. Fry hurriedly commanded through the team chat. Immediately, the team's Tier 5 tanks stopped conserving their strength and activated their respective Tier 5 life-saving skills. The life-saving skills came in all shapes and forms. Some increased HP and defense, some increased strength, defense, and speed, and some reduced the damage the user received. Because of these life-saving skills, the 10 Tier 5 tanks managed to pin down 30 out of the 32 new combat puppets in no time. Brother Black Flame, be careful! Desolate Fury shouted when he saw the remaining 2 combat puppets getting attracted by Sherfeng's fight. Sherfeng was already busy fighting against 3 combat puppets. If 2 more joined the fray, he would definitely be killed. Unfortunately, Desolate Fury's reminder was useless, as the 2 new combat puppets reached Sherfeng in no time and promptly sent a flurry of punches at Sherfeng. Their rapid attacks, making it look like a wall of fists was closing in on Sherfeng. Meanwhile, when Sherfeng saw the numerous punches coming at him, a sense of powerlessness filled him. While looking at the 2 combat puppets' joint attack, Sherfeng suddenly gained inspiration and changed his footwork. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Sherfeng started stepping on the oncoming punches, his actions accelerating his already incredible speed even further. Moreover, even when the wall of punches looked like it had collided with Sherfeng's body, Sherfeng did not receive even a single point of damage. At the same time, the sound of a system notification rang in Sherfeng's ears. System, congratulations. You have learned the Gold Combat Technique, Flowing Space, rewarding 1 level and a permanent 10% increase in reaction speed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3383. Chapter 457. Goddess's First Appearance. Chapter 3383. Chapter 457. Goddess's First Appearance. Chapter 457. Goddess's First Appearance. How can such an out-of-this-world body technique exist? This is insane. A Tier 4 Sword Emperor is tanking 5 legendary monsters solo. Even saints shouldn't be able to pull off such a stunt. No wonder the Vice Guild leader is willing to pay such a high price to hire him. If Elder Parker finds out about this, he'll probably die of regret. Everyone was greatly shocked as they watched Sherfeng taking on 5 combat puppets while staying in the air. Although their team had less than 100 members because of Parker and Ko's betrayal, Sherfeng had single-handedly made up for the 12 missing players. This situation was both unbelievable and frightening. It should be known that a Tier 5 metric tons with a Tier 5 life-saving skill active could, at best, take on 5 combat puppets simultaneously. Moreover, it would only be for a very limited time. Yet, Shi Feng, a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, had accomplished this feat without the use of any life-saving skills. Meanwhile, Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja were greatly excited by this situation. This body technique is simply incredible. Cross wore a fervent look as he watched Shi Feng's fight. If I can successfully learn it as well, I can fight against even extrasensory realm experts. LaRoja also shared similar thoughts, her eyes full of surprise and hope. Previously, she only knew that the Courtyard of Space's hostile environment was actually a gold combat technique's legacy in disguise. However, she had no idea exactly how powerful this gold combat technique was. However, after seeing Shi Feng transforming the sky into his battlefield, something which should be impossible to accomplish in the Eternal Realm, she quickly understood the value of the flowing space technique. The boost in combat power this combat technique could provide to players in the Eternal Realm was utterly immense. It was especially so for rangers like herself. If she could monopolize the skies while her opponents were stuck on the ground, she was confident she could fight against even 5th-floor experts. So this is a gold combat technique? Compared to LaRoja and the others, Shi Feng was even more excited by flowing space's effectiveness. In addition to letting him sprint in midair, the technique also drastically boosted his speed on the ground. If he wanted to, every step he took on the ground could propel him across great distances instantaneously and leave over a dozen afterimages in his wake. This situation thoroughly renewed his opinion of flowing space and gold combat techniques altogether. In his previous life, Shi Feng never got to learn a gold combat technique. The strongest technique he managed to learn was the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Now that he had successfully learned one, he finally understood how frightening gold combat techniques could be. He also understood exactly how powerful the goddess of space's gold body technique was. Even though his mastery of flowing space only reached the stepping space standard, not only did he gain a permanent 10% boost in reaction speed, but he also gained a huge boost in his movement speed and nimbleness while executing the technique. He was at least twice as fast and nimble than when he was outside the Eternal Realm. As icing on the cake, he also gained the ability to fly in the Eternal Realm. So long as he didn't run out of stamina and concentration, he could remain in flight for as long as he wanted. With all these benefits, even if he didn't wield a legendary weapon, he was confident he could hold his ground against a dragon of the same tier. Meanwhile, outside the Courtyard of Space, 9 hours after the World Mode Courtyard of Space's activation, streams of light appeared outside the teleportation gate, the light revealing the silhouette of human players as they faded. Damn it! Damn it all! Morrow cursed as he glared at the dark pillar of light rising from the teleportation gate. Parker, who was teleported out of the Courtyard of Space with Morrow, also wore an ugly look, his face looking like it had aged by more than a decade. Ha ha ha, that's one more team annihilated. And it's even a team from the Red Dragon Nation this time. The Red Dragon Nation's team might be strong, but it's a pity that the God Mode Courtyard of Space is unlike any of the other God Mode team dungeons we've seen before. Indeed, I heard that even a team of 100 Tier 5 experts from the Holy Race's side has gotten annihilated. Originally, the Courtyard of Spaces outside was supposed to be embroiled in a battle involving only a couple of thousand players. Currently, though, no fights were taking place around the teleportation gate. Players from both the human race and the Holy Race were merely resting, and neither side intended to fight. Moreover, the number of players outside the Courtyard of Space had increased to several tens of thousands. And if one looked carefully, one would find that some of these players belonged to the teams that had previously entered the God Mode Courtyard of Space. Now that we've failed to raid the God Mode Courtyard of Space, what should we do next, Lord Morrow? Desert Webb tentatively asked as he looked at Morrow, who was clearly in a terrible mood. After scanning the area and pondering for a moment, Morrow said, "We wait." The The God mode courtyard of space's difficulty was beyond his imagination. The dungeon's final boss was absurdly tough, gradually exhausting and eradicating his team. Meanwhile, teams that had suffered annihilation in a God mode team dungeon could only re-enter the dungeon after the weekly cooldown period. We're waiting? Anxiously, Desert Web said, but the Blood Hell mountain range would have already activated by the time the cooldown finishes. Of course, we won't wait for that long, Morrow said as he looked at the world mode courtyard of space's teleportation gate. Then he sneered and continued, I just checked, and not only is Frey's team not here, but my friend's list shows that she is still online. This proves that her team is still inside. Otherwise, the various powers experts here would have long since eliminated her team. Do you mean to wait for Vice Guild leader Frey's team to come out? Desert Web's eyes lit up when he heard Morrow's words. Currently, there were very few teams with the strength necessary to challenge the world mode courtyard of space. This was because 99% of the raid teams that had previously gathered to raid the courtyard of space had entered the dungeon's God mode difficulty. Out of the human teams gathered, the only one that managed to enter world mode was Frey's team. The courtyard of space's God mode difficulty was already challenging beyond belief. So, one could easily imagine how challenging world mode would be. If the team's present wished to successfully raid the world mode courtyard of space once their respective cooldown periods were over, they would need plenty of information regarding the world mode dungeon. Meanwhile, Frey's team was undoubtedly the best source of information. It was also why so many people were gathered here. Everyone was waiting for the players that had entered the world mode courtyard of space to obtain information relating to the world mode dungeon. Of course, these players had the option to not share any information, but if that was the case, there would only be one outcome awaiting them: death. Inside the world mode courtyard of space's castle area, a team of 88 players arrived at a double door leading into the central hall on the castle's top floor. The doors were made of unknown material, and divine patterns giving off a primordial presence engraved on them. The doors emanated a frightening mental oppression that could easily cause ordinary Tier 4 experts to shudder. When the players walked up to the double door, the doors slowly parted to reveal the central hall and two figures standing inside the hall. Upon seeing these two figures, the players couldn't help but be shocked. An ancient god's aura. How is this possible? The goddess of space. Inside the central hall that was as wide as 4 sports stadiums, two figures measuring over 10 meters in height stood in the middle. Of these two figures, one was male, while the other was female. Both figures radiated divine might so powerful that even Tier 6 players would subconsciously back away. The woman in the hall was especially imposing. Even though the woman was just standing still, it felt like she was the master of the courtyard of space. Even the mana in everyone's body was seemingly compelled to flow toward the woman. At the same time as Sherfong and the others discovered this woman, the woman in question also noticed their presence. Suddenly, she vanished from where she stood and reappeared in front of Sherfeng's group. Her spontaneous appearance making it seem as if she had always been standing in front of the group. TL notes, just a reminder that extrasensory realm equals beyond domain realm. When players reach this realm, they become able to utilize their sixth sense more effectively, allowing them to predict dangers and take appropriate countermeasures. Realms of refinement. 1. Refinement realm. Better control of subtle movements. 2. Flowing water realm. Better at piecing moves together to smoothen maneuvers. 3. Void realm. Can't remember what this is. I think it has something to do with having better perception. 4. Domain realm. 3 steps. Asterisk. Vastly improved perception. 5. Beyond domain realm / extrasensory realm. Improved sixth sense effectiveness * domain realm is different from mana domain. Mana domain is something gained through having superior control over mana. Thus far, mana domain has 2 stages, mana domain and world creation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3384. Chapter 458, Holy Ancestor. Chapter 3384. Chapter 458, Holy Ancestor. Chapter 458, Holy Ancestor. Unrestrained Lionheart's expression paled as he looked at the giant of a woman standing before him. Then he looked to Sherfong and wryly smiled, saying, "Mr. Blackflame, I think we received a little more than what we bargained for." The inside of the hall was shrouded in mist, so they couldn't determine the woman's appearance and strength just now. However, that was no longer the case now that the woman was standing right in front of them. Although the woman's blue-rimmed white hood prevented them from seeing her face, the sight of the woman's stats bewildered everyone. Goddess's Shadow, Ancient God's Doppelganger, Tier 6, Level 240 HP? Level 240? Is this really just a doppelganger? At this time, White Owl, Death Omen, and Thousand Scars similarly experienced despair. The three of them previously had the fortune of seeing an ancient god in person in the miniature ancient world's world passage. So they could tell that in terms of presence, the goddess's shadow before them was much stronger than even the ancient god they met in the world passage. Under normal circumstances, even a team of Tier 6 experts would have to flee if they encountered this goddess's shadow, let alone a bunch of Tier 5 players like themselves. After all, the goddess's shadow's level of 240 was a height most Tier 6 players in the greater god's domain struggled to reach. Not to mention, as an ancient god, the goddess's shadow possessed a life rating vastly superior to dragons of the same tier. The goddess of space truly is an existence that has surpassed primordial gods. Standing before the goddess's shadow, Sherfong also experienced unprecedented pressure. Right now, it felt like he was standing in front of a real ancient god rather than a mere doppelganger. It should be known that doppelgangers in God's domain would always be much weaker than the main body. Normally, a Tier 6 god's doppelganger would only be at the Tier 5 standard. The doppelganger's life rating would also be inferior to an actual god. At most, a god's doppelganger would have life rating rivaling four-winged Valkyries. Yet, the goddess's shadow's life rating reached the standard of ancient gods. With this doppelganger's level and life rating, even if it was only at Tier 5, it would still be impossible for their team to defeat it. Just as everyone thought their raid had come to an end, the goddess's shadow suddenly spoke up. After all this time, someone has finally come. Indifferently looking at Sherfang's group, the goddess's shadow asked, "Can I ask you all to lend me a helping hand?" "A helping hand? May I know what you require us to do, esteemed goddess?" Sherfong curiously asked. In terms of combat power, the goddess's shadow definitely stood among the very apex of the greater god's domain. Even apex powers would have difficulty slaying it. So, Sherfong found it hard to believe the goddess's shadow would need their help. Simple. I need you to extinguish the ancient god over there. Otherwise, it won't be long before he breaks out of his seal and terrorize the greater god's domain, the goddess's shadow said. Kill him. Sherfong couldn't help but turn to the figure standing in the middle of the hall. At this time, the mist in the hall gradually dissipated, revealing a figure restrained by dozens of translucent chains. There were faint purple-gold divine runes flashing on the chains, the runes giving every chain a tyrannical divine might. Rather than inanimate objects, it felt as if every one of these chains was a Tier 6 god. Sherfong couldn't help but grow confused as he looked at the gigantic man in the middle of the hall. From what Sherfong recalled, the world mode courtyard of Space's final boss should be a four-winged Tier 6 archangel, an existence with a life rating superior to Valkyries and close to matching ordinary dragons of the same tier. Basically, teams needed to defeat a monster that was about as strong as a Tier 6 dragon. The only difference was that, unlike dragons that relied on having a powerful physique and access to draconic magic for their strength, archangels relied on combat techniques and weapons for their strength. This made archangels much more difficult to deal with for ordinary teams. As for the goddess's shadow's existence and request, Shifeng had never heard about these things existing in his previous life. What surprised Shifeng even more was the man restrained in the hall. Silver runes covered the man's entire body, and Shifeng was incredibly familiar with these runes. A member of the holy race. Indeed, the man restrained in the hall was a Tier 6 holy god. Moreover, the man wasn't any ordinary Tier 6 god. Seeing how the man was covered in holy runes, the man was most likely a holy ancestor. A holy ancestor. Out of the many holy gods that existed among the holy race, those who could be regarded as holy ancestors were few and far between. Meanwhile, their existence was akin to the greater gods' domain's primordial gods. So, when Shifeng heard that the goddess's shadow's request was for them to kill a holy ancestor, he couldn't help but feel as if the other party was joking with them. Mano set, holy ancestor tier? Level? HP? Seemingly noticing everyone's concerns, the goddess's shadow said, "Do not worry. I will use my power to weaken him. He won't be able to exert more than 10% of his strength. With your strength, you should be strong enough to fight him." As soon as the goddess's shadow finished speaking, a series of system notifications rang in everyone's ears. "System, congratulations. You have triggered the world-ranked Event Goddess of Space's seal. Assist the goddess's shadow in killing the holy ancestor. System, you are advised to challenge the goddess of Space's seal event with everything you have. Failure to complete the event will lead to massive changes throughout the greater god's domain. You will also be dealt with using the most severe punishment. A world-ranked event. Kill the holy ancestor. What's going on here?" Unrestrained Lionheart and the others froze when they heard the content of the system notifications. Whether it was the world-ranked event or the holy ancestor, neither were things they had heard of before. Even so, they could still determine the severity of the situation based on the information they understood. Everyone present had seen how powerful the Holy Race's players were, so they couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful a god from the Holy Race could be. Subsequently, before Shifeng, the leader of the team, could make a response to the goddess's shadow's request for help, the other party suddenly vanished. Then, the goddess's shadow reappeared in the air in the middle of the hall and chanted a series of obscure divine incantations. Immediately afterward, over 1,000 magic arrays appeared all over the hall, every magic array being a threefold magic array exceeding the great Grandmaster rank. Suddenly, the divine runes on the chains binding the holy ancestor glowed as they rapidly sapped his strength. However, even as the holy ancestor was growing weaker, not only did he not feel upset, but he even started to smile. At the same time, terrifying bursts of holy power spread across the entire courtyard of space. "Ha ha ha! Space! Did you honestly think I've made no preparations throughout all these years?" Manoset said, laughing. Then he coldly swept his gaze across Shifeng's group and continued, "Pitiful adventurers! Today will mark the end of your lives." As soon as Manoset finished speaking, the chains binding him started to break one after another. Meanwhile, with every chain that broke, Manoset's aura also grew in intensity. At one point, his mere presence had caused the entire castle to tremble. Shifeng and the others also found themselves unable to move their bodies. Die. After breaking out of the chains restraining his arms, Manoset swung his fist in the direction of Shifeng's group. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3385, Chapter 459, Surpassing Dragons, Chapter 3385, Chapter 459, Surpassing Dragons, Chapter 459. Surpassing Dragons, when Manoset threw his punch, even the hall's sturdy space instantly turned into a dark void. Not only did this void devour all mana caught within its vicinity, but it also caused time to slow down to a standstill. As a result, Shifeng and every other player present could not move. Moreover, apart from Shifeng, Fry, Unrestrained Lionheart, and a few other experts on the team, everyone else experienced a lag in their thoughts. It's over. So, this is the strength of a holy ancestor. Fry and Unrestrained Lionheart were greatly shocked when they saw the destruction happening before their very eyes. Tier 6 gods were very rarely seen in the greater gods' domain. But as a pseudo-apex power, the Red Dragon Nation had plenty of video information on Tier 6 gods. The guild even had quite a few video recordings of ancient gods in battle. However, out of all the gods and ancient gods recorded in the Red Dragon Nation's archives, not even the strongest ancient god could throw out a punch as powerful as Maniset's. Incredible! This punch is already as strong as a primordial god's attack. Shifeng was also greatly surprised by Maniset's devastating punch. Shifeng had fought against many holy gods during his previous life, but never had he come across a holy ancestor before. So, this was his first encounter with a holy ancestor. Even in the holy race's world, few records were available on holy ancestors. As far as Shifeng was aware, no human player had come across a holy ancestor during his previous life, and all everyone knew was that holy ancestors were existences rivaling primordial gods. Meanwhile, it should be known that Maniset was currently in a sealed state. Even though he had already broken free of the chains binding him, his strength remained sealed, and he'd be fortunate if he could even unleash 30% of his actual strength. Yet, even with just 30% of his strength, Maniset could already throw a punch rivaling that of primordial gods. While Shifeng was marveling at Maniset's punch, the shock that Fry and Unrestrained Lionheart experienced gradually turned into despair. A primordial god's attack simply wasn't something Tier 5 players could withstand. Even fragmented legendary items would be reduced to dust if struck by a primordial god's attack. So long as they were killed by it, they would most certainly see their immortal souls extinguished. However, when Maniset's fist was just 10 yards away from reaching Shifeng's group, the goddess's shadow, who was in the middle of chanting an incantation, suddenly waved her hand. Boom! An explosion shook the entire courtyard of space, the shockwaves of the explosion causing the courtyard's environment to crack like glass. If another such explosion occurred, the courtyard's environment would most certainly shatter, and everything within the courtyard would perish. Back inside the castle's top-floor hull, we're alive. We're not dead. The players in the hull couldn't help but be surprised as they inspected their bodies. Although most of the players present had failed to see what had just happened, they weren't fools. Time in the hall had yet to freeze the instant Maniset swung his fist, so everyone understood that there was no way any of them could have survived an attack from the holy ancestor. While everyone was wrapped in confusion, several thoroughly translucent barriers before them shattered and disappeared one after another. When the 5th barrier disappeared and cracks started to appear on the 6th one, Maniset's fist came to a complete stop. Am I dreaming? A 6-fold world wall? Unrestrained Lionheart nearly dropped his staff when he saw the barriers that had just shattered, and he couldn't help but look toward the goddess's shadow. Is she really just a doppelganger? World Wall was a Tier 6 defensive spell. It was also the strongest defensive spell available at Tier 6. Normally, even a Tier 6 expert at the 5th floor standard could, at best, silent cast a 1-fold World Wall. And if they chanted the spell's incantation, they could cast a 2-fold World Wall. Yet, the goddess's shadow had constructed a 6-fold World Wall with just a wave of her hand. Normally, this was a feat an ancient god would find extremely difficult to accomplish even with their true bodies. Die. Maniset was unfazed even after seeing his first attack failing to connect. Without hesitation, he began throwing out a barrage of devastating punches, the punches so numerous that it looked like a wall of fists was approaching Shifeng's group. The players present were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. A gold combat technique. Impossible. How can an NPC use a gold combat technique? How are we supposed to even fight against such an NPC? Of those present, Fry and unrestrained Lionheart were especially shocked when they saw the barrage of punches. With their vast knowledge of God's domain, they immediately understood that Manoset had just executed a gold combat technique. It should be known that NPCs typically possessed much greater basic attributes than players. They also had higher combat standards than monsters, with many Tier 6 NPCs having combat standards at the 4th floor standard. Because of these factors, very few Tier 6 players could rival Tier 6 gods, and a large number of Tier 6 experts were necessary to take down a Tier 6 god under normal circumstances. However, if a Tier 6 god knew how to use gold combat techniques on top of having greater basic attributes than players and greater combat standards than monsters, defeating them would be nigh impossible for players. Seal. Just as the barrage of punches was about to reach Shi Feng's group, a divine voice suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. Immediately afterward, the wall of fists gradually disappeared. "Damn it, space! You cannot stop me!" Manoset yelled out in pain and fury. Subsequently, countless divine runes appeared around Manoset, locking down the space within a 100-yard radius of the Holy Ancestor. Then, these divine runes started to resonate with the remaining chains on Manoset's body and sap away at his strength. Primordial God. Tier 6 Ancient God. Tier 6 God. The instant Manoset's life rating fell to the Tier 5 standard. The brightness of the divine runes around him peaked, and Manoset's strength stopped falling. Ha ha ha. Is this the limit of your doppelganger? Manoset laughed when he saw the goddess's shadow's body destabilizing. Or do you think these ants can defeat me just because I've been weakened to Tier 5? Manoset's mockery did not earn any reaction from the goddess's shadow. Instead, the goddess shadow merely turned to the hall's entrance and said to Shi Feng's group, "The rest is up to you now. I have already suppressed Manoset to the best of my abilities, but I can only maintain this suppression for a limited time." After saying so, the goddess's shadow closed her eyes and focused all her attention on maintaining Manoset's seal. "She wants us to fight that." When everyone looked at the weakened Holy Ancestor, they couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Manoset, Holy Ancestor, Tier 5, Level 148, HP 1,500,000,000,000. It was true that Manoset had been weakened to the Tier 5 standard, but simply looking at Manoset's HP was enough to tell them how frighteningly powerful Manoset was still. Even a dragon of the same tier would be put to shame when compared to the Holy Ancestor. Before everyone could come to terms with the situation, Manoset swung his fist at the team once again. Compared to before, Manoset's punch this time was much less frightening. Even so, it still carried power at the Tier 6 standard, and it was strong enough to distort the surrounding space. Before Manoset's punch could reach the team, a Tier 5 Demi-Dragon Shield Warrior intercepted it. The Demi-Dragon Shield Warrior was the tank that had previously received the Orichalcum secret treasure from Fry. After he let out a roar, his shield transformed into multiple barriers of light that continuously redirected and weakened Manoset's punch. One of the 99 absolute techniques, Skylight Guardian. Boom! Subsequently, the Demi-Dragon Shield Warrior was sent flying and crashing into a wall, his shield falling out of his hands, and his HP decreasing by over 80%. Crest. Unrestrained Lionheart was greatly shocked by this development. Crest was their team's ace tank. Not only did he wield a top-tier fragmented legendary shield close to rivaling legendary shields, but he also had the Orichalcum secret treasure equipped. Combined with the absolute technique Skylight Shield, even if he blocked an attack from a Tier 6 divine monster, he shouldn't lose more than 30% of his HP. Yet now, not only did Manoset's attack put Crest into a heavily injured state, but the Shield Warrior had also lost over 80% of his HP. How were they supposed to fight against such a powerful foe? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3386, Chapter 460, Tier 6 Super Spell. Chapter 3386, Chapter 460, Tier 6 Super Spell. Chapter 460, Tier 6 Super Spell. How is this possible? When everyone saw Crest collapse, the shock they experienced was many times greater than when they first saw the Holy Ancestor. Previously, everyone still lacked a clear concept of Manaset's strength, since they didn't have any knowledge regarding the existence of Holy Ancestors. It was similar to how they lacked a clear understanding of the strength of primordial gods, since they had only ever read about them in historical records. However, after seeing Manaset getting weakened to the Tier 5 standard and still nearly killing Crest in one hit, everyone finally understood just how powerful the Holy Ancestor was. It should be known that Crest was a 5th floor expert, an existence standing at the greater god's domain's apex. With his combat techniques and fragmented legendary items, he could tank Tier 6 monsters even as a Tier 5 player. With a tank like Crest, a team of several dozen Tier 5 experts could even slay Tier 6 monsters of the same level. This was also why Fry dared to challenge the god mode Courtyard of Space in the first place. It really is a gold combat technique. Is the main god system playing a joke on us? When Desolate Fury saw that Crest could no longer move his arms, he couldn't help but despair a little. Previously, Desolate Fury still wasn't certain if Manaset had used a gold combat technique, but now he was certain. As a Tier 5 tank himself, Desolate Fury knew better than anyone how difficult it was to damage a tank like Crest to such an extent. Not only could fragmented legendary shields neutralize a significant amount of damage their wielders received, but they could also dampen the force of attacks blocked to a significant extent. After taking into account that Crest had used a combat technique to redirect Manaset's attack, the actual force that was transferred from Manaset's fist to Crest's shield shouldn't exceed 10%. Manaset might have astonishing basic attributes, but they were only at the standard of ordinary Tier 6 divine monsters. With Crest's basic attributes that were close to reaching the Tier 6 standard, there was no way a Tier 6 divine monster could heavily injure him. The only explanation Desolate Fury could come up with for this situation was that Manaset had used a gold combat technique. It should be known that players who mastered a gold combat technique could transcend tiers and rank among the apex of the greater god's domain. So, just how were they supposed to fight against a Tier 6 monster that had mastered a gold combat technique? Mr. Blackflame, I'm afraid we can't beat this monster. No matter how I look at it, I just can't see us overcoming his gold combat technique, Unrestrained Lionheart said, wryly smiling when he saw Manaset ignoring them to target the goddess's shadow instead. Gold combat technique? Sure, Foam chuckled when he heard Unrestrained Lionheart's words. What he's using isn't a gold combat technique. It might look like Manaset had just used a gold combat technique, but the move didn't have anything to do with combat techniques. Instead, what the Holy Ancestor used was a holy art unique to the holy race. Holy Aura was a method for players to enhance their raw offensive and defensive capabilities using holy power, whereas holy arts were essentially the evolution of Holy Aura. Or, more specifically, they were special methods of using Holy Aura. Meanwhile, similar to combat techniques, holy arts could be categorized into bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Hearing Shurfeng's response, Unrestrained Lionheart shook his head and smiled, saying, even if what he used isn't a gold combat technique, it still doesn't change our situation. It will take at least a few Tier 6 players to take him down. The many 5th floor experts standing nearby nodded in agreement. It simply wasn't feasible for Tier 5 players like them to fight against an existence like Manaset. Not really. We don't need multiple Tier 6 players. After pondering for a moment, Shurfeng said, if we can have one Tier 6 combatant to distract him, defeating him isn't out of the question. Holy arts were different from combat techniques. In terms of improvements, holy arts provided a more well-rounded improvement, whereas combat techniques provided more extreme improvements. For example, some combat techniques might increase only the user's offensive capabilities. Some might only increase defensive capabilities, etc. Only through such extreme improvements could gold combat techniques let users transcend tiers. This also meant that gold holy arts couldn't let users transcend tiers. Is what you said true? Fry asked as she looked at Sherfong with a serious gaze. Can we truly raid this boss if we have a tier 6 combatant? Vice Guild Leader, could it be that you? Unrestrained Lionheart panicked when he heard Frey's words. Even though Fry hadn't revealed her intentions, he could already guess where she was going with her words. But that's your last trump card for competing against the other Vice Guild leaders. It doesn't matter. If we get annihilated here, I will be doomed regardless, Fry said to unrestrained Lionheart, shaking her head. Then she returned her focus to Sherfong and asked, How confident are you, Guild Leader Black Flame? If no accidents occur, we have a 50% chance of succeeding, Sherfong answered. Although the world mode courtyard of Space's final boss turned out different from what he heard, in a situation where Manoset could not move from where he stood, defeating him wasn't exactly impossible. After all, he had slain plenty of Tier 6 holy gods during his previous life. Slaying a Tier 5 holy ancestor who was partially immobilized shouldn't be too difficult. 50%. Fry was surprised by Sherfeng's answer. Then she smiled and said, Okay, I'll place my bet on you. After saying so, Fry raised the staff she wielded and chanted an incantation. Immediately, a silver, 5-fold magic array appeared under Frey's feet, the magic array taking up over half of the hall. Subsequently, Frey's aura rapidly weakened, her soul falling into a weakened state in no time. At the same time, the 5-fold magic array began to release a frightening aura. A dragon. Amazing. Vice Guild Leader Fry is simply amazing. This is a Tier 5 dragon we are talking about. Everyone was shocked when they saw the gigantic figure emerging from the 5-fold magic array. Is this dragon soul summoning one of Nethercell's 3 rumored abilities? Sherfong was similarly astonished by the sight of the dragon emerging from the magic array. Ghost Dragon, Dragon Legendary, Level 141 210 billion. The Divine Weapon Nethercell came attached with 3 Tier 6 super spells that surpassed even Tier 6 curses. Although Dragon Soul Summoning could only summon the soul of a dragon and not a living dragon, it was still plenty frightening. At the very least, the ghost dragon before him definitely possessed combat power at the Tier 6 standard. Go! After summoning the ghost dragon, Fry promptly commanded it to attack Manoset. Annoying pest! When Manoset saw the ghost dragon swiping its claw at him, he removed his focus from the goddess's shadow and threw a wall of punches at the immediate threat. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3387, Chapter 461, Matching a Holy Ancestor? Chapter 3387, Chapter 461, Matching a Holy Ancestor? Chapter 461, Matching a Holy Ancestor? When Fry looked at the countless oncoming fists, she promptly switched her actions with the ghost dragon, transforming its claw into a black hole. Space Annihilation, the 13th ranked absolute technique. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions shook the hall, making it feel like doomsday had arrived. The space in the hall also cracked and destabilized more and more with each subsequent explosion. For a moment, it felt like 2 Tier 6 experts were battling here. This exchange greatly stunned Desolate Fury, Thousand Scars, and the others. Had this battle taken place outside the Eternal Realm, the explosions taking place in the hall would have been strong enough to erase an entire map. Is this the power of a dragon, No, this isn't a result of just the dragon's power. It's also because of Vice Guild Leader Frey's impressive control. Indeed, space annihilation is an incredibly complex technique. Even fifth-floor experts have difficulty executing it under normal circumstances, let alone executing it through a non-human body. Yet, Vice Guild Leader Frey is executing the technique consecutively. If we're comparing purely in terms of control, Vice Guild Leader Frey can already rank among the Red Dragon Nation's top 10. Red Dragon Nation's members grew excited when they saw the ghost dragon manipulated by Frey holding its ground against Manoset. They also grew more confident in defeating the Holy Ancestor. The biggest concern a team faced when raiding a boss monster was whether it had the ability to withstand the boss's attacks. So long as a team had someone or some way to resist a boss's attacks, it would become possible to raid the boss. Previously, the power Manoset displayed was simply terrifying, and their team's ace tank nearly got killed in one hit. If any of the team's other tanks tried to block the Holy Ancestor's attacks, they would most likely be killed on the spot. So, their team essentially had no way of resisting Manoset's attacks. However, now that the ghost dragon under Frey's control had proven itself capable of resisting Manoset's attacks, all they needed to do next was attack the Holy Ancestor with their all. Subsequently, the team's ranged players began bombarding Manoset with attacks from over 100 yards away. Tier 5 skill, Space Breaker. Tier 5 spell, Ice Devourer. Tier 5 taboo skill, Demon King's Rose. Because the Holy Ancestor could not move and was busy defending himself from the ghost dragon's attacks, he could only let the numerous Tier 5 skills and spells batter his body. Minus 3,465,424. Minus 5,541,746. Minus 7,465,471. Everyone froze when they saw the damage they did to the Holy Ancestor. Impossible. My Tier 5 taboo skill only caused 7 million damage? Did the compounding potion's effects expire? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw how little damage they had caused to Manoset. Previously, even when they fought against the legendary ranked devouring earth dragons, their attacks still managed to cause damage nearing 100 million. Meanwhile, the devouring earth dragons were only slightly inferior to dragons of the same tier regarding defense. Yet, when they used the same attacks against Manoset, none managed to cause more than 10 million damage to the Holy Ancestor. The damage they caused wasn't even a fraction of Manoset's battle recovery, let alone Manoset's one. 5 trillion HP pool. At this rate, even if Manoset simply stood there and took their attacks, he would still be perfectly fine after 100 years. As expected of a Holy Ancestor, not even Tier 6 dragons have such a high defense. Sherfong was also a little astonished when he saw Manoset's defense. Although members of the Holy Race typically had very high defense due to the improvements provided by Holy Power, this was the first time Sherfong had seen a member of the Holy Race having such an absurdly high defense. This won't do, Vice Guild Leader. The boss's defense is simply ridiculous. There's no way we can deal enough damage to kill him, Unrestrained Lionheart said, the corner of his eyes twitching as he silent cast Tier 5 spells one after another. Frey also fell into thought as she manipulated the ghost dragon. Although she had long known that Manoset wouldn't be an easy foe to defeat, she didn't think the Holy Ancestor would be this frightening. Not only did Manoset have HP greater than Tier 5 dragons, but he even had defense greater than Tier 6 dragons. The rest is up to you now, Guild Leader Black Flame, Frey anxiously said as she looked at Sherfong. Now that they had a way to block Manoset's attacks, the next biggest problem they needed to resolve was how to deplete the Holy Ancestor's HP. If they couldn't even overcome the Holy Ancestor's battle recovery, defeating him would be a pipe dream. However, Sherfong was only a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Fry found it truly hard to imagine what methods Sherfong could possibly come up with to deplete Manaset's HP. In response to Frey's words, Sherfong nodded and walked up to Manoset. "What is Brother Black Flame trying to do?" Desolate Fury couldn't help but grow worried when he saw Sherfong moving within 100 yards of Manoset. There's no way to dodge the boss's punches at such close range, and even one of those punches is enough to KO a tier 5 tank. I can't see any other options. Ranged attacks are already proven useless, LaRoja said while firing arrows at the Holy Ancestor. Guild leader Black Flame should have a way to block the boss's punches, so he's probably thinking of testing the effectiveness of melee attacks. Melee attacks? When White Owl overheard LaRoja's assessment, her curiosity was piqued, and she began observing Sherfang's every action closely. Not to mention, as a melee player, she didn't have anything better to do right now. Manaset's punches were simply overwhelming. Not only did the Holy Ancestor's punches carry immense power, but they also possessed frightening speed. Outside 100 yards, it was still possible for Tier 5 players like herself to react to the punches in time and take appropriate countermeasures. However, within 100 yards, they would be struck without fail. Subsequently, as Sherfong moved closer and closer to Manoset, the Holy Ancestor finally shifted his attention to him and threw out numerous punches. Seeing this, Sherfong promptly raised the Winter of Eternal Night. Holy Mana's shadow. Suddenly, a cloud of crimson mist appeared around Sherfong, enveloping him completely. Then, in the blink of an eye, a 10-meter-tall swordsman covered in holy runes emerged from the cloud of crimson mist. The instant this giant of a swordsman appeared, everyone present involuntarily shuddered as an indescribable sense of pressure enveloped them. For a moment, it felt as if a god had appeared in the hall. Immediately afterward, one of Manaset's punches could be seen connecting with the giant swordsman. However, the punch simply passed through the swordsman without accomplishing anything. Subsequently, the giant swordsman began moving across the air at unbelievable speeds, rapidly evading Manaset's punches one after another. Flowing Space's first step, stepping space. How fast? Death Omen's eyes widened her eyes in shock when she saw that the giant swordsman had already arrived in front of the Holy Ancestor. The swordsman had crossed a distance of several dozen yards in the blink of an eye. This speed was already enough to rival a Tier 6 assassin using an advanced silver combat technique. However, Death Omen could clearly feel that the swordsman's life rating was nowhere near the Tier 6 standard. Disappear, Ant. When Manoset saw Sherfong appearing before him, he sneered and abandoned all defense against the ghost dragon, opting to send a rain of punches at Sherfong. Holy annihilation. Without hesitation, Sherfong executed his strongest move against Manaset's barrage of punches. Boom! Space within the hall became devastated, and the barrage of punches disappeared as Manoset was sent stumbling backward and nearly falling to the ground. At the same time, an unbelievable damage value appeared above his head. Minus 84,654,841. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3388. Chapter 462. Final Strike. Chapter 3388. Chapter 462. Final Strike. Chapter 462. Final Strike. Is he human? Am I hallucinating? What kind of damage is that? Could he be a Tier 6 sword god? Is this his trump card? Everyone couldn't help but wonder if they were hallucinating when they saw the damage value of more than 80 million. Even Fry had momentarily forgotten to control the ghost dragon. Previously, no matter what kind of attacks they used against Manoset, none of them managed to deal over 10 million damage. Even when unrestrained Lionheart landed a Tier 5 curse directly on Manaset's body, he only managed to cause around 7 million damage. It should be known that a Tier 5 curse was comparable to Tier 6 spells and power. Yet, the curse only dealt about 10% of the damage Shifeng's attack did. Moreover, that was only because Shifeng had used his attack to block Manaset's attack. If Shifeng managed to land a direct hit on the Holy Ancestor, the damage he could cause would be devastating. While everyone was still in shock, Shifeng, in his reconstructed body composed of mana and holy power, swung his sword again. Holy annihilation. Because of Frey's ghost dragon pinning Manaset this time, Shifeng was able to connect his attack with Manaset's body, the Holy Ancestor wincing a little when Shifeng's sword cut through his body. Minus 1,218,654,651. Shifeng's attack caused Manaset's HP bar to experience a visible drop this time. Upon seeing this, everyone present gasped. Crap, what is this damage? That's already more than our entire team did to the boss. Is this the strength of a saint? No way. I doubt even saints can have such frightening damage. No wonder the Vice Guild leader is willing to hire him at such a costly price. Had we entered God mode with him, we would have definitely secured the first clear. When everyone saw Shifeng's second attack dealing 2 billion damage, they felt shocked and joyful. At the same time, they became more confident in bringing down Manaset. Is that all he has for his trump card? Different from everyone else, Frey frowned when she saw the decrease in the Holy Ancestor's HP. Shifeng's attack might seem impressive for causing 2 billion damage, but it was still nothing compared to Manaset's 5 trillion HP. With his battle recovery, Manaset could recover 30 billion HP every 5 seconds. That was equivalent to regenerating 6 billion HP every second. But just when Frey was feeling uneasy, Shifeng suddenly appeared behind Manaset and stabbed the Holy Ancestor with the Shadow Incinerator. The end. With death as the price, incite all of the Shadow Incinerator's power to deal a devastating blow. This was Shifeng's strongest trump card, and it was also the only method he had to raid Manaset successfully. The Shadow Incinerator was a godly relic. During his previous life, the weapon had allowed the strongest demigod to slay an ancient god. Although Manaset was a holy ancestor, an existence comparable to primordial gods, he was currently weakened by the goddess of Space's seal, and his life rating was only at the level of a Tier 5 holy god. So long as Shifeng could heavily injure Manaset, defeating the holy ancestor wouldn't be a dream. Otherwise, with their current team, even if they increased the team size by tenfold, it'd still be impossible to kill Manaset. Initially, during the early phases of the war between the holy race and the human race in his previous life, human players were utterly powerless against the holy race's holy gods. It didn't matter even if numerous Tier 6 human experts worked together. They simply couldn't overcome the frightening defense and HP of the holy gods. However, later on, human players found an effective way to take down holy gods, and that was by heavily injuring them. So long as a holy god became heavily injured, they would lose the ability to strengthen their body with holy aura. Without holy aura, a Tier 6 holy god's defense would become weaker than even that of Tier 6 divine monsters, and their basic attributes would also plummet. The only problem with the strategy was that human players first needed to overcome the frightening defense of a holy god to injure them heavily. Meanwhile, the requirement to do so was much greater than the requirement to heavily injure a divine monster. Please let this succeed. Shifeng prayed when he ran the Shadow Incinerator through Manaset's heart. Boom! Suddenly, the space surrounding Manaset transformed into purgatory, and even the ghost dragon, which was swinging its claw to attack Manaset, had lost its claw. Roar! Immediately afterward, everyone heard an agonizing cry coming from Manaset, the powerful sound waves the holy ancestor produced, causing unrestrained Lionheart and the others to stumble over a dozen yards backward. A short moment later, The flame surrounding Manoset disappeared and revealed a dark void. The result of Shurfeng's attack was even more devastating than Manoset's punch before the Holy Ancestor was weakened to Tier 5. What did he do? Mutual destruction? Is he crazy? Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw only one figure standing amidst the void. At this time, Manoset was in a miserable state as he stood in the middle of the void. The Holy Ancestor's body was covered in severe burns and the gaping hole in his chest. His life rating had also plummeted even further, a sign that he had been heavily injured. Even his HP had undergone a shocking change. Manoset heavily injured. Holy Ancestor, Tier 5, Level 148, HP 750 billion. However, while Manoset might have entered a heavily injured state, Shurfeng had also disappeared, leaving behind only a ring in his place. He must be insane. He chose soul annihilation just to injure a boss? Unrestrained Lionheart was flabbergasted when he failed to sense Shurfeng's presence. Unlike the average player, Unrestrained Lionheart had a powerful perception toward souls. This allowed him to easily distinguish the state of a player's soul when they died. Hence, he could tell that Shurfeng's immortal soul had disappeared after detonating himself to heavily injure the Holy Ancestor. When players died a normal death, their immortal souls would not suffer any damage whatsoever. Only when players were killed by a Tier 5 attack or above would their immortal souls suffer some permanent damage. Even so, their immortal souls would remain in existence after death. However, should a player suffer soul annihilation, nothing would be left of their immortal soul once they died. Meanwhile, soul annihilation to a player was equivalent to a permanent farewell from God's domain. This was an outcome worse than any penalty players could receive for failing a quest in God's domain. After all, the worst penalty a quest could give was to have players start over with a new account. However, if a player suffered soul annihilation, they wouldn't even get the chance to start over again. No, he's still alive. Fry said as she lifted her head and looked at the space above the ring Shurfeng had dropped after his death. There, the figure of a person was slowly materializing. What? He had such an item on him. Unrestrained Lionheart was given another huge surprise when he saw Shurfeng resurrecting. Although many items in the greater God's domain could let players resurrect on the spot, items that could let players avoid a true death were extremely rare and valued as much as legendary equipment. Even Fry had only received one such item from the Red Dragon Nation after rising to the position of Vice Guild Leader. Meanwhile, when White Owl saw Shurfeng resurrecting above the ring he dropped, she couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Others might not know where Shurfeng had gotten that death prevention tool from, but as one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons, White Owl couldn't be any more familiar with it. The sacred phantom ring. It was a priceless treasure that could allow its wearer to avoid true death once a day. It was a top-tier treasure, even among the many life-saving treasures in the greater God's domain. Even though it was only a fragmented legendary item, its life-saving capabilities were no weaker than a legendary-ranked life-saving item. Originally, the Sacred Phantom Ring was a treasure the Paimon conglomerate had prepared for the Divine Seal Saint. However, the Divine Seal Saint had given it to his youngest son Daira, who had ended up losing it to Shurfeng. Good. It worked. After resurrecting, when Shurfeng saw Manoset's chilling state, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Immediately he commanded, "Quick! Everyone attack the boss now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3389. Chapter 463. World Modes First Clear? Chapter 3389. Chapter 463. World Modes First Clear? Chapter 463. World Modes First Clear? Upon seeing Shurfeng pick up the Sacred Phantom Ring and hearing his command, everyone promptly snapped out of their dazes and went into action. Nobody present was a fool, so everyone understood that this was a crucial opportunity. But will this really work? Unrestrained Lionheart wondered skeptically. Even though Manoset was currently looking pale and breathing heavily, unrestrained Lionheart still couldn't help but have his doubts about defeating the Holy Ancestor. It was indeed astonishing that Sherfong could heavily injure Manoset. If he had used that same attack against a Tier 6 tank, the latter would most likely have been killed on the spot, even with a life-saving skill activated. Only, while Manoset might be heavily injured, nothing had really changed for the team. Firstly, while it was true that boss monsters couldn't actively recover from a heavily injured state, the negative state would only last for a very limited time. It was why teams would typically only heavily injure a boss monster when the boss in question had gone berserk. Secondly, Manoset was ridiculously durable. Even in a heavily injured state, the Holy Ancestor still had 750 billion HP. That was more than what a level 148 Tier 5 dragon possessed. While Manoset could no longer benefit from the battle recovery effect, it would still take the team a long time to deal 750 billion damage, and time was a privilege they couldn't afford. However, despite his concerns, unrestrained Lionheart did not dawdle in his actions. Immediately, he activated a berserk skill and began casting a threefold Tier 5 spell. At the same time as unrestrained Lionheart was preparing his attack, the Tier 5 Rangers of the team also activated their berserk skills and bombarded Manoset with arrows. The ghost dragon that had lost a claw also opened its maw. Tier 5 skill Heaven's Rain. Tier 5 skill Soul Chaser. Tier 5 skill 9-in-1. Dragon Breath. The ghost dragon's breath attack carried power rivaling Tier 5 curses. So, Manoset had no choice but to defend against the attack with his fists. This led to more than 200 arrows landing directly on his body. Minus 116,134,523. Minus 214,764,212. Minus 124,891,591. Upon seeing the series of damage values appearing above Manoset's head, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Am I hallucinating? Every arrow's dealing over 100 million damage? Is the system bugged? Previously, when the team's Tier 5 Rangers attacked Manoset, each of their arrows could only deal several million damage. Yet now each arrow was dealing over 100 million damage. An entire volley of arrows had caused the Holy Ancestor to lose nearly 20 billion HP. All of a sudden, the goal of dealing 750 billion damage no longer looked as out of reach as it did previously. It's doable. The raid's doable. The melee players standing at the forefront grew ecstatic. Immediately, they sped up their charge toward Manoset so that they could quickly get in on the action as well. It seems we should also stop withholding our strength. When Death Omen saw the damage dealt by the Rangers, she promptly activated Shadow's power, a berserk skill that doubled her strength and agility and improved her reaction speed by 30%. Thousand Scars also followed suit and activated her berserk skill Divine Flame. Immediately, the two daggers she wielded transformed into scorching flames that behaved like serpents, the flame serpents attacking Manoset and causing damage in the tens of millions. Although each of Thousand Scars' attacks didn't deal as much damage as the Tier 5 Ranger's arrows, her high attack speed allowed her to match the Ranger's damage output. Meanwhile, once the team's melee players started landing attacks on Manoset, the team's overall damage output more than doubled. Even though Manoset was wildly flinging punches, as the power of his punches couldn't even reach the Tier 6 standard right now, they were of no threat to the Tier 5 players present. At most, the punches only let him block a portion of the incoming attacks. 76%, 52%, 33%. Manoset lost dozens of billions of HP with every round of attacks he suffered, which resulted in his HP bar decreasing by visible chunks. However, the lower the Holy Ancestor's HP fell, the slower the decrease became. Faster! Faster! We need to be faster! When Shifeng saw Manaset's punches becoming faster and stronger, he knew that the Holy Ancestor would soon recover from his heavily injured state. Meanwhile, once Manaset recovered, it would be a pipe dream for their team to defeat him. When Manaset's HP fell to 25%, the gaping hole in his chest had already recovered by 90%, and a silver heart had started to take shape in the hole. Ha ha ha! When Manaset saw that he was close to fully recovering, he laughed and stopped defending against the incoming attacks. Instead, he scanned the players before him with a contemptuous gaze, causing everyone to experience unprecedented intimidation. Holy art, splitting star! After Manaset let out a loud roar, a gigantic illusory fist smashed down on the hull like a falling star. Partway through its descent, the star split into countless meteorites that carried as much power as the Holy Ancestor's punches. Seeing this, Shifeng promptly stopped holding back. The winter of eternal night in his hand unleashed a dark aura that enveloped its surroundings. Radiant night, sword's orbit. Under Radiant Night's effect, every one of Shifeng's attacks carried power at the Tier 6 standard and dealt damage in the hundreds of millions to Manaset. While executing Sword's Orbit, Shifeng could land over 30 attacks on the Holy Ancestor every second, which translated to more than 10 billion damage every second. 25%, 23%, 21%. As Manaset's HP fell, the number of players killed by the descending meteorites also increased. 80, 62, 45. In only a few seconds, the team lost over 40 players. Of the team's surviving members, only those at the 5th floor standard could dodge the rain of meteorites perfectly. As for titled experts, they could only pray that they weren't targeted by more than 2 meteorites at a time. Otherwise, unless they were a tank, they would be killed on the spot. Is it still not enough? Shifeng couldn't help but feel disappointed when he saw that the team had less than 30 members remaining and that Manaset had recovered from his heavily injured state. Currently, Manaset still had 20% of his HP remaining. With fewer than 30 players on the team, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Holy Ancestor even if he was still heavily injured. So, it'd be even more impossible to defeat Manaset now that he was no longer heavily injured. This is the end of the line for you ants. Manaset said, his body seemingly growing a little larger after he had recovered from his injuries. Then he sent a flurry of punches at Shifeng and the others. Sure enough, it's a failure. Fry sighed deeply when she saw the wall of punches coming at her. However, just as everyone thought the wall of punches would devour them, the goddess's shadow, who had been maintaining the seal on Manaset all this time, suddenly moved. You've done well to weaken Manaset to such an extent, heavens blessed, the goddess's shadow said as she raised her hands. Immediately, eternal energy flooded the hall, and the space around Manaset began to twist and shrink rapidly, forcing the Holy Ancestor to shrink with it. In the blink of an eye, Manaset's 10-meter-tall body was reduced to just 1 meter, then to the size of a rice grain, and ultimately to an indiscernible speck. This scene dumbfounded everyone in the hall. He's dead? Shifeng was similarly stunned by Manaset's abrupt disappearance. A holy ancestor, an existence comparable to primordial gods, was eliminated, just like that. Before Shifeng could come back to his senses, a series of system notifications sounded in everyone's ears. System, congratulations! You have cleared the World Mode Courtyard of Space and completed the Goddess of Space's Seal event. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to Red Dragon Team for obtaining the first clear on the World Mode Courtyard of Space, rewarding plus 100 Regional City Reputation Points and plus 200 Regional Town Reputation Points. For a time, unprecedented silence enveloped the entire Corrosion mountain range. Faster! Faster! We need to be faster. When Shifeng saw Manaset's punches becoming faster and stronger, he knew that the holy ancestor would soon recover from his heavily injured state. Meanwhile, once Manaset recovered, it would be a pipe dream for their team to defeat him. When Manaset's HP fell to 25%, the gaping hole in his chest had already recovered by 90%, and a silver heart had started to take shape in the hole. Ha ha ha. When Manaset saw that he was close to fully recovering, he laughed and stopped defending against the incoming attacks. Instead, he scanned the players before him with a contemptuous gaze, causing everyone to experience unprecedented intimidation. Holy art, splitting star. After Manaset let out a loud roar, a gigantic illusory fist smashed down on the hull like a falling star. Partway through its descent, the star split into countless meteorites that carried as much power as the holy ancestor's punches. Seeing this, Shifeng promptly stopped holding back. The winter of eternal night in his hand unleashed a dark aura that enveloped its surroundings. Radiant night. Sword's orbit. Under Radiant Night's effect, every one of Shifeng's attacks carried power at the Tier 6 standard and dealt damage in the hundreds of millions to Manaset. While executing Sword's orbit, Shifeng could land over 30 attacks on the Holy Ancestor every second, which translated to more than 10 billion damage every second. 25%, 23%, 21%. As Manaset's HP fell, the number of players killed by the descending meteorites also increased. 80, 62, 45. In only a few seconds, the team lost over 40 players. Of the team's surviving members, only those at the 5th floor standard could dodge the rain of meteorites perfectly. As for titled experts, they could only pray that they weren't targeted by more than 2 meteorites at a time. Otherwise, unless they were a tank, they would be killed on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3390. Chapter 464. Astonishing Rewards. Chapter 3390. Chapter 464. Astonishing Rewards. Chapter 464. Astonishing Rewards outside the courtyard of space. World Mode got cleared. Nobody has even seen God Mode's final boss yet. So how is it possible that someone has already cleared World Mode? Could World Mode actually be easier than God Mode? No way. I heard from some people who had entered World Mode, and they say that even the fodder monsters there are legendary ranked Earth Dragons. There are also countless spatial blades randomly flying about the courtyard, and every spatial blade can easily kill Tier 5 players. The difficulty of fighting legendary monsters in such an environment is simply ridiculous. That's vastly more challenging than what players have to face in God Mode. Easier than God Mode? What nonsense are you talking about? I've entered World Mode, and I can tell you that titled experts can't even survive 10 seconds without working together in groups of 10 or more. When everyone outside the courtyard of space received the system announcement, they couldn't help but look at the now-sealed teleportation gate in a daze. Many of the players present had entered the God Mode courtyard of space, so they knew how challenging the team dungeon was. It was unlike any God Mode team dungeons found outside the Eternal Realm. Hence, they couldn't help but find it unbelievable that someone had conquered the courtyard of space's World Mode, which was supposedly a greater difficulty setting than God Mode. How can the dungeon's World Mode get conquered? The Rockspear St. Parker was in utter disbelief as he stared at the system announcement displayed before him. This is bad, Lord Morrow. We don't even know which team has conquered the dungeon right now, the Wind Saint Desert Web said to Morrow. In order to secure the World Mode courtyard of space's first clear, Morrow had recruited the help of the experts working under the Guild's Grand Elders. However, as these experts were operating in different regions in the Eternal Realm, Morrow had to make many promises to the Grand Elders to get these experts to abandon their ongoing tasks to come and help him. Yet now, Someone else had conquered the world mode courtyard of space before these experts could even enter the dungeon. Once the Grand Elders learned of this, they would definitely reprimand him for this failure. The Red Dragon Nation's current guild leader was about to conclude his term. As the Red Dragon Nation was a pseudo-apex power, the position of guild leader came with a lot of precious resources and influence in the greater god's domain. Hence, every vice guild leader was eyeing the position, resulting in intense competition. Now that Morrow had wasted the precious development time of many of the guild's experts in the Eternal Realm, the guild's other vice guild leaders would definitely use this opportunity to make trouble for him. They might even snatch his authority in the Eternal Realm. However, contrary to Desert Webb's assumption, Morrow did not explode into a flying rage. Instead, he remained very calm, behaving as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "What are you panicking for?" Morrow nonchalantly said. Then he turned to look at the teleportation gate, his expression darkening a little as he smiled and said, "Even until now, Frey's team has yet to come out of the dungeon. Don't you find this situation very interesting?" "Do you mean to say that—" Desert Webb's mouth gradually widened in disbelief as he processed Morrow's words. "Vice Guild Leader Frey's team secured world modes first clear. Otherwise, how do you explain this situation?" Pointing at the teleportation gate, Morrow said, "According to the general rules of dungeons, so long as a team gets annihilated in a dungeon, the whole team will get resurrected outside the dungeon. Seeing as Frey's team has yet to come out even until now, it goes without saying that they are the ones who have secured world modes first clear." Frey's team secured world modes first clear? When Parker overheard Morrow's words, he held his head with both hands and instinctively denied Morrow's claim. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Parker knew better than anyone what kind of standard Frey's team members possessed. The number of fifth-floor experts on Frey's team didn't even amount to half of the fifth-floor experts on Morrow's team. If Morrow's team couldn't even conquer the God Mode courtyard of space, how could Frey's team possibly secure the World Mode courtyard of space's first clear? This was the first clear of a World Mode team dungeon they were talking about. Currently, the World Mode courtyard of space was receiving a lot of attention from the Red Dragon Nation's Grand Elders. Whoever secured the World Mode dungeons first clear was bound to receive more support from those Grand Elders, which would, in turn, increase their chances of winning in the competition for the position of guild leader. Meanwhile, so long as Frey became the Red Dragon Nation's next guild leader, the experts under her would have a very bright future ahead of them. At that time, even the guild's elders would have to behave respectfully around them. If that really is the case, what should we do next, Lord Morrow? Desert Webb asked anxiously. If Frey did secure the World Mode courtyard of space's first clear, it went without saying the guild's Grand Elders would give their support to her. At that time, how was Morrow supposed to compete against her for the position of guild leader? "Don't worry. Frey securing the first clear is good news for us," Morrow said, suddenly smiling. "Good news?" Desert Webb revealed a confused expression. "Look at the other players here, including the Holy Race's players." Smiling, Morrow asked, "Do you think they'll spare Frey's team? This is the Greater God's domain's first World Mode Team dungeon we're talking about. The rewards for the dungeons, first clear, are bound to be incredible. If Frey wants her team to leave this place alive, she'll have no choice but to rely on us." Desert Webb scanned their surroundings when he heard Morrow's words. Then, realization quickly dawned on him. When the system announcement first appeared, everyone was indeed shocked by the news. Now, though, only greed existed on everyone's faces. Items obtained from a dungeon would drop on death in the first 2 hours. Meanwhile, once a dungeon's final boss was killed, players could only stay in the dungeon for an additional 30 minutes. Afterward, they would be forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Hence, so long as they sealed off the dungeon's entrance and killed the players who came out of the dungeon, they would be able to obtain the dungeon boss's loot. "All we need to do is stand aside and watch the show," Morrow said as he walked to a corner to rest. At the same time, the members of the various powers gathered outside the teleportation gate started to act. Even the Holy Race's players had taken the initiative to establish cooperation with the various human powers. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard of space, less than 30 figures sat slumped on the floor of an ancient hall, their eyes lighting up in surprise and joy as they looked at the system notifications before them. We did it! We got the first clear! This is the first clear reward for World Mode. Thousand Scars, Desolate Fury, and the others couldn't help but shout out in excitement when they saw the Holy Ancestor disappearing completely. System, congratulations! You have received a Goddess Treasure Chest for completing the Goddess of Space's Seal event. The reward is so generous. Unrestrained Lionheart was greatly shocked as he looked at the treasure chest in his hand. Although he didn't know what rank of treasure chest the Goddess Treasure Chest belonged to, seeing as it was made entirely of 7 luminaries crystals, its value must rival legendary treasure chests. It should be known that legendary treasure chests were extremely rare in the greater God's domain. Even God Mode Team Dungeons would only occasionally drop one. Yet, now, the World Mode Courtyard of Space had awarded every team member with 1 Goddess Treasure Chest. Moreover, this was in addition to the items gradually descending from the ceiling. The rewards were so lucrative that it felt as if they had just raided 100 God Mode Team Dungeons. However, unlike everyone else, Shifeng's attention wasn't on the Goddess Treasure Chest. Instead, his gaze was focused on items descending from the ceiling, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes when he saw what the Holy Ancestor had dropped. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3391. Chapter 465. Goddess's Treasure. Chapter 3391. Chapter 465. Goddess's Treasure. Chapter 465. Goddess's Treasure, Mr. Blackflame. You don't seem very interested in the Goddess Treasure Chest. Unrestrained Lionheart commented when he noticed Shifeng paying more attention to the items dropped by the Holy Ancestor than the Goddess Treasure Chest in his hand. It is only thanks to your leadership that we managed to secure the World Mode Courtyard of Space's first clear. How about I ask Vice Guild Leader Fry for permission to exchange one of the boss's dropped items for your Goddess Treasure Chest? That won't be necessary. 2 items are enough for me, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Treasure chests such as the Goddess Treasure Chest were also known as Divine Treasure Chests. Meanwhile, the value of a Divine Treasure Chest could range anywhere from an inferior Legendary Treasure Chest to an inferior Mythical Treasure Chest. Although Shifeng had no idea how powerful the Goddess of Space was exactly, after seeing how powerful the Goddess's doppelganger was, he was certain that the Goddess was vastly stronger than the average ancient god. Hence, it wouldn't be surprising if the rewards inside the Goddess Treasure Chest rivaled that of Legendary Treasure Chests in value. The only downside of Divine Treasure Chests was that each chest would only contain 1 item. However, even if it was only 1 item, it was still a precious item from a Legendary Treasure Chest equivalent. So, it wouldn't be any worse than the items dropped by the Holy Ancestor. After all, the Holy Ancestor they killed here was heavily suppressed. Moreover, they had even relied on the Goddess's shadow to deal the finishing blow. In terms of value, the Holy Ancestor's loot would, at best, rival the loot of an ordinary Tier 6 Holy God. When Shifeng finished speaking, many people in the hall had already opened the Goddess Treasure Chest they received. Suddenly, silence enveloped the entire hall, which was followed by bursts of exclamations. Heavens! A secret treasure! I got a secret treasure from my treasure chest! A gold combat technique legacy. I must be hallucinating. I actually got a one-time opportunity to experience a gold combat technique. Everyone who had opened their Goddess Treasure chest couldn't help but gasp when they saw the contents of their respective chests. Desolate Fury, Cross, and La Roja in particular revealed fanatical expressions. A legacy pearl. This was an item that could allow players to experience the combat technique recorded inside. Meanwhile, the combat technique recorded in their legacy pearls was none other than the gold body technique, flowing space. Although the three of them were envious of those who had obtained secret treasures, the thought of exchanging their legacy pearls for a secret treasure never crossed their minds. As they had already made some progress in learning the flowing space technique, the legacy pearl was much more valuable to them than any secret treasure. After all the effort they had put in previously, if they could experience the correct way of using flowing space even once, they would have at least a 50% chance of successfully learning the gold body technique and reaching the technique's first level, stepping space. At that time, their combat power would skyrocket, and they'd be able to hold their ground against fifth-floor experts. While they might not become the strongest, they would still be regarded as powerhouses in the Eternal Realm. We really lucked out this time, Big Sis Omen. Both of us actually got combat-ranked secret treasures, Thousand Scars said as she looked at the secret treasure in Death Omen's hands. Then she looked at her own secret treasure and continued, "If I attach this thing to my boots, I'm confident I can hold my ground against Holy Race experts of the same tier." Death Omen nodded and smiled in response. Originally, she thought that they would merely be working as free labor in this raid. Apart from receiving some town reputation points, they never really thought of obtaining anything else. So, it was a pleasant surprise for them to be able to leave the courtyard of space with a secret treasure. Different from Thousand Scars, Death Omen had obtained a secret treasure for weapons. Although it didn't increase any movement speed like Thousand Scars' secret treasure, it allowed her attack power to undergo a qualitative improvement. A legacy pearl for flowing space? When Sherfong opened his goddess treasure chest and saw the legacy pearl in it, he couldn't help but feel a little joyful. While it was true that secret treasures offered players a more direct improvement to combat power, the value of flowing space's legacy pearl was easily 10 times greater than any combat-ranked secret treasure. Currently, Sherfong had already achieved the stepping space level, so the flowing space technique he executed was already strong enough to rival ordinary gold body techniques. However, if he could reach the phantom body level, he would fear nobody in the Eternal Realm once he became a Tier 5 Sword Saint. Even if many Tier 6 experts arrived in the future, he was confident he could secure himself a spot in the Eternal Realm. It's a pity that I still haven't perfected my mastery of the stepping space level. Otherwise, I could have used this legacy pearl right away and tried to reach the phantom body level. After staring at the legacy pearl in his hand for a moment, he ultimately chose to set it aside in his bag, deciding that he would only use the legacy pearl once he had perfected his mastery of the stepping space level. Guild Leader Black Flame, all of the loot has settled, Fry said, smiling in a happy mood as she pointed at the items scattered on the nearby ground. As per our agreement, you get to choose 2 items first. Okay. After sweeping his gaze across the Holy Ancestor's loot, Sherfong walked over to the items and picked up 2 without hesitation, saying, "I'll be taking these 2 items then." The Holy Ancestor dropped 9 items. Every one of these 9 items radiated a faint trace of eternal energy, so anyone could tell they were extraordinary. Among them, there were weapons, equipment, potions, and designs. There were also 2 secret treasures that radiated an extraordinary aura. Unlike the secret treasures everyone had seen thus far, the 2 secret treasures dropped by the Holy Ancestor were enveloped by a dark purple glow. Based on presence alone, they were clearly a cut above the Orichalcum's secret treasure, which was a combat-ranked secret treasure. So, when everyone saw these 2 secret treasures, they couldn't help but salivate over them. If they could attach both of these secret treasures to their equipment, they could probably elevate their mana protection from the Tier 5 standard to the Tier 6 standard. And even if it didn't reach the Tier 6 standard, it would be very close to reaching it. Their combat power would also see a massive improvement. However, Sherfong did not pick even one of the 2 secret treasures for his 2 allotted items. Instead, he had chosen a potion and a feather. The potion was held in a bottle made entirely out of 7 luminaries crystal, and the potion itself was a blood-red liquid with purple gold sparkles. As for the feather, it looked rather inconspicuous. The feather was the size of his palm, and it was pure white like an angel's feather. If not for the faint eternal energy it radiated, it could have easily been mistaken for an ordinary item. He's not choosing any of the secret treasures? Fry couldn't help but be surprised by Shifeng's choice. In her opinion, although all 9 items dropped by the Holy Ancestor were undoubtedly precious, the value of the 2 secret treasures easily surpassed the combined value of the 7 other items. Yet, Shifeng didn't even glance at the 2 secret treasures that were clearly above the combat rank when he chose the blood-red potion and feather. This was truly a surprising situation. "Are you sure you want those 2 items, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Fry couldn't help but ask. "MHM." Shifeng definitively nodded and smiled. The 2 items he chose might seem ordinary compared to the 2 secret treasures, but they were actually the 2 most valuable items dropped by the Holy Ancestor. Any one of them was easily more valuable than the 2 extraordinary ranked secret treasures combined. The potion he chose was naturally the Divine Spatial Potion, an item that could permanently increase the user's perception of their respective power system by 1 level. As for the feather, it was the famous treasure the goddess of space had relied on to spread her name across the 12 sanctuaries in the past. The Feather of Oath. TL notes: 1 power system is referring to the human's mana system and the holy race's holy power system. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3392. Chapter 466. 12 Wings of Heaven. Chapter 3392. Chapter 466. 12 Wings of Heaven. Chapter 466. 12 Wings of Heaven. Since you've already made up your mind, I will be taking the remaining drops. Guild Leader Black Flame, Fry said, inwardly sighing in relief when she saw the determined look on Shifeng. Although Fry had no idea what use the potion and feather had, she knew that the 2 extraordinary rank secret treasures were of great importance to her. Each of them was easily more valuable than a legendary weapon. The competition for the Red Dragon Nation's guild leader position was extremely intense. Vice guild leaders would not only be tested on their administration and leadership capabilities, but they would also be tested on overall strength. The strength here referred to individual combat power and background. But out of the 2, individual combat power was of much greater significance. After all, if a vice guild leader wasn't sufficiently strong as an individual, it would be hard for them to get the guild's numerous powerhouses to acknowledge them and follow their orders. Not to mention, as the Red Dragon Nation was a pseudo-apex power, the guild's guild leader would be under constant threat of assassination from hostile forces. If a guild leader ended up getting killed, it would greatly impact the Red Dragon Nation's reputation and influence. Therefore, individual combat power was the main criterion for the Red Dragon Nation when choosing a new guild leader. Currently, Fry was still weaker than the veteran vice guild leaders of the guild. Yet, the time for the current guild leader to retire was growing closer and closer. So, she was in urgent need of improving her combat power. If she could receive the bonuses of 2 extraordinary rank secret treasures, her chances of becoming the Red Dragon Nation's next guild leader would increase substantially. Meanwhile, Shifeng simply chuckled when he saw Fry hurriedly collecting the 2 secret treasures. Then he sat down to rest while he appraised the feather in his hand. The Feather of Oath, also known as the 12 Wings of Heaven. While it might not be a divine artifact-ranked weapon or equipment, it was still a bona fide divine artifact. Moreover, it was a divine artifact whose value rivaled the greater god's domain's 10 great divine weapons. In the distant past, the goddess of space had created the Feather of Oath and relied on it to achieve a transcendental position among ancient gods. At one point, She was even suspected of already becoming strong enough to rival primordial gods. However, very few people knew about the Feather of Oath in the current Greater God's domain. Shifeng only knew about it because of a primordial god legacy he had obtained during his previous life. Through that primordial god legacy, he learned bits of information regarding the War of Ancient Gods. During that war, the goddess of space had relied on the Feather of Oath to fight a primordial god at the heart of the Greater God's domain. Although the goddess of space did not emerge victorious in that fight, she didn't lose either. Instead, she had fought the primordial god to a stalemate. As a result of that fight, the Feather of Oath's name spread across the 12 sanctuaries. Meanwhile, the reason the Feather of Oath became known as the 12 Wings of Heaven was its ability to summon 12 war goddesses. It was with the help of these 12 war goddesses that the goddess of space could hold her ground against a primordial god. So, when Shifeng saw the Feather of Oath appearing among the items dropped by the Holy Ancestor, he couldn't help but be surprised. In less than a minute, the Feather of Oath's information appeared before Shifeng. Feather of Oath, fragmented divine artifact, an item worn by the goddess of space. It is a treasure created using the souls of 12 heroes from before the Great Destruction. However, the Feather of Oath has suffered serious damage during a fight against 3 holy ancestors, and repairing it will require 6 world sources. Current number of world sources absorbed, 0. Additional skill 1, War Goddess Summoning. For every 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal expended, summon 1 war goddess of the same tier, up to tier 6. The war goddesses summoned cannot exceed the summoner by 10 levels. Every war goddess summoned will last for 3 hours. Up to 6 war goddesses can be summoned at the same time. No incantations required. No cooldown. Additional skill 2, Heroic Pledge. Expend 1 god crystal to temporarily upgrade a war goddess by 1 tier, up to tier 6. Duration, 30 minutes cooldown, 6 hours, a fragmented divine artifact. Shifeng nearly failed to keep his mouth shut when he saw the Feather of Oath stats. He had long expected the Feather of Oath to be in a damaged state. After all, even if they were talking about the rewards for a world mode team dungeons, first clear, the chances of a legendary item appearing were relatively low. Hence, when he picked up the Feather of Oath, he had already mentally prepared himself to see it being at the legendary rank only. Yet now not only was the Feather of Oath at the fragmented divine artifact rank, but it even allowed him to summon up to 6 war goddesses simultaneously. This was simply insane. These were war goddesses they were talking about. Moreover, these weren't just any war goddesses, but war goddesses from before the Great Destruction. While war goddesses only possessed life rating on par with 6-winged Valkyries, they were existences who had reached the extremes of contemporary combat. Hence, they were titled as war goddesses. What did it mean to reach the extremes of contemporary combat? It meant achieving the standard of gold combat techniques in every movement. Simply imagining an existence with a life rating of a 6-winged Valkyrie executing a gold combat technique with their every move sent shivers down Shifeng's spine. Yet now he could summon 6 of such existences. Subsequently, time passed bit by bit. After the fallen members of the team were resurrected and everyone rested for about 10 minutes, unrestrained Lionheart followed Frey's instructions and began paying the team's foreign aid their promised compensation. Every foreign aid was given 2 eternal gold coins. In the current eternal realm, where most experts only made several dozen eternal copper a day, a payout of 2 eternal gold was undoubtedly a fortune. When Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja each received 2 eternal gold from unrestrained Lionheart, they couldn't help but be at a loss for words. After all, they had already received an immense harvest from the courtyard of space. They didn't think they would receive 2 eternal gold on top of that. Brother Black Flame, please have our share of the compensation. It is only because of you we could secure the world mode courtyard of space's first clear. It is also thanks to you that we had the fortune to join this team. If we keep this compensation on top of enjoying all these benefits, I'm afraid we will be too ashamed to even look at you in the future. Indeed, we are already satisfied with being able to enter the courtyard of space and obtain a goddess treasure chest. Guild Leader Black Flame. After exchanging looks with each other, Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja came to a silent agreement with each other and simultaneously shoved the eternal gold coins they received to Sherfong, giving him no chance to even refuse the coins. At this time, Unrestrained Lionheart also approached Sherfong and handed him a small pile of coins with a smile, saying, "Here is the remuneration Vice Guild Leader Fry promised, and the payment for the 100 bottles of compounding potion, Mr. Black Flame. Your total comes to 14 eternal gold." After a slight pause, Unrestrained Lionheart continued, "By the way, the Blood Hell Mountain Range will soon activate. Would you be interested in joining us to explore it, Mr. Black Flame? We can split the city entrance tokens we obtain evenly." After accepting the coins, Sherfong shook his head and said, "Thank you for the offer, Brother Lionheart. However, I have other matters to tend to, so I'm afraid I cannot join your exploration. With the Standard of Phrase team, he would benefit greatly if they evenly split the city entrance tokens they obtained. However, now that he had 20 eternal gold coins in hand, he could accomplish many matters he previously couldn't even dream of accomplishing. Meanwhile, those matters were of far greater importance than a couple of city entrance tokens. Very well, then. Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even so, he didn't insist on the matter. "We should be careful once we leave the dungeon, Brother Lionheart," Sherfong said when he saw that Fry was preparing the team to leave the courtyard of space. "We might have secured world modes first clear, but the dungeon has already attracted a lot of attention. The people outside are unlikely to let us leave without a fight." "You can rest assured, Mr. Black Flame," confidently Unrestrained Lionheart said. "Vice Guild Leader Fry has long prepared for such an eventuality. Anyone who dares try anything funny will meet a swift end." Sherfong nodded, unsurprised by this revelation. As a Vice Guild leader of a pseudo-apex power, Fry must have long grown accustomed to getting attacked at the entrance of dungeons, so there was no way she came to a dungeon as important as the courtyard of space unprepared. He only offered them a reminder, so they didn't grow complacent after securing the world mode courtyard of spaces first clear. After all, nobody could tell how crazily the various powers would react to the first world mode team dungeons first clear. Meanwhile, after everyone was rested and ready to go, they stepped into the teleportation gate in the middle of the hall and exited the courtyard of space. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3393. Chapter 467, Grand Gathering. Chapter 3393. Chapter 467, Grand Gathering. Chapter 467, Grand Gathering outside the courtyard of space. Following the appearance of numerous bright flashes, the figures of 88 players appeared in front of the cordoned teleportation gate. "They're out. Look quickly. Those people finally came out." A burst of noise instantly turned the originally calm basin lively. At this time, over 50,000 human and holy race players could be seen gathered around the teleportation gate. These players formed a tight encirclement around the teleportation gate, and the instant they saw the team of 88 players appearing in front of the gate, excitement and greed colored their eyes. It was as if they had just seen the most tempting treasure in existence, and they couldn't help but get the urge to charge forward and claim this treasure for themselves right away. Meanwhile, when Sherfong and the others appeared outside the courtyard of space and saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although it was already nighttime in the Corrosion mountain range, they could still see that players crowded their surroundings. They could also feel the gazes of all these players focusing on them. In a situation where most of these players were fourth-floor experts and above, their deterrence was greater than even that of Tier 6 divine monsters. Are you kidding me? Death Omen's eyes twitched a little when she saw how many players were surrounding them. This is probably what it feels like to be universally condemned, Desolate Fury commented with a wry smile. At this time, even unrestrained Lionheart, who had been full of confidence just a moment ago, had become surprisingly quiet. As a core member of a pseudo-apex power, unrestrained Lionheart was no stranger to battles involving hundreds of thousands of players. After all, such battles were a common occurrence in the greater God's domain. Not to mention, there were even specific battlefields in God's domain that allowed any player to join to experience battles of epic scale. However, while he might have felt some pressure when participating in those large-scale battles, it was nothing compared to what he felt from being stared at by tens of thousands of fourth-floor experts and above. If a person didn't possess a strong will, they'd probably experience a mental meltdown and collapse on the spot if they were put in a similar situation. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Sherfong and the others quickly noticed that the players surrounding them were split into 4 camps. 2 for the human players and 2 for the Holy Race players. After seeing their team exit the dungeon, these 4 camps each sent several representatives to meet them. Greetings, Vice Guild Leader Fry. I have heard many great things about you. I am Mad Blade, the representative of the 4 conglomerates gathered. On behalf of the 4 conglomerates, I would like to congratulate you for securing the World Mode Courtyard of Spaces, first clear, and bringing honor to the human race. A level 142, Tier 5 Tigerkin Berserker from the human player's side said with a smile. Following the Tigerkin Berserker, a level 141, Tier 5 Giant carrying a shield on his back also offered his congratulations to Fry, saying, I am Moving Mountain. On behalf of the 17 guilds gathered, congratulations on conquering the World Mode Courtyard of Space, Miss Fry. Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but gasp when he heard the 2 people's introduction. Why are they here? Unrestrained Lionheart muttered in disbelief, sweat rolling down his forehead as he looked at Mad Blade and Moving Mountain. Are they famous, Senior Lionheart? Thousand Scars asked, her curiosity piqued when she saw unrestrained Lionheart's behavior. They're more than just famous. On behalf of unrestrained Lionheart, White Owl nervously answered, they are legends who have risen to prominence over a century ago. Both of them are experts who had entered the Luminous Glory List's top 3 when they were young. After reaching Tier 6, they have even fought against many old monsters belonging to the various apex powers without dying even once. Around 2 decades ago, they were tasked with guarding 2 large-scale saint camps situated at the northern ruins. At the time, anyone who dared to attack them could last no more than 10 moves. Even saints were no exception. I never thought they would show up in this place. Thousand Scars, Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja nervously gulped when they heard White Owl's introduction. Saints belong to the strongest category of players in the Holy World. Yet, even saints couldn't last more than 10 moves against Mad Blade and Moving Mountain. Just what standard had these 2 individuals reached already? It should be known that a saint could easily fight against multiple 5th-floor experts without losing. If Mad Blade and Moving Mountain had the strength to kill a saint in under 10 moves, just one of them could probably annihilate their entire team. At this time, 2 experts from the Holy Race stepped forward, the approach of these 2 individuals causing Mad Blade and Moving Mountain to back away a little. Hints of fear had even appeared in Mad Blade's and Moving Mountain's eyes when they looked at the 2 Holy Race experts. Both of these Holy Race experts looked middle-aged. One looked serious and sharp, while the other was brimming with fighting spirit. However, unlike Mad Blade and Moving Mountain, these 2 Holy Race experts did not take the initiative to greet Fry. Instead, they simply looked at her indifferently. Hurry up and use the Tier 5 group teleportation scroll, Lionheart. Fry anxiously whispered to unrestrained Lionheart as she kept her eyes on the 4 experts in front of her. Although she had made ample preparations to fight against even a force of several saints and several hundred fifth-floor experts, she wasn't the least bit confident that her preparations could have any use against these 4 experts. Others might not know exactly how strong Mad Blade and Moving Mountain were, but Fry did. Not only were the 2 saints, but they had also created a complete set of exclusive absolute techniques. Typically, most saints and fifth-floor experts who had created exclusive absolute techniques for themselves would only be limited to one of 3 types: offensive, defensive, or movement. However, Mad Blade and Moving Mountain had created a complete set of exclusive absolute techniques. So, unlike other saints and fifth-floor experts, Mad Blade and Moving Mountain weren't just strong in one aspect, but all aspects instead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had no weaknesses, at least when it came to combat techniques. However, even more importantly was that both Mad Blade and Moving Mountain were in possession of legendary weapons. If a saint with no legendary weapons like Parker were to fight them, the fight would end as soon as it began. Lionheart. Fry couldn't help but grow confused when she saw no response from unrestrained Lionheart. Meanwhile, after a long silence, unrestrained Lionheart whispered back, "I've been trying to use it the instant they showed up, but the scroll hasn't shown any reaction even until now. It's not responding." Fry quickly scanned her surroundings when she heard unrestrained Lionheart's words, but doing so only confused her even more. But there's no magic barrier here. Based on her knowledge, a teleportation scroll would only fail to activate if the surrounding space was sealed. Meanwhile, a magic barrier was required to seal the space of an area. However, she couldn't even feel any mana fluctuations in the area right now, let alone see a magic barrier. You can stop searching, Miss Fry. Magic barriers aren't the only way to lock down space. You can achieve a similar feat if you have a mana domain of a sufficiently high standard, Moving Mountain said, chuckling. Fry and the others went pale when they heard Moving Mountain's explanation. Although they had long known that saints were individuals who had mastered certain aspects of mana to the extreme, they had never heard of any saint having the ability to lock down space with their mana domain. Following Moving Mountain's explanation, Mad Blade said, "Vice Guild Leader Fry, I am sure you understand why we have surrounded you here. For your own sake, hand over all your gains from the courtyard of space. Otherwise, things won't end with you and your team simply dying once. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3394. Chapter 468, Madman Black Flame. Chapter 3394. Chapter 468, Madman Black Flame. Chapter 468. Madman Black Flame. Mad Blade's words were akin to whispers from hell, causing Fry and her team members to feel as if their feet were entangled in thorny vines, and the only thing they could do was wait for death to claim their lives. Mad Blade, Moving Mountain, you two best not go too far. Aren't you afraid of the Red Dragon Nation's retaliation? Unrestrained Lionheart bellowed in an attempt to shake away his anxiety. Following unrestrained Lionheart's words, all of the players surrounding Frey's team laughed as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Afraid? Of course, we're afraid. Chuckling, Moving Mountain said, "That's why we've all formed alliances. On my side, there is the 100 City Alliance made up of 17 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. On Old Blade's side, there is the Conglomerate Alliance made up of 4 cross-realm conglomerates. Do you think the Red Dragon Nation is a match for our 2 alliances?" Unrestrained Lionheart's and Frey's expressions turned even grimmer when they heard Moving Mountain's words. As for White Owl, Desolate Fury, and the others, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this revelation. An alliance between 17 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. An alliance between 4 cross-realm conglomerates. Even when a divine artifact had appeared in the past, Such large and powerful alliances had never been formed. Back then, the alliances formed by the various powers would, at most, consist of 5 or 6 upper-ranking hegemonic powers or 2 conglomerates. If 17 upper-ranking hegemonic powers and 4 conglomerates banded together, they could probably put up a fight against even a bona fide apex power. Yet, all these upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates had banded together just to deal with their team of 88? Are these people insane? Thousand Scars despaired over this situation. It's not like we're trying to monopolize the Eternal Realm. All we did was get the first clear of a world mode dungeon. Is this what Zero Wings members felt when going up against the Paimon conglomerate? Death Omen wryly smiled in this situation, and she couldn't help but resonate with Shifeng's situation when the Paimon conglomerate targeted him in the miniature ancient world. At this time, only Shifeng was unsurprised by the terrifying scene before him. This was also why Shifeng had given unrestrained Lionheart a reminder before they exited the dungeon. Whether it was Thousand Scars or Fry, they had severely underestimated the importance of the world mode courtyard of spaces first clear in the various powers' eyes. More specifically, they had underestimated the desire of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates to improve their standings in the greater God's domain. At present, the power structure in the greater God's domain was already fixed. Unless upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates could produce a heaven-defying individual, they would have no choice but to submit to the various apex powers and pseudo-apex powers for the rest of their continued existence. However, the emergence of the Eternal Realm created an opportunity for the various powers to elevate their status. Be it apex powers or small guilds, everyone would have the same starting point in the Eternal Realm. It was akin to playing on the launch day of a new God's domain, in a situation where everyone understood the significant impact God's domain had on the real world. Which power wouldn't go crazy over the Eternal Realm? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that so long as there was an opportunity to gain an advantage, every player and power in the Eternal Realm would do everything they could to secure it. Meanwhile, the rewards of a world mode team dungeon could undoubtedly provide the various powers with a massive advantage. Not to mention, this was also a good opportunity to eliminate a powerful competition. So, there was no way the various powers would give up on such an opportunity. While Fry and the others had fallen into despair and hesitation, a team of several hundred Tier 5 experts was quietly spectating the situation from a distant corner. Meanwhile, standing among these experts was Morrow. "All of our forces are here, Lord Morrow. Should we act now?" Desert Web asked. "If we're too late to act, the 4 alliances might get away with the items." "Don't worry. We still have plenty of time," Morrow said, smiling. "Frey's a stubborn woman. If we want to reap more profits from her, we'll have to wait until she starts to lose team members. If we wait until more than half her team is gone, she might even agree to hand over all of the loot to us in exchange for the rest of her team's survival. If I can get my hands on all the loot, we'll see if any of the Grand Elders will side with her." Parker secretly nodded in agreement with Morrow. He also couldn't help but admire Morrow's insight. Originally, he thought they were finished, and all the glory would be taken by Fry alone. But now, thanks to Morrow's brilliant plan, Fry had become their stepping stone instead. In front of the courtyard of Space's teleportation gate, after scanning the tens of thousands of experts surrounding them, Fry took a deep breath and whispered to Shifeng, "I'm afraid we won't be making it out of here alive, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, their primary target is me. It is my fault for not preparing sufficiently, so I will figure out a way to open a path for you and your friends. At that time, use that opportunity to flee. So long as you can break out of the spatial lockdown's radius, escaping shouldn't be difficult." At this point, Fry was already certain that neither Mad Blade nor Moving Mountain intended to let her and the Red Dragon Nation's members leave. With how many experts there were surrounding them, there was no way the Red Dragon Nation's members could break out of the encirclement and escape either. The only thing they could do was keep all these experts occupied and hopefully create an opening for those not belonging to the Red Dragon Nation to escape. Would you be willing to make a deal with me, Miss Fry? Instead of answering Frey's suggestion, Sherfong nonchalantly smiled and offered her a different proposal. I can safely get your team out of here in exchange for 200 million star coins. Sherfang's words immediately stunned Fry. Death Omen and Thousand Scars also couldn't help but look at Sherfong in utter surprise. They couldn't believe that Sherfong was still in the mood for jokes, despite the situation they were in. Are you sure you're not joking with me, Guild Leader Black Flame? Fry asked, wondering if Sherfong had lost his mind. They were basically at a dead end right now. Moreover, it was one that would result in them getting disqualified from the Eternal Realm. At this moment, she would gladly pay even 1 billion star coins if she could avoid this dead end, let alone 200 million. But could there really be a way out of this situation? Of course not. I'm very much serious, Sherfong said, chuckling. Fry took a long look into Sherfang's eyes and saw that the man, indeed, wasn't joking with her. This led her to remember all the impromptu agreements she had made with Sherfong thus far, and how much Sherfong seemed to love money. Honestly, she had no idea whether she should be grateful or angry at him. Although Sherfong was always there to help her in a pinch, he would always ask for large sums of money in return. However, considering their relationship was primarily that of business partners and little of anything else, Fry ultimately sighed and smiled, saying, Fine. If you can bring us out of here, I'll transfer 200 million to your account as soon as we're safe. Good. That settles it. Sherfong smiled. With this, he would finally have enough money for his training center. At the same time as Sherfong and Fry reached an agreement, Mad Blade and Moving Mountain also overheard their conversation, and they couldn't help but be incensed by what they heard. Sherfang's behavior clearly showed that he thought nothing of them. Moreover, rather than a business talk, it looked more like Sherfong and Fry were flirting. Good. Very good. I want to see how long you can stay arrogant, kid. Mad Blade was both angry and amused by Sherfang's behavior. Immediately, he charged toward Sherfong with his great sword, stirring up a storm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3395. Chapter 469. War Goddess's Initial Appearance. Chapter 3395. Chapter 469. War Goddess's Initial Appearance. Chapter 469. War Goddess's Initial Appearance. Not good. Unrestrained Lionheart panicked when he saw Mad Blade lunging in for an attack. Mad Blade, also known as the Maid Gale Saint, might be a berserker, but he was in possession of the Tigerkin race's strongest bloodline, the Golden Bloodline. As a result, when engaged in melee combat, he possessed explosive speed and power that allowed him to surpass even assassins of the same tier. Currently, there were less than 100 yards separating Mad Blade from Sherfong. This was a distance that even a normal Tier 5 berserker could cover in an instant, let alone Mad Blade. At this distance, there was nothing Unrestrained Lionheart or anyone else on the team could do to help Sherfong. So fast! Standing behind Sherfong, Death Omen and Thousand Scars went wide-eyed, shocked by the speed Mad Blade displayed. Fast! Mad Blade was too fast. Even as Tier 5 assassins, they barely managed to react to Mad Blade's advance. In the time it took them to blink their eyes, Mad Blade had already appeared in front of Sherfong. The berserker was so fast that it was as if he had used a high-tiered teleportation spell. When Tier 5 Grand Wizards used a Tier 5 teleportation spell, while they crossed distances of over 1,000 yards instantly and without any delays, they needed to reorient themselves and adjust their bodies accordingly. Meanwhile, this process required time. Although it would take little time, they must complete this process before taking further action. However, Mad Blade didn't need to do so, because he had physically crossed the distance between himself and Sherfong in an instant. It was as if he had always stood in front of Shifeng. Meanwhile, as soon as Mad Blade reached Shifeng, the massive greatsword he wielded transformed into a wall of wind that smashed into Shifeng. As the wall of wind covered a large area, facing it was akin to going up against the attacks of 4 Tier 5 combat puppets simultaneously. As expected of a saint who has created a complete set of exclusive absolute techniques, Shifeng dared not take any chances when going up against the wind wall coming at him. Immediately, he activated abyssal power, increasing his defense by 100%, strength by 150%, agility by 60%, physique by 50%, and endurance by 100% for 3 minutes. Then he swung the Winter of Eternal Night, having it meet Mad Blade's attack. Radiant Night, Second Sword, Holy Devour. Suddenly, surging flames crashed into the wall of wind. Boom! The collision between the flames and wind created countless spatial rifts in the surrounding area and powerful shockwaves that sent nearby Tier 5 experts flying several dozen yards backward. Subsequently, Shifeng's figure could be seen flying out of the fiery storm and landing in front of the teleportation gate. He then stumbled 3 steps backward before catching his feet. Even after activating abyssal power, Shifeng still lost 66% of his HP from blocking Mad Blade's attack. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Mad Gale Saint was already close to matching the sealed Holy Ancestor in terms of raw power. "It seems you're not all talk after all," Mad Blade commented with a sneer when he saw Shifeng still standing. "But this is the end of the line for you." After saying so, Mad Blade stepped out of the dissipating storm and charged at Shifeng once more. Apart from Fry and a few other experts that rivaled Tier 6 players, nobody else present managed to follow his speed. "Mad Blade, do you think I'll continue letting you run free?" Fry shouted as she swung the Nethersoul staff. Mad Blade had acted very suddenly just now, so Fry had failed to react to his attack in time. However, now that she was ready, she naturally wouldn't let the Berserker act as he wished anymore. Immediately, 16 semi-translucent soul annihilation spears flew at Mad Blade. As these spears were immune to the resistance of space, they flew faster than even a Tier 6 ranger's arrows. Like lightning bolts, they instantly reached Mad Blade and threatened to bombard him from all directions. "You think you can stop me?" Mad Blade looked at the approaching soul annihilation spears in contempt. Then he promptly changed his footwork. Exclusive absolute technique, phantasm steps. Subsequently, all 16 soul annihilation spears harmlessly passed through Mad Blade's body as if it was nothing but an illusion. Black Flame, run! Unrestrained Lionheart instinctively shouted when he saw Frey's attack failing to connect. The Phantasm Steps technique was Mad Blade's trademark move. It was a footwork very close to reaching the Gold Combat Technique standard. Once Mad Blade executed this footwork, even Fry, someone who wielded a fragmented divine weapon, could do nothing to him, and she would have no choice but to teleport away and avoid staying anywhere near Mad Blade temporarily. Either that, or she'd have to waste a life-saving skill to counter the technique. Damn it! Frustration filled Fry when she saw Mad Blade disappearing. If only she had enough 7 Luminaries crystals on hand. In that case, she'd have access to 2 extraordinary ranked secret treasures to bolster her strength, and she'd have no trouble fighting against Mad Blade. Meanwhile, a brief moment after Mad Blade had disappeared from everyone's sight, he reappeared in front of Shifeng. "Let's see how you stay arrogant now, you little punk." After saying so, Mad Blade executed Wind Barrier, his offensive type exclusive absolute technique, for a second time. However, the instant Mad Blade swung his greatsword, he could faintly hear Shifeng muttering something to himself. Sure enough, trying to fight Tier 5 old monsters with the strength of a Tier 4 Sword Emperor is still asking for too much. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt suddenly descended from the skies, threatening to strike Mad Blade if the berserker persisted in his frontal assault. However, relying on instincts, Mad Blade swiftly twisted his body, spinning away from the lightning bolt and smoothly transitioning into attacking Sherfong from the side. Clang! A loud metallic clang echoed across the battlefield. Then, following it was silence. Who? Mad Blade bellowed as he turned to look at the person who stopped his attack. Although he didn't back his side attack with any combat techniques, the attack still carried power at the Tier 6 standard because of his legendary greatsword. It wasn't an attack ordinary tier. 5 experts could casually block. A war goddess. Surprise flashed in Mad Blade's eyes as he looked at the spear-wielding woman before him. At the same time as Mad Blade got a good look at the person who had blocked his attack, everyone else present also saw the woman dressed like a holy knight standing in front of Sherfong, protecting him. Immediately, shock and confusion spread. Is this his trump card? A look of surprise flashed in Frey's eyes as she looked at the war goddess, who had suddenly appeared in front of Sherfong. There were some incredibly powerful NPCs in God's domain, and among them were war goddesses. According to rumors, war goddesses had developed their techniques to the extreme and mastered complete sets of gold combat techniques. It was also rumored that war goddesses could fight against dragons of the same tier. However, under normal circumstances, players couldn't even come into contact with such NPCs, let alone summon one to fight for them. Such a feat was as difficult as summoning a dragon to fight for them. So what if you have a war goddess? After his initial surprise, Mad Blade turned to look at Sherfong in contempt. At the end of the day, she is only a level 150, Tier 4 war goddess. Do you think she alone can block all of my attacks? War goddesses might be frightening foes to fight against, but that was only if one went up against war goddesses of the same tier or higher. A Tier 4 war goddess might be of some threat to Mad Blade, but that wasn't enough to stop him from killing Sherfong. In response to Mad Blade's provocation, Sherfong faintly smiled and asked, if one's not enough, what about 6? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3396. Chapter 471 Move? Chapter 3396. Chapter 471 Move? Chapter 471 Move? 6. Mad Blade laughed at Sherfang's comment. Do you think you're the War Gods Temple's Grand Adjudicator? War goddesses were the War Gods Temple's strongest combatants, and the birth of every war goddess came with great difficulty. Even the War Gods Temple's main headquarters did not have many war goddesses operating directly under it. Meanwhile, the War Gods Temple's Grand Adjudicator was the only person with authority to command the main headquarters' war goddesses. However, as soon as Mad Blade finished speaking, Sherfong injected 5,000 more units of 7 Luminaries crystal into the Feather of Oath, causing 5 lightning bolts to descend from the sky. Then, once the dust settled, 5 more lithe figures appeared before Sherfong. Of these women, some wielded shields, some wielded greatswords, and some wielded great bows. Everyone involuntarily gasped when they saw the 6 war goddesses standing in a row in front of Sherfong. How is this possible? Unrestrained Lionheart's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw the 6 war goddesses. War goddesses, 6 of them. Even the War Gods Temple's main headquarters would probably have to send all of its war goddesses to match this number. Old Blade, kill him quickly. While everyone was in a daze, Moving Mountain suddenly shouted at Mad Blade, his powerful voice coming from his 4-meter-tall body, echoing throughout the entire basin. Hearing this, Mad Blade instantly snapped out of his daze and used Storm Realm, his legendary greatsword's additional skill, at Sherfong. War goddesses were existences rivaling dragons. Moreover, as they were NPCs, they could not only coordinate their movements with each other, but they could do it better than even players. If 6 Tier 4 war goddesses worked together, they could possibly slay even a Tier 5 dragon. Immediately, with Mad Blade as the center, space-shredding wind blades spread to the surroundings, covering a 1,000-yard radius. Too late! When Shifeng saw Mad Blade using a large-scale destruction spell, he promptly had the war goddesses take action. Subsequently, the 6th-level 150 Tier 4 war goddesses could be seen attacking Mad Blade simultaneously. However, none of them attacked him with their weapons. Instead, they created numerous divine runes around Mad Blade, suppressing him and preventing any of his mana from spreading. Tier 4 medium-scale combination Super Spell, Sacred Seal. In the eyes of most players, war goddesses were only NPCs who had mastered the art of combat to the extreme. Few people knew that war goddesses were in possession of numerous super spells, especially combination super spells. War goddesses could cast small-scale combination super spells if there were 3 of them working together, medium scale if there were 6, large scale if there were 9, and super large scale if there were 12. This was why the goddess of space could go against primordial gods with the help of 12 war goddesses. Although Shifeng could only summon Tier 4 war goddesses right now, a Tier 4 medium-scale combination super spells might was already close to matching that of Tier 6 curses. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the basin, stupefying everyone present. He's gone? Is this the power of war goddesses? When unrestrained Lionheart saw that the place where Mad Blade originally stood had transformed into an empty void, an indescribable sense of shock filled him. Although unrestrained Lionheart knew that war goddesses were terrifying foes to face, the ones Shifeng summoned were only at Tier 4. In his opinion, even if 6 Tier 4 war goddesses worked together, they would be fortunate if they could even pin down Mad Blade. It should be known that Mad Blade was a saint who had been active for over a century already. Now that he had risen to Tier 5, with the help of his legendary weapon, the average Tier 6 expert would be helpless against him. They might even get killed if they weren't careful. Yet now, Mad Blade had failed to survive even one move against the 6 Tier 4 war goddesses. Incredible. Guild Leader Black Flame is simply incredible. When Cross saw Mad Blade getting obliterated, his eyes glowed with uncontrolled excitement. At least we're safe now. Thousand Scars thought in excitement and relief when she saw the 6 war goddesses instantly eliminate Mad Blade. Mad Blade was one of the strongest players present. If even Mad Blade couldn't survive one move against the 6 war goddesses, it should be simple for their team to break out of this encirclement. After all, even if all of the other rabbles worked together, the threat they posed to their team wouldn't be comparable to the threat Mad Blade posed. Meanwhile, following Mad Blade's death, ugly expressions appeared on the players belonging to the 2 human alliances. It was especially so for the Red Dragon Nation members on Moro's side. What should we do now, Lord Moro? Desert Web quietly asked as he looked at Moro. The combination attack of those 6 war goddesses rivaled Tier 6 curses. If Vice Guild leader Frey's team focuses solely on escaping, Moving Mountain and the others won't be able to stop them. Frey herself possessed astonishing strength. Even if numerous ordinary 5th floor experts worked together, they would have difficulty keeping her pinned. Only veteran saints like Mad Blade and Moving Mountain could pin and kill her. This was also why the 2 human alliances had chosen the 2 veteran saints to represent them. Now that Mad Blade had gotten killed, if Shifeng had his 6 war goddesses keep Moving Mountain distracted, Frey could easily use one of her trump cards to escape. Nothing. We keep on waiting, Moro said with a faint smile. Then, looking at Shifeng's distant figure, he continued, It seems Black Flame is indeed capable. It's no wonder Frey is willing to pay an exorbitant price to hire him. It's a pity that Mad Blade and Moving Mountain aren't the only players present capable of killing Tier 6 experts. The Holy Race's experts. When Desert Web heard Moro's words, he turned to look at the Holy Race players who had been calmly watching from the side throughout this entire time. The strength of Holy Race players was apparent to all in the Eternal Realm. At the same tier, most human players were not a match for Holy Race players. In the case of Holy Race experts capable of using Holy Aura, even titled experts would have to work in pairs just to take on one such expert. Moreover, these were only the most common Holy Race experts they were talking about. Among Holy Race experts, the truly powerful ones were capable of using their Holy Aura to execute Holy Arts. According to the information human players have obtained thus far, Holy Arts could be categorized into 3 ranks. Similar to combat techniques, the ranks were bronze, silver, and gold. Even experts capable of using bronze Holy Arts could already rival the average Saint-ranked expert. As far as Morrow knew, out of the Holy Race players present, over 30 could use bronze Holy Arts, and 5 could use silver Holy Arts. Of the latter group, the leaders of the 2 Holy Race powers could even use advanced silver Holy Arts. Meanwhile, after silence enveloped the battlefield for a short moment, the 2 Holy Race powers members suddenly stormed forward and surrounded Frey's team. "Bait, what are you trying to do?" Moving Mountain shouted as he looked at the leader of one of the Holy Race powers. "Don't forget our agreement." "You still dare bring up our agreement after this embarrassing display?" the man named Bait said disdainfully. "If not for your ability to seal space, do you honestly think we need to partner with you aliens? Since you have already proven yourself incapable of keeping them here, it is our turn to act. You just need to keep locking down this space. If you can't do that much, don't even think of getting any of the loot." After saying so, Bait gestured for his subordinates to attack. Subsequently, Bait and more than 50 other Holy Race experts charged Frey's team together. Every one of these Holy Race experts was at Tier 5. When clad in their holy auras, their presence was no weaker than that of Tier 5 saints. Moreover, for among them had presences no weaker than Mad Blade. Frey couldn't help but gasp when she saw the scene. A force of 50-plus Tier 5 saints and 4 experts on Mad Blade's caliber was something even the Red Dragon Nation would have difficulty fielding. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3397. Chapter 471, The Zenith of Techniques. Chapter 3397. Chapter 471. The Zenith of Techniques. Chapter 471. The Zenith of Techniques. TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 470. For experts on Mad Blade's caliber. Change to 5 experts on Mad Blade's caliber. Is this the Holy Race's strength? Didn't our reports say they only have 30 bronze Holy Art users? Damn it, these bastards have been hiding their strength. How are we supposed to contest for the loot now? The human players present were greatly shocked when they saw the composition of the Holy Race team charging Frey's team. Saint-ranked experts were extremely rare in the greater gods' domain. Even among the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, saints would be put into core executive positions at the very minimum of the human powers present. Even if the 17 guilds and 4 conglomerates joined forces, they wouldn't have more than 20 saints. Yet now it was revealed that the Holy Race's powers had over 50 saint-ranked experts. With such a huge disparity in numbers, many of the human players present couldn't help but suspect whether they could even get any of the items dropped by Frey's team. Lord Morrow, the Holy Race's strength, after looking at the 50-plus Holy Race experts charging Frey's team. Desert Web couldn't help but turn to Morrow worriedly. Hasn't it exceeded our expectations by too much? According to their investigation, the Holy Race's 2 powers should, at most, have 30 experts who rivaled human saints. They had also prepared to assist Frey's team escape under this assumption. Now that it was revealed that there were more than 50 saint-ranked experts on the Holy Race's side, if they proceeded with their plan to help Frey's team escape, not only was there a high risk of their plan failing, but they would also risk getting themselves killed. At this time, Morrow's complexion had turned incredibly gloomy. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Originally, he thought he could safely play the role of the Oriole. Yet, the mantis he was looking to prey on turned out to be a lion. If he insisted on third-partying in this situation, he and his team were bound to face certain death. After a quick deliberation, Morrow hurriedly said to Desert Web, "Contact Moving Mountain. Tell him I have a way for us to secure the courtyard of Space's loot, but I want half of it." "Understood." Hearing Morrow's command, Desert Web hurriedly ran over to Moving Mountain. While Desert Web was rushing toward Moving Mountain, Fry, who was originally filled with the hope of escaping, revealed a bitter smile. "It seems you won't get to earn that 200 million guild leader Black Flame," Fry jokingly said to Sherfong. "Instead of the entire team, I hope you can safely get Crest out. I will pay you 50 million star coins if you succeed." Fry did not hold any hopes of her escaping safely, since she knew she was everyone's primary target. However, it might be possible for Crest to escape, since nobody was paying any particular attention to him. When unrestrained Lionheart overheard Frey's words, he promptly instructed everyone in the team to provide cover for Crest's escape. Likewise, he, too, understood that there was no way for their team to escape from this place in one piece. It should be known that the Holy Race's powers had 5 experts on Mad Blade's caliber. Meanwhile, 3 were enough to keep Sherfang's war goddesses distracted, while the remaining 2 could keep Fry pinned. Without Fry and the 6 war goddesses, the Holy Race's remaining 50-plus saint-ranked experts could easily slaughter the rest of their team. "Don't worry, Miss Fry. I will collect those 200 million star coins from you," Sherfong calmly said with a smile. "I will open a path afterward, so try to keep up as much as possible." "You will open a path." When Fry heard Sherfang's words, she couldn't help but switch her gaze between Sherfong and the 50-plus Holy Race experts in confusion, thinking that Sherfong must be joking with her. This was an encirclement formed by more than 50 saint-ranked experts they were talking about. In a situation where less than 300 yards separated both sides, their team's chances of breaking through the encirclement were practically zero. Even if they tried to break through from one specific direction, they would have to face a minimum of 20 saint-ranked experts and 3 Holy Race experts of Mad Blade's caliber. "Charge!" However, Sherfong did not give Fry and the others any time to think. Immediately, he charged forward in the direction of the Corrosion Mountain Range's exit. Seeing this, Fry gritted her teeth and signaled unrestrained Lionheart and the others with her eyes. Then, everyone quickly followed Sherfong. Did they want to go down fighting? When Bates saw the actions of Frey's team, he looked toward the 4 male Holy Race players nearby and said, "Deathclaw, Heavy Fist, you 4 gather at my location. We'll eliminate them in one fell swoop." Had Frey's team chosen to split up and try to break through from multiple directions, he would have had to split his forces to prevent anyone from slipping through. However, now that Fry had chosen to concentrate her team strength, he could gather the 4 other experts capable of using silver holy arts, and the 5 of them could work together. Got it. The 4 Holy Race men with presences as powerful as Mad Blade nodded and quickly congregated at Bates' location. Although Sherfong and the others moved very quickly, the Holy Race experts who had mastered silver holy arts were even quicker. Before Sherfong and the others could get within 50 yards of the encirclement, Bate and the others had already grouped up. "You 4 take care of that summoner. I'll take care of the woman," Bate said as he swept his gaze across the war goddesses. He did not intend to take any risks. Since the 6 war goddesses were summoned creatures, they would disappear if their summoner died. In that case, killing Sherfong would be the most efficient way to eliminate them. Upon hearing Bates' arrangement, Deathclaw and the others charged at Sherfong without hesitation, their bodies vanishing on the spot. As experts capable of using silver holy arts, they benefited much more from their holy aura than other Holy Race experts. As a result, they could move even faster than Mad Blade when they got serious. So fast, Fry was greatly shocked when she saw Deathclaw and the others disappearing from her sight. Even though her attention was on Deathclaw and the others this entire time, they moved so quickly that she only managed to catch a glimpse of their advance. As for everyone else on her team, they probably didn't even catch a glimpse. When unrestrained Lionheart saw Deathclaw's group disappearing, he promptly shouted, "Black Flame, dodge!" Although unrestrained Lionheart couldn't keep up with the speed of Deathclaw's group, even a fool could tell that the 4 experts were targeting Sherfone. Unfortunately, apart from shouting a reminder, there was nothing else he could do to help Sherfone. "It might be the smartest decision for you to target me, but it's a pity you have no idea what you are facing," Sherfone thought, smiling when he saw Deathclaw's group disappearing. Heroic pledge. With just a thought from Sherfone, one of the god crystals in Sherfang's bag space merged with the Feather of Oath. Immediately, a ripple of power spread across the entire battlefield, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Meanwhile, the origin of this ripple was a spear-wielding war goddess. "Something's not right. Retreat." Bait shouted at Deathclaw and the others through the team chat. Although he had no idea what had suddenly changed, his instincts warned him of grave danger. Deathclaw and others also instinctively felt something was amiss, the alarm bells in their minds blaring at full volume. Without a second thought, they promptly fled in the direction they came from. However, the instant Deathclaw and the others began to retreat, a spear-wielding woman exuding a sacred aura suddenly appeared in their path. Then this woman split into 4 identical copies of herself and executed 3 attacks against them. Although they had tried to defend themselves against the spear-wielding woman, the first attack tore down their defenses, the second attack pierced their bodies, and the third attack disintegrated their bodies. The 3 attacks happened slowly in the perception of the players nearby. However, in reality, the entire process happened in an instant, and those watching from afar only saw a bright flash enveloping Deathclaw's group. Then, when the flash faded, only a spear-wielding war goddess could be seen standing where Deathclaw's group originally stood, the woman radiating an aura that caused even the Tier 4 players to stand over 1,000 yards away to tremble in fear. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3398, Chapter 472, Becoming a Legend in One Battle. Chapter 3398, Chapter 472, Becoming a Legend in One Battle. Chapter 472, Becoming a Legend in One Battle. They died. Aren't those 4 supposed to be able to use silver holy arts? Can someone tell me what just happened? Upon seeing Deathclaw's group of 4 getting killed, the human players spectating from a distance were immediately dumbfounded. Many of the human players present had conducted an investigation into the Holy Race, so they knew that Holy Race experts capable of using silver holy arts could rival experts such as Madblade. Previously, when Madblade died, everyone could still see how it happened. However, none of them managed to see how Deathclaw's group died. All they saw was a bright flash. Then, the 4 experts were gone. Impossible. Bait found this situation even more unbelievable than the spectating human players. Even though he had clearly seen how Deathclaw's group died, his mind still couldn't accept this situation. Experts capable of using silver holy arts were top-tier existences, even among the Holy Race's experts. If Deathclaw's group of 4 worked together, they could even hold their ground against a Tier 6 holy god. Yet now they failed to last even one move against a human NPC. At this time, Fry and the others standing behind Sherfone were likewise astonished by this development. Are Tier 4 war goddesses supposed to be this strong? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but doubt his knowledge of God's domain as he looked at the spear-wielding war goddess. No, that's not right. Seemingly noticing something, Fry promptly used an identification skill on the spear-wielding war goddess. Then she exclaimed, "Tier 5. She's a Tier 5 war goddess. Tier 5. Unrestrained Lionheart also hurriedly used his identification skill when he heard Frey's claim. Then, with a look of disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Apart from Frey and Unrestrained Lionheart, those who had noticed that the spear-wielding war goddess had risen to Tier 5 were also shocked by this development, and they couldn't help but look at Sher Fong in confusion. A Tier 5 war goddess. How can he command a Tier 5 war goddess? Is he an NPC? Heavens, I must be dreaming. Who is that black flame? Holy Race players might be unfamiliar with the existence of war goddesses, but it was a different story for human players. It was especially so for the human experts present. War goddesses were existences that rivaled dragons of the same tier. For many of the Tier 5 experts present, a Tier 4 war goddess might not be too big of a threat. However, if they had to go up against a Tier 5 war goddess, that'd be no different than knocking on death's door. For players, a war goddess of the same tier was essentially unbeatable, unless, of course, a player had mastered a complete set of gold combat techniques or fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. This was because a war goddess had mastered the art of combat to the extremes, and every one of her moves was basically a gold combat technique. If the many Tier 5 experts present worked together, it would still be possible for them to survive a fight against a Tier 5 dragon. They would even have hope of slaying it. However, if they had to fight a Tier 5 war goddess, they would have zero chances of winning. All they could do was wait for death to claim them. In the current Eternal Realm, a Tier 5 war goddesses was absolutely invincible among players. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for current players to wield such strength in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, Sher Fong and the others quickly exited the basin with the help of the Tier 5 war goddesses' frightening deterrence. Throughout this process, neither the human players nor the Holy Race players present dared to get close to Sher Fong and the others. Everyone simply stood aside and watched as the team left. Even Bait, who commanded the two Holy Race powers, took the initiative to step aside, not daring to show any hostilities against Sher Feng's team. While Bait was confident he could survive against even a Tier 5 dragon for some time, he did not think he could last even a moment against the Tier 5 war goddess. A Tier 5 dragon might have vastly superior basic attributes than he did, but so long as he didn't try to block any of the dragon's attacks and relied only on evasion, he'd be able to hold out for quite some time. However, the Tier 5 war goddess not only possessed greater basic attributes than him, but she also had an overwhelming advantage in technique standards. He simply stood no chance against such an existence. When Sher Fong and the others finally disappeared from the basin, the players in front of the Courtyard of Space's teleportation gate sighed in relief. "I'm afraid we will have a hard time explaining ourselves to the Grand Elders now, Lord Morrow," Desert Web said, his mind at a loss on what to do when he saw Frey's team disappearing. Morrow had borrowed many experts from the Red Dragon Nation's Grand Elders for the sake of securing the Courtyard of Space's loot. Yet now he had failed to obtain anything. There was no way the Grand Elders would spare him easily for wasting their subordinates' precious development time. Meanwhile, Parker was filled with regrets when he saw Frey's team successfully escaping. He would have been the #1 expert working under Frey if he had chosen to stay with Frey. With the loot Frey obtained from the World Mode Courtyard of Space, she could significantly elevate her position in the Red Dragon Nation. At the same time, he could almost certainly become an elder of the pseudo-apex power, and he wouldn't have to bend his knees to the likes of Morrow. Black Flame, is it? As if he did not hear any of Desert Web's words, Morrow glared at the place where Sher Fong disappeared with eyes full of hatred. "A minor character like you with no background dares to foil my plans? I will let you know how foolish of a decision you've made for helping Frey today. Are you thinking of reporting Black Flame's information to the Grand Elders, Lord Morrow?" Desert Web asked, a thought suddenly coming to his head when he heard Morrow's words. "That's right." Morrow sneered. "The Grand Elders want an explanation? In that case, Black Flame is the best explanation. Despite having no background, he has the ability to summon a Tier 5 war goddess. Moreover, this ability likely came from the Courtyard of Space. Yet, Fry has given it to Black Flame instead of the Guild. What do you think the Grand Elders will think about this?" Realization dawned on Desert Web when he heard Morrow's words. It was true that Black Flame had created a legend today in the Corrosion mountain range. However, a treasure that could be used to summon war goddesses wasn't something a minor character with no background could obtain. The only explanation was that Black Flame had acquired it from the Courtyard of Space. Logically, Fry should have contributed this treasure to the Guild. Yet, she had given it to an outsider. If the Guild's Grand Elders were to learn of this, they would definitely be greatly dissatisfied. Subsequently, Desert Web followed Morrow's instructions and conveyed everything that happened in the Corrosion mountain range to the Red Dragon Nation's Grand Elders, making sure to put emphasis on the war goddesses. He also spread this information to other powers. For a time, news of Black Flame creating a legend with the help of a Tier 5 war goddess quickly spread across the Eternal Realm, causing countless players to feel shocked and envious. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3399. Chapter 473. Level 6 Mana. Chapter 3399. Chapter 473. Level 6 Mana. Chapter 473. Level 6 Mana in the Primeval Forest outside the Corrosion mountain range. Will you really not consider joining us at Whitesail Town, Guild Leader Black Flame? Fry asked with a look of concern. By now, news of you having the ability to summon a Tier 5 war goddess should have spread. You will be on your own if you continue developing in Pharos Town. Even if you can summon a Tier 5 war goddess, you can't have her summoned by your side all the time. I strongly suggest you move to Whitesail Town. My forces are operating from there, and the town is also situated close to the Blood Hell mountain range. We can offer you a lot of help. Upon hearing Frey's offer, Thousand Scars, Death Omen, and White Owl turned to look at Sherfone with hopeful eyes. Although there were some conflicts and hostility between them and Sherfone in the past, they were currently under orders by Nameless Blade to join Zero Wing. Sherfang's performance in the Courtyard of Space also allowed them to see just how powerful of an expert he was. As it so happened, the three of them were using Whitesail Town as their base of operations. So, if Sherfone moved his base of operations to Whitesail Town, not only could they have a greater chance of fulfilling Nameless Blade's mission, but they could also hopefully learn a thing or two from Sherfone. However, Sherfone shook his head in response to Frey's offer, saying, "Thank you for the offer, Miss Fry, but I have already spread my roots too deeply into Pharos Town. I also have many ongoing affairs in Pharos Town. I can no longer afford to move my operations to other towns." There were many opportunities available in the Eternal Realm, especially during the early exploration stage. Of these opportunities, a major one would be transportation. Because of the Eternal Realm's restrictions, players couldn't use any land mounts for travel. They could only rely on their feet or flying mounts at the extraordinary rank or higher. And even if players had an extraordinary flying mount, they could only use it for roughly 4 hours a day. This greatly restricted players' ability to develop rapidly in the Eternal Realm. However, flying mounts weren't the only mode of transport available to players during the Eternal Realm's early stages. Skyships. Skyships were flying vehicles that traveled between the Eternal Realm's various NPC cities and NPC fortresses. Even after the early exploration stage ended, skyships remained the primary mode of transport for players to travel and transport cargo across great distances. Hence, any NPC city or NPC fortress that had an airport was highly coveted by players and powers, their lands being worth their weight in gold. Currently, access to the Eternal Realms NPC cities remained closed off to players, but access to NPC fortresses was already open. The only problem was that these NPC fortresses were situated in dangerous high-level maps, and these were not players that current players could casually set foot into. Fortunately, Shifeng knew of a medium NPC fortress situated nearby Pharos Town, the Lightless Fortress. In addition to being an NPC fortress situated near Pharos Town, the Lightless Fortress was also the only safe haven situated on the path leading to the level 160 world-ranked regional map, the Hundred Eyes Canyon. Meanwhile, the Hundred Eyes Canyon was a place where secret treasures dropped. During Shifeng's previous life, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers were erased from existence amidst the struggle for hegemony over Hundred Eyes Canyon. As for the Lightless Fortress, the value of its lands had skyrocketed thousands of times. Players could make a fortune simply by renting out the fortress's lands. Before the courtyard of Space Raid, Shifeng was only a Tier 4 Sword Emperor with hardly any money to his name. Even if he had the mutated Frostflame Dragon to aid him, he still didn't have any ideas on how he could afford the Lightless Fortress's lands. However, not only did he have 20 eternal gold coins on hand now, but he also obtained the divine spatial potion. With the potion, he could attempt ascending to Tier 5. So long as he could successfully create a Tier 5 legendary mana body and get promoted into a Tier 5 Sword Saint, he could try to reach the Lightless Fortress. Can't you at least humor me and consider my offer for a moment? Fry shook her head and sighed when she saw Shifeng rejecting her offer without hesitation. Fine, suit yourself. I will have someone transfer the 200 million star coins I promised to your account soon. If you come into any trouble in the future, feel free to find me at White Sail Town. So long as it's not trouble on today's scale, I can more or less give you some help. I will have to thank you in advance then, Miss Fry, Shifeng said, finding Frey's offer surprising. He didn't think the woman would be so generous. Subsequently, Shifeng parted ways with Frey's team and returned to Pharos Town with Desolate Fury's group of 3. Pharos Town Alchemist Association's VIP room. While Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoja had left for the town's training center to study the flowing space combat technique, Shifeng paid a visit to the Alchemy Association to collect the earthen magic flowers he had commissioned the association to purchase. Shifeng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the NPC receptionist before him taking out bag after bag of earthen magic flowers. In less than 2 days, all of the money he had left with the Alchemy Association was used up, and he ended up with over 40,000 earthen magic flowers. Because of his actions, though, many other players had also started purchasing earthen magic flowers, while some were stalking the players purchasing these flowers. Evidently, all of these players suspected that there might be some great use for these flowers. However, Shifeng did not mind the situation. With the sacred phantom ring's disguise, most players would have no way of tracking him, let alone finding out the true purpose of the earthen magic flowers. After Shifeng placed another commission to purchase earthen magic flowers and put in a deposit of 1 eternal gold, he quickly returned to the Cullet Hotel. Inside an advanced suite on the Cullet Hotel's 3rd floor, divine spatial potion, don't disappoint me, Shifeng mentally prayed as he took out a bottle made of 7 luminaries crystal from his bag. Theoretically, the divine spatial potion could forcibly increase a player's affinity with their power system by 1 level. However, whether it could actually raise his mana affinity to level 6 was uncertain. After all, he had only ever heard about the divine spatial potion. Never had he used it before. Meanwhile, in the greater gods domain, individuals with level 5 mana affinity were already as rare as a phoenix's feather. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that anyone who had reached this standard would be a great Grandmaster Magician or higher. As for the rumored level 6 mana affinity, he had never heard of anyone reaching it during his previous life. Currently, it was necessary for him to create a Tier 5 legendary mana body if he wanted to reach Tier 5 without failing his legendary quest. However, if he followed the orthodox way of improving his mastery over magic arrays, it would take him a long time before he could achieve any significant improvements. If he wanted to do so quickly, his only option would be to improve his mana affinity. After calming his anxious heart, Shifeng removed the lid on the divine spatial potion and consumed the bright red liquid in the bottle. Gulp. As soon as the bright red liquid flowed into his stomach, Shifeng felt an indescribable sense of heat spreading across his entire body. Immediately afterward, he felt as if the mana within his body was set ablaze. Violent. His mana had become incomparably violent. Even with his bountiful combat experience, Shifeng still nearly lost consciousness due to the scorching pain coming from all over his body. After Shifeng endured this pain for more than 10 minutes, the pain finally subsided. Then, peace returned to his world. Is this what level 6 mana feels like? When Shifeng looked at the slightly messy room around him, it was as if the world around him was laid bare before him. At this time, no secrets could hide from his senses. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3400, Chapter 474, Legendary Mana Body. Chapter 3400, Chapter 474, Legendary Mana Body. Chapter 474, Legendary Mana Body. Khalid Hotel, 3rd floor, advanced suite. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Shifeng continuously waved his fingers across the space before him, his actions causing the room's environment to change from normal to scorching hot to freezing cold and to windy as fuck. It was as if he had become the room's absolute overlord, and he could change the space's environment however he wanted. Shifeng continued this experimentation for several minutes before finally stopping, excitement and joy coloring his eyes. Incredible. The benefits of having level 6 mana affinity are simply incredible. Shifeng was greatly shocked by the effects of having level 6 mana affinity. At this moment, no secrets could hide from his eyes, and it was as if the doors to a new world had opened for him. The veil that previously obscured his view of the magic elements and their operations had vanished, and he could now see everything with perfect clarity. He didn't even need to use his eyes to perceive the magic elements around him anymore. However, even more surprising was that his control over the magic elements had undergone a qualitative transformation. Normally, he would need to use his own mana to drive the magic elements of the world around him. However, he no longer needed to do that. Now he could manipulate the magic elements within a 300-yard radius with just his thoughts. He could even use this method to make the magic elements operate in a unique pattern. In other words, he could now achieve world creation with just a thought. It should be known that only a very small portion of Tier 5 NPCs could achieve world creation. Moreover, most, if not all, of them needed to use their mana to guide the magic elements around them. Yet, Shifeng did not need to do so. With just a thought, he could make the mana within a 300-yard radius move only for him, essentially creating an independent world around himself. This was simply incredible. His control became even greater when it came to the magic elements within a 50-yard radius. Within a 50-yard radius, he couldn't simply manipulate them as if they were his own. They were his own. It was as if his body had expanded to cover a 50-yard radius, and the degree of control he could exert over this space was vastly greater than what he could achieve with world creation. World creation only allowed him to change the operating rules of the magic elements around him, thereby achieving a suppressing effect on his opponents. But now, within a 50-yard radius, he couldn't simply suppress his opponent's ability to use external mana. Instead, he had absolute control over the magic elements, and he could use this absolute control to completely deprive his opponent's ability to use external mana. Not only that, but he could also have the ambient magic elements invade his opponent's bodies, forcing them to use a portion of their mana to defend against these invading magic elements. And if his opponents chose not to defend, they would die once enough magic elements invaded their bodies. It was similar to the corrosion effect of the mysterious energy in God's domain. At this time, Shifeng doubted that anyone under the realm of saints could use even a shred of their mana once they entered within 50 yards of him. If he didn't permit them to use mana, they would most likely have to fight him using only their physical bodies. I wonder how many mana gathering arrays I can manipulate with my current level of mana control? When Shifeng looked at the surrounding mana flowing under his will, he couldn't help but start constructing great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays. Previously, when his mana affinity was only at level 5, he could manipulate up to 64 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays simultaneously. If other great Grandmaster magicians were to learn of it, they would definitely be given a fright. This was because the average great Grandmaster magician could only manipulate around 30 great Grandmaster arrays simultaneously, while stronger ones could manipulate around 40. With the ability to manipulate 64 great Grandmaster arrays, Shifeng could already single-handedly operate a small-sized great Grandmaster barrier to trap a Tier 6 legendary monster. Unfortunately, even the ability to manipulate 64 great Grandmaster arrays wasn't enough for Shifeng to construct a Tier 5 legendary mana body. Subsequently, great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays could be seen appearing around Shifeng one after another. 10, 20, 30. As if manipulating these mana gathering arrays was no trouble at all for Shifeng. Their numbers rapidly increased. In no time, Shifeng had already created over 100 mana gathering arrays, and he could control all of them simultaneously. This result was vastly better than what he achieved when he only had level 5 mana affinity. I'm already at 122 mana gathering arrays. But why does it feel like I'm only manipulating 40? Shifeng couldn't help but be astonished when he felt how little strain from manipulating 122 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays. At this rate, even manipulating 180 mana gathering arrays shouldn't be a problem. It should be known that 180 great Grandmaster arrays were enough to form a medium-sized great Grandmaster barrier. Meanwhile, such a barrier could kill a Tier 6 expert easily. In fact, many of the fortresses situated in the Void Sea were only using defensive barriers of such standard. 130, 150, 160. As Shifeng thought, he only reached his limit after creating his 188th mana gathering array. Looking at the 188 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays in the room, Shifeng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Then he began constructing his mana body. Now that the number of mana gathering arrays he could manipulate had drastically increased, he obviously could not use the same structure he used on his last attempt at creating a Tier 5 mana body. Fortunately, Shifeng developed many mana body structures during his time on the 100 Refinement Building's second floor. Among them were structures using over 100 mana gathering arrays. It was just that he couldn't use these structures since he had limited mana control at the time. Now, though, he could put those structures to use. Although he didn't plan those structures to house as many as 188 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays, he should be able to put them to use so long as he made some minor modifications. Time passed rapidly. After trying various modifications for more than 10 hours, Shifeng finally reached his ideal mana body structure. It's make or break now. After taking one last look at his completed mana body structure, Shifeng began guiding mana to activate it. As he had a Tier 3 legendary mana body, the strength of the Tier 5 mana body he created needed to reach 270% of his Tier 3 mana body. Previously, even with the help of the 100 Refinement Building's second floor environment, he only managed to reach 255%, and increasing it by even 1% more was a huge challenge. Currently, although Shifeng had increased the number of mana gathering arrays he could manipulate by nearly threefold, he still wasn't particularly confident in creating a Tier 5 legendary mana body. After all, he had never even heard about Tier 5 legendary mana bodies existing. Subsequently, The mana-gathering arrays in the mana body structure activated one after another. At the same time, like a whale drawing water from its surroundings, the mana body structure instantly sucked away all of the mana in the room. Once the room became devoid of mana, the mana body structure even began to draw mana from the void. After this process continued for roughly 10 minutes, the sound of a system notification rang loudly in the depths of Shifeng's mind. System, congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body strength is at 291% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the Advanced Legendary rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3401, Chapter 475, Tier 5 Sword Law Saint. Chapter 3401, Chapter 475, Tier 5 Sword Law Saint. Chapter 475, Tier 5 Sword Law Saint 291%. Advanced Legendary. Shifeng was stunned by the system notification. A Tier 5 mana body that had reached the Advanced Legendary rank. Originally, he didn't have much hope for constructing a Tier 5 Legendary mana body, even if he already had level 6 mana affinity and could simultaneously manipulate 188 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays. After all, the environment he was currently in was nowhere near comparable to the 100 refinement buildings' second-floor environment. Honestly, he would have been overjoyed even if he had achieved the minimum requirement of 270%. After all, even Tier 5 advanced epic mana bodies were exceedingly rare in the Greater Gods domain. Any player who managed to construct one could instantly be made into a reserve core executive of an apex power. For the paragons nurtured by the Greater Gods domain's various powers, climbing tiers was not a problem. If they wanted to, they could even ascend to Tier 6 within a very short period of time. However, no paragon worth their salt would do such a thing, and neither would the power they belonged to let them do such a thing. This was because the strength of Tier 6 players could vary tremendously depending on the foundation they've established for themselves during their earlier tiers. The standard of a player's mana was especially crucial when getting promoted to Tier 6. If a player lacked sufficiently strong mana, they would face great difficulty when using Tier 6 skills and spells. The complexity of skills and spells in God's domain increased exponentially with tier. By Tier 5, if a titled expert didn't have a Tier 5 epic mana body, the best they could do was achieve an 80% completion rate for their Tier 5 skills and spells. That wasn't even enough to exhibit 100% of the effects of their Tier 5 skills and spells. Normally, only with a Tier 5 epic mana body could a titled expert achieve an 85% completion rate and exhibit 100% of their Tier 5 skills and spells effects. Not to mention, the stronger a player's Tier 5 mana body was, the more help they could get when they constructed their divine body. If a player did not have a Tier 5 epic mana body, they would have great difficulty constructing a Tier 6 epic divine body, and they would not be able to exhibit the strength of a true Tier 6 player. Hence, there were so many geniuses and paragons in the Greater Gods domain choosing to stay at Tier 4 for a long time. Unless they could construct a Tier 5 epic mana body, it was highly unlikely they would choose to progress to Tier 5. Otherwise, they would have no chance of competing against the Greater Gods domain's apex experts. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 basic legendary mana body should already be more than enough for a player to join the ranks of legends in the Greater Gods domain. So, Shifeng couldn't even begin to imagine how much potential a Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body possessed. System, congratulations! You have completed the second phase of the legendary Quest 100 Refinement Mana Body, rewarding 5 levels and 100 free legacy skill points. System, you have activated the third phase of the legendary Quest 100 Refinement Mana Body, Quest content. Create a legendary divine body within 1 year. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. There's still a third phase? Sure Fong couldn't help but frown when he saw the third phase of the 100 Refinement Mana Body quest. Moreover, similar to before, he had no say in activating the quest. It was true that the 100 Refinement Mana Body quest offered incredibly generous rewards. Just by completing the quest's first 2 phases, he had already earned 130 free legacy skill points. It should be known that players only received 1 free legacy skill point every 5 levels at Tier 3 and 2 for every 3 levels at Tier 4. While some epic quests would award roughly 5 free legacy skill points on completion, such quests were a minority among epic quests. In other words, completing the first 2 phases of the 100 Refinement Body quest was no different than completing 26 epic quests. Meanwhile, it went without saying that the third phase would definitely offer even better rewards. However, the problem was that constructing a divine body was far more challenging than a Tier 5 mana body. Many paragons with Tier 5 advanced epic mana bodies could only construct a Tier 6 epic divine body with the help of apex powers. Yet, now, Sure Fong needed to construct a legendary divine body. The third phase's difficulty was many times greater than the second phase. While Sure Fong was having a headache over the new goal that had been forced onto him, another prompt came from the system. System, do you wish to replace your current mana body and get promoted to Tier 5? If you do not make a decision, you will automatically abandon the promotion after 30 seconds. Once that happens, you will have to construct another mana body when you wish to get promoted to Tier 5 in the future. Sure Fong hurriedly chose to get promoted to Tier 5 when he saw this prompt. He did not wish to try his luck a second time. As soon as Sure Fong chose to get promoted, the mana body structure he constructed promptly replaced his existing mana body. Then it began hungrily devouring the mana coming from the void. After this process continued for roughly 10 minutes, Sure Fong felt tremendous power overflowing from his body, causing the room's space to grow heavy. Currently, the density of the mana his body naturally radiated was already close to rivaling the mana contained in mana stones. Amazing! So, this is the strength of an advanced, legendary mana body? System, congratulations! You have become a Tier 5 Sword Law Saint, Sword Saint. All basic attributes plus 6,000. All resistances plus 600. Mana recovery rate increased by 300%. Mana strength increased by 100%. Concentration increased by 100%. All physical, magical, and mental attacks received that are below Tier 5 will be weakened by 50%. All basic attributes increased by 180%. Physique increased by 200%, and reaction speed improved by 120%. Rewarding 200 legacy skill points. System, the God of Time's curse has been weakened. The curse will only reduce your experience gain by 50% and double the gravity you experience now. Aside from his vastly superior mana body, the bonuses he received for becoming a Tier 5 Sword Law Saint were also frightening. When he became a Tier 5 Blade Saint during his previous life, he only received a bonus of 5,000 points to all basic attributes and a 150% increase to all basic attributes. Yet, this time he had received an extra 1,000 points and a 30% increase to all basic attributes. With his current basic attributes, he could already fight a 6-winged Tier 5 Valkyrie of the same level in a frontal confrontation. However, compared to the bonuses he received, Sure Fong was more interested in the Tier 5 legacy skills he could learn. In God's domain, the importance of skills and spells increased along with tiers. After all, while players could only afford to learn a limited number of combat techniques and mana techniques, they could learn many skills and spells. Not to mention, some of the more powerful high-tiered skills and spells were stronger than even gold combat techniques. Hence, the more high-tiered skills and spells a player learned, the stronger they would become. Currently, even ordinary Tier 4 skill and spell books could go for several epic weapons and equipment each, while ordinary Tier 5 skill and spell books could go for a fragmented legendary item each. As for high-ranking Tier 5 skill and spell books, they could even be traded for several fragmented legendary weapons. Moreover, demand for them was almost always greater than supply. Meanwhile, legacy skills were among the few ways players could learn skills and spells at the Tier 5 peak rank and above. When Sher Fong got promoted into a Tier 5 Blade Saint during his previous life, he was only offered the choice to learn 2 Tier 5 peak skills and 1 Tier 5 apex skill. Yet now, displayed in the window for his Tier 5 legacy skills were 2 Tier 5 ultimate skills and 1 Tier 5 super spell. TL notes, for reference, taken from Chapter 2868 of Main Story System. Congratulations! You have become a Tier 5 Blade Saint, Sword Saint. All basic attributes plus 5,000. All resistances plus 500. Mana recovery rate increased by 300%. All physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 5 will be weakened by 40%. All basic attributes increased by 150%. Physique increased by 200% and reaction speed improved by 100%, rewarding 200 legacy skill points. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.